Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're craving epic Jujutsu Kaisen fanfiction with bodybuilding berserkers and forbidden gates of fury, buckle up. You're in for a wild ride. If you want to read ahead, check out my Patreon, patreon.com/mv1717. Jujutsu Kaisen, Fury of the Eight Gates. In a cursed world of sorcerers, two brothers defy fate. Transmigrated into Jujutsu Kaisen as Zen'in Shinsuke, born without cursed energy, scorned by his clan. Alongside brother Toji, they wield monstrous physiques to survive. Then, a golden book appears, the Eight Inner Gates. Forbidden power to shatter limits and burn curses to ash. Open the gates, unleash the fury. Let's dive right into it.
Part 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, Fury of the Eight Gates. When Hikari Kinji and Kirara Hoshi woke up again, they found themselves lying in the infirmary at Jujutsu High. Awake already? Congratulations, you're officially Grade 2 sorcerers now. In a white coat, Shoko Iiri greeted them casually. Shoko-sensei, this is Jujutsu High? Where's Zen'in-sensei? Hikari pushed himself up, still dazed. He only remembered holding on until his teacher arrived. After that, nothing. He got dragged off by Gojo. Elsewhere in the school grounds, Zen'in Shinsuke and Gojo Satoru were chatting. You ran into Geto? Why didn't you bring him back? Gojo's question left Shinsuke speechless. You serious? That guy's a special grade. Besides, you couldn't bring yourself to finish off your best friend either, could you?
Shinsuke gave him a look, as though he were staring at a sly fox. All right, let's drop that topic. Let's talk about those two kids instead. Gojo grinned. As their teacher, letting them get injured that badly, that's negligence. Gonna have to dock your pay. Shinsuke rolled his eyes. First of all, they didn't die. Second, Hikari actually managed to awaken domain expansion during that mission. A student making that much progress, shouldn't that earn bonus pay instead? Domain expansion? You're not kidding. For once, Gojo got serious. He knew Hikari's technique. Risky, gambler's luck woven with modern science. Exactly the type of ability the conservative higher-ups hated. Personally, though, Gojo loved that kind of crazy uniqueness. So the brat really has that much talent, huh?
Anyone who could touch domain expansion had the potential to be a Grade 1 sorcerer or higher. It's only a half-finished version. You should make some time to guide him properly. Stop worrying about your best buddy all day. You'll be seeing him soon enough. What's that supposed to mean? Gojo's eyes narrowed. Exactly what it sounds like. Shinsuke smirked, offering no spoilers. Anyway, I'm heading home for dinner. Leaving Gojo frowning at his back, teeth grinding. He hated riddlers. Half a year passed. Hikari and Kirara successfully advanced to second year. With several missions and Gojo's tutelage, Hikari gradually refined his domain, eventually earning Grade 1 status under the recommendation of Shinsuke and Riko Amanai. Kirara lagged slightly behind, but was on track to hit Grade 1 before graduation. Meanwhile, in that same half-year, Yuta Okotsu, the so-called pure love warlord, was dragged into the spotlight. Bullied at school, he had inadvertently awakened the terrifying cursed queen Rika. The higher-ups, fearing her instability, wasted no time. They sentenced Yuta to death. And the one tasked with carrying out the execution was Zen'in Shinsuke. Why him? That came down to reputation. The higher-ups had two headaches. One was Gojo, too strong, too loud, utterly uncontrollable. The other was Shinsuke, utterly indifferent, doing whatever he wanted, obeying orders only when they happened to line up with his own whims. But after rumors spread that he was involved with Yuki Tsukumo, the council's opinion softened. Compared to her, Shinsuke was manageable. So, when it came time to eliminate the cursed queen's host, they decided Shinsuke was the perfect tool. His obsession with exterminating curses made him the safest bet. Even if the target was a special grade, they trusted he'd see it through. They questioned his personality, his loyalty, even his morality, but not his strength. Some had even whispered about promoting him to special grade if only he had the scale of destructive power to wipe out a country. Pure martial skill, no matter how refined, wasn't enough for that rank. At the school gates, Shinsuke leaned against the wall, waiting for his target. He chuckled to himself. The higher-ups really sent me to kill Okotsu Yuta? Guess that's the butterfly effect for ya. The bell rang, and students poured out of the school gates like a tidal wave. It had been a few days since Yuta Okotsu turned the tables on his bullies. Classes went on as usual. Aside from a handful of teachers and students, few knew what had really happened. From his spot, Zen'in Shinsuke caught sight of Yuta. The boy looked gaunt and defeated, moving timidly with his head down. One glance was enough to tell he was someone used to being bullied. The other students instinctively kept at least 3 meters away from him, as though he carried some plague. After all, everyone who used to push him around had already met a grisly end. No one dared test their luck again. "Kid," Shinsuke said, stepping into Yuta's path. He looked down, voice casual but heavy. "Come with me. Someone's paid for your head." The crowd of students widened their circle even further, not wanting to provoke this rough-looking man who radiated danger. Yuta froze, then slowly lifted his head. His eyes were hollow, but there was no fear in them. "Is this because of what happened to them?" "Of course. Take a life, and you owe a life." Shinsuke's lips curled into a faint smile. "Yuta! No one is allowed to hurt Yuta!" A surge of monstrous, cursed energy exploded behind him. Rika clawed her way out of a rift, hands stretching wide, ready to tear Shinsuke apart. "Rika, stop! Don't!" Yuta shouted in panic, rushing to calm her. The last thing he wanted was more death on his conscience. Tsh! Tsh! What a terrifying curse! Shinsuke felt the pressure radiating from her and couldn't help but whistle softly. No wonder Gojo had called her troublesome. No wonder Geto had lost everything to her. The curse of love truly was something else. Relax. Killing people demands punishment, but killing beasts doesn't. Just come with me. He didn't push further. If he kept provoking, Rika would snap. Yuta lowered his head and silently followed. He didn't know what awaited him, but he understood one thing. What had happened to him couldn't remain unanswered. On the way, Shinsuke studied him with a click of his tongue. Talent really was a cruel thing. All because Yuta carried the bloodline of one of the 3 great vengeful spirits. All because he happened to be related to Gojo Satoru. Without even trying, he'd been gifted the Cursed Queen. With just a bit of effort, he would inevitably rise to special grade. Meanwhile, Maki and Mai had to claw their way forward with everything they had, only to barely reach grade 1 at best. Their peak wasn't even his starting line. That thought made Shinsuke sigh. He resolved then, Maki must be pushed further. She had to at least reach the point of exercising a special grade. As for Mai, well, she never had much interest in being strong. Best to let her keep coasting in peace. "I've brought the kid. The rest isn't my problem." Zen'in Shinsuke swaggered into Jujutsu High with Yuta Okotsu in tow, leading him straight into a chamber lined with talismans. "You'll be staying here. Whether you ever walk out again depends on your luck." After hanging up his phone, he tossed the words at Yuta like they were nothing. Aren't they going to judge me? Yuta blinked in confusion. Even if they didn't demand his life in exchange, shouldn't there at least be some kind of punishment? Judgment? I didn't get paid to care about that. With a wave of his hand, Shinsuke turned and left. He still had to collect his assassination fee from the higher-ups. Once alone, Yuta stared at the talisman-covered walls, his stomach knotting with unease. Was this his punishment? To be sealed in here forever? "You're Yuta Okotsu, right?" Ah! He nearly jumped out of his skin. Gojo Satoru had appeared beside him without a sound. Relax. You're safe. I paid 10 million yen for you after all, so loosen up."
Originally, Gojo had wanted to handle Yuta's case himself. When the higher-ups exposed Yuta's incident, Gojo dug into his background. There was no way an ordinary curse from an ordinary boy could have that kind of power. His suspicions were right. Yuta's lineage traced back to the 3 great vengeful spirits, and more than that, there was likely a blood tie to the Gojo family itself. A talent like this shouldn't just be erased. But before Gojo could make his move, the higher-ups had already dumped the mission on Shinsuke. Knowing Shinsuke's obsession with curses, Gojo called ahead, making him promise to spare Yuta's life. The price? 10 million yen. In other words, Yuta's life had literally been bought. Good thing Gojo was a special grade who never needed money. Otherwise, at this rate, Shinsuke would bleed him dry. Who are you? Yuta asked hesitantly. This didn't feel like punishment at all. I'm Gojo Satoru, your future teacher. Gojo decided then and there Yuta would be hidden from the higher-ups for now. If Shinsuke handed in his mission only for Yuta to stroll around campus alive the next day, that would raise too many questions. Gojo clicked his tongue. He'd actually covered for Shinsuke. That alone was reason enough to make sure the man paid for it later. Meanwhile, Shinsuke had already gone to report in. The boy's dead? Yeah. His tone was cool and indifferent. Bringing Yuta into Jujutsu High in broad daylight had been deliberate. As far as anyone else needed to know, the mission was complete. Whether Yuta was alive or not was irrelevant. The job was done. Where's the body? Still at Jujutsu High. If you're that worried, go bother Gojo. He took care of it. He shamelessly tossed the blame onto Gojo. After all, the strongest sorcerer could shoulder it, and the higher-ups didn't like him anyway. Silence from the other side of the door. Suspicion lingered, but no one pressed further. The payment will be transferred to your account. And with that, the conversation ended. Shinsuke left whistling, another 10 million richer. Between the higher-ups and Gojo, neither side seemed short on cash. Perfect sheep to fleece. At the Zen'in estate, inside the clan head's chambers, Naobito Zen'in sat cross-legged with a sake cup in hand, eyeing Maki. So, you really won't join the Kukuru unit? You're of age now. Your talent is mediocre. If you don't join, what exactly do you plan to do? I know you're close with Shinsuke, and you want to be strong like him, but you don't have his talent, or his guts. His words were blunt, cruel even, but realistic. Maki's limits were clear. The twins' curse wasn't something one could just shrug off. The cases of Toji and Shinsuke were 1 in a million. I'll become strong enough to take the Zen'in clan head seat with my own power, and when I do, I'll make you all shut up. Maki's grip tightened around her staff. Her gaze was firm as she turned to leave. She'd already been stuck at this bottleneck too long. It was time to break through. Naobito burst out laughing, nearly spilling his drink. I'll be waiting for the day you become clan head. He didn't falter determination. Her spirit was commendable. But the Zen'in family wasn't so easily conquered. The next head had long been decided. Before leaving the estate, Maki stopped to see Shinsuke. Master, she said, her eyes resolute, I've decided. I'm going to Jujutsu High. Zen'in Maki stood tall, her gaze unwavering. The decision was made. Her path forward was clear. Her strength had hit a wall. If she wanted to break through, she needed real combat, facing more sorcerers, more curses. Nothing else would do. Then go, Zen'in Shinsuke said calmly. Have you told Mai? He didn't object. He had already taught Maki everything he could. In pure taijutsu, she was now on par with any grade 1 sorcerer. But her physical body still lagged behind. And without cursed energy, her overall strength was only around grade 2 or 3. With a special grade curse tool in hand, though, she could probably take down a grade 2 curse on her own. No, I don't plan on telling her. Maki shook her head. She knew her sister too well. Mai had grown bolder these last few years, yes, but deep down she never intended to resist the Zen'in clan.
In her heart, such a thing was impossible for the two of them. But what Mai didn't want, Maki did. She would force the clan into silence with her own hands. As for her sister, let Mai live more comfortably. This fight was always the elder sister's burden to bear. The business between you two sisters isn't something I'll interfere with, Shinsuke said. Inside, you'll find Playing Cloud. Take it with you. You're serious? Maki's eyes went wide. For a moment, she froze. Then her whole body lit up with excitement. For people like them, cursed tools weren't just important. They were everything. And Shinsuke was actually entrusting her with a special grade cursed tool. How could she not be moved? His trust burned inside her, solidifying her resolve. Even if not to slap the Zen'in clan's face, she would persist, for her master's faith in her, if nothing else. Take it, but remember, our training duels are still with ordinary tools. Got it. With a sharp nod, Maki dashed into the room, hands trembling slightly as she lifted Playing Cloud at last. The weight, the aura, it was overwhelming. She gave it a light swing, and the raw power pulsed through her arms. And yet she knew, this weapon, mighty as it was, had once been broken in her master's hands. Just how much strength did it take to shatter something like this? Watching her brimming excitement, Shinsuke allowed himself a faint smile. Someday, he murmured, I hope you can draw out its true strength. It had only been a few days since Zen'in Maki left the clan for Tokyo Jujutsu High when Shinsuke found himself facing Zen'in Mai's tearful complaint. She showed up at his house looking utterly dejected, like someone who had just been abandoned, her expression pitiful enough to tug at anyone's heart. Brother, sister abandoned me. Mai's voice was faint as she lifted her head, eyes clouded with confusion. Shinsuke's cheek twitched. Abandoned? Really? Wasn't it just that Maki hadn't discussed things with her? He almost laughed, but seeing Mai on the verge of tears, he swallowed his sarcasm and instead asked gently, You already know? I overheard her talking with the clan head, Mai admitted, her voice trembling. I kept waiting for her to tell me herself, but the only news I heard was that she had already left the Zen'in family. That could only mean one thing. Maki had left her behind. Was it because I'm useless? Mai thought bitterly. Because I'm too weak? Don't be so heartbroken. Maybe she just didn't want you to worry, Shinsuke offered. He had long expected the sisters' relationship to splinter like this. So that's why she told you before she left, but not me? Mai's lips tightened. She was no longer the little girl who could be tricked with a few comforting words. You're jealous? Shinsuke raised a brow. The moment he caught that resentful little glare, it all clicked. Mai wasn't truly angry about being left behind. She was sulking because Maki had confided in him, but not in her. No way! Why would I be jealous of you, brother? She snapped, turning her head aside. But her pout gave her away completely, like she had hung the vinegar jar right off her lips. All right. If you really want answers, go to Tokyo and ask Maki yourself. Beats sitting here stewing in jealousy. Shinsuke sighed. Honestly, what was with this kid's possessiveness? She might as well just marry her sister and be done with it. Brother, I told you I'm not jealous. May whipped back around, cheeks flushed red, not from anger, but from the embarrassment of being seen through so easily. And I'm not going to her. If she looks down on me, then I'll prove her wrong. Her eyes burned with a determination Shinsuke rarely saw. Prove her wrong? How? By being stronger than her? He asked, a smile tugging at his lips. I'll prove that I can stand beside her, that I can help her. If her sister thought she was useless, then she'd prove otherwise, no matter how hard it was. And how exactly are you planning to do that? I'll defeat her. Mai clenched her fists tightly, as if making an oath. Shinsuke burst out laughing. From his perspective, her declaration was just too funny.
He didn't want to crush her spirit, but the truth was, beating Maki would be nearly impossible. Unless Mai could somehow patch the fundamental flaw in her cursed technique, her chances were slim. "Brother, you're laughing at me again! I won't forgive you!" She stomped her foot, cheeks puffed. Deep down, she knew it was a near impossible goal. But still, she was a sorcerer, wasn't she? If she worked hard enough, maybe,
just maybe, she could do it. "Brother, I'm going to Kyoto Jujutsu High. Just you wait. One day I'll prove you wrong." With that fiery declaration, Mai stormed off, her little figure practically vibrating with indignation. This time, she was serious. She'd break ties if she had to. She'd fight her sister, and she'd keep fighting until even her brother had to stop laughing at her. "Still just a kid," Shinsuke muttered, shaking his head as he watched her disappear into the distance. Her body had grown, but her mindset was still childish. A few years of hardship outside would probably fix that. After sending Mai away, Shinsuke didn't linger at home. Instead, he decided to check in on his nephew. By next year, once school was finished, that kid should be enrolling at Jujutsu High. After all, the boy had never liked the Zen'in clan much. While living there, Fushiguro Megumi had always felt the clan members were deliberately trying to curry favor with him. It wasn't the kind of place he could call home. Shinsuke arrived at a small restaurant. The lunch rush had long passed, and the dining hall was nearly empty. "Boss, bring me one of everything on the menu," he called casually the moment he stepped inside. Behind the counter, Toji's face darkened the instant he saw that familiar face. "You gonna eat all that, or are you just here to bankrupt me?" Ever since taking in Megumi and Tsumiki, Toji had used his last savings to buy out a small restaurant. With work for assassins drying up and 2 kids to care for, he had no interest in making more enemies. Sure, every mission he had taken in the past was tied up cleanly, but there was always the chance someone slipped through the cracks. Better to give up the assassin life altogether. Now he ran this place as the owner, hired a few workers, dropped by when needed, and spent the rest of his time training. "Who do you think you're underestimating? Just bring it all out, less nonsense," Shinsuke said, making himself comfortable like he owned the place. After all, he never paid anyway. Toji shot him a look, then turned to the waiter clearing tables. "Give him the cheapest set meal we have." "Got it, boss." Hey, don't be stingy, Toji," Shinsuke protested. Toji ignored him. He had 2 kids to raise, and Tsumiki's expensive nutrient solutions for her condition weren't cheap. He had to save where he could. In fact, he had already made plans. If Megumi refused to go back to the Zen'in clan for the inheritance, then he'd send him off to Jujutsu High. With his unreliable older brother working there as a teacher, at least someone could keep an eye on him. "By the way, Toji," Shinsuke asked, brushing past the stinginess, "how's the training going? You opened the 4th gate yet?" It had been years since Toji asked him to unlock the 4th acupuncture gate. If he hadn't been slacking off, he should be just about there by now. "Give me a couple more days," Toji replied. Then, almost reluctantly, he asked, "Tell me, how far can this taijutsu really go?" He had been cultivating the 8 gates for over a decade. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the technique felt, but also the more difficult. Each new stage took exponentially longer. Just producing a wisp of blood energy now felt 100 times harder than it had when he first started. "How many do you think there are?" Shinsuke chuckled, tossing the question back. The 8 gates were nothing like cursed techniques. A genius sorcerer could develop their technique to the limit at a young age, reaching their peak early. But this taijutsu was different. It required grinding down the flesh and bone over time, slow, patient refinement of the body itself. 5, Toji guessed. Each gate he had opened gave him an entirely different feeling, each amplifying his strength more than the last. At this rate, he figured his ceiling was the 5th. Any more than that felt impossible. Close enough, Shinsuke didn't elaborate. Toji wasn't wrong. An ordinary man without cursed energy usually topped out at 5 gates. If not for his cheat, Shinsuke himself would likely have been stuck there as well. To what level have you cultivated now? Toji fixed his gaze on Shinsuke. This carefree brother of his was living far too leisurely. By now, he should have at least opened the 5th gate, right? That was Toji's guess. Just a little ahead of you, Shinsuke replied lightly. Then he waved the subject away. Enough questions. After I eat, I'm going to check on my nephew and niece. After mooching another free meal, Shinsuke and Toji returned home. He checked on Sumiki's condition, then talked to Megumi about enrolling at Jujutsu High. Megumi didn't object. In fact, he welcomed it. He'd studied long enough. It was about time he tested himself in real combat. A month passed quickly. Finally, Gojo Satoru brazenly brought Okotsu Yuta out into the open, parading him before the jujutsu world. When the higher-ups learned the truth, they realized they'd been tricked by Shinsuke and Gojo working in tandem. Furious, they immediately tried to hold the two accountable. But when they confronted them, both men wore the same infuriatingly indifferent expressions. The elders could do nothing. If not for Gojo's guarantee that Yuta would be cultivated into a sorcerer on par with himself, those old fossils might have actually died from anger. In the end, the higher-ups compromised. Yuta's death sentence was canceled, changed to a suspended sentence instead. His future would depend on his later performance. Still pays to have a special grade throwing his weight around, Shinsuke quipped with a smirk, glancing at Gojo. Is that so? Then I should have marched him out a month ago, Gojo muttered, sitting on the steps at Jujutsu High's front gate, scratching his head irritably. Truthfully, Shinsuke could have brought Yuta out the moment he'd collected his pay. But out of consideration for the higher-ups' fragile pride, they waited a month. And sure enough, the elders only ended up annoyed instead of apoplectic. If they'd revealed the trick immediately, some of those old men might have keeled over on the spot. By the way, Gojo asked suddenly, that Zen'in Maki kid who enrolled this year, she was the one hanging around your place back then, right? Why'd you send her here? This year's freshman class had 4 students in total, including Yuta, quite the crop. Gojo had recognized Maki at a glance, that faint, almost non-existent cursed energy. He'd never seen anything like it anywhere else. She came of her own will, Shinsuke replied with a grin. She wants to become stronger. You're her homeroom teacher now, aren't you? Do your job properly. You're the last person qualified to lecture me about responsibility, Gojo deadpanned. Shinsuke ignored the jab. Anyway, 1 year from now, my nephew will be enrolling here too. Make sure you guide him well. He's going to be the strongest sorcerer of this generation. Gojo, forget it. I'm not taking him. You want him trained? Do it yourself. I'm busy. If it weren't for Yuta, I wouldn't be wasting my time babysitting students in the first place. Gojo Satoru refused without hesitation. Of course, he knew about Megumi. The kid had awakened the Zen'in clan's inherited technique, no different from when he himself had awakened both Limitless and Six Eyes as a child. Sooner or later, the higher-ups would learn about it too. Megumi had the potential to become one of the strongest. If Gojo had the time, he wouldn't actually mind mentoring a few more students.
But the problem was Shinsuke. That guy was supposed to be a teacher, yet he kept tossing everything onto Gojo's plate. His time, already scarce, vanished every time Shinsuke showed up. Didn't teach his own students, wanted to pawn off his own nephew. And this wasn't just anyone's kid. It was the son of the man who once tried to assassinate Gojo himself. By rights, there was blood grudge between him and Toji. Shinsuke had smoothed it over somehow, but now Gojo was being asked to raise his enemy's child? The thought almost amused him. No problem. Just take it as doing me a favor. You'll have the time. Shinsuke shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled away with that infuriating grin. This guy. Gojo's brow twitched as he watched him go. Still as annoying as ever. One day I really will beat the crap out of him.
He'd been wanting to use a sparring match as an excuse to rough Shinsuke up for ages, but every time Shinsuke turned him down. Not the right time.
That's childish. Always some excuse. If Gojo tried forcing it, the bastard would just flee outright, never played along. It was maddening. With a sigh, Gojo shook his head and went back inside Jujutsu High. Sooner or later, I'll get my chance. When he stepped into the classroom, chaos greeted him. Yuta was pleading desperately while Riko rampaged, tearing through his 3 new classmates, Panda, Inumaki, and Maki. "Rika, stop! They weren't trying to hurt me." But Rika was enraged, reacting to their hostility. Anyone who dares harm Yuta must die. It wasn't even Yuta they resented. It was her. What kind of student showed up to class trailed by a nightmarish, towering curse? Of course they were on guard. Gojo clapped his hands sharply. "Pia, pia, pia. That's enough. Settle down. This is your new teammate, Okotsun Yuta." Rika's fury subsided at his command. "Oh, a new classmate? I thought a curse user had invaded campus," Panda muttered, scratching his head in relief. Inumaki said nothing. Maki only gave Yuta a cool glance. Yuta's face turned red. He fidgeted nervously. I'm Okotsu Yuta. Please take care of me." He was no good with people. Even with Rika's overwhelming power at his side, his timidity and lack of confidence showed through. Perhaps that was Rika's fault, too. "All right," Gojo said. "From today, study hard. In a week, I'll arrange a curse extermination mission for you all." At that, Maki's eyes lit up. Her hands tightened around her long-bladed naginata. She'd chosen the right place. As long as she kept fighting curses, she'd eventually pass her teacher's test. A week later, the group gathered outside a school wrapped in a barrier. Inside lurked their target. Gojo's intent was clear. He wanted Yuta to rebuild his confidence. From the outside, he watched Rika tear into the curse with brutal savagery and couldn't help but sigh. What a terrifying thing. Even as the strongest sorcerer alive, he could feel how troublesome Rika was. No wonder the higher-ups wanted Yuta dead so badly. "Gojo-sensei, we did it!" Yuta emerged from the building carrying 2 unconscious children on his back. Maki followed behind, leaning heavily on her blade, barely on her feet. The curse they'd faced had been near grade 1. If not for timid Yuta, Maki would never have managed it alone, unless she'd had Playful Cloud. She glanced up at the rooftop, where Rika still snarled and ripped apart the curse's remains. Her expression hardened. So this is why he's classified special grade. When she'd first met him, she hadn't understood why Yuta started as a special grade. But now, seeing the monstrous queen curse firsthand, she realized the truth. Their new teammate wasn't like them. He was a born prodigy. With Gojo Satoru's help, Okotsu Yuta gradually regained his confidence and began integrating into life at Jujutsu High. Under the guidance of his 3 first-year classmates, Yuta trained hard and grew at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Geto Suguru, now running the cult to line his pockets, caught wind of Rika's existence. The Cursed Queen became his next target. Inside the cult's headquarters, the floor was still smeared with blood. Geto, dressed in loose monk's robes, sat at the head seat, surrounded by sorcerers who shared his ideology. He had just finished squeezing the last drop of wealth from a local tycoon. Now he sat, student ID of Okotsu Yuta in hand, contemplating how best to lure the boy in. The Queen of Curses. If he could claim her, his plans would advance dramatically. After all, the very fact that Yuta was designated a special grade by the higher-ups solely because of Rika proved she was far from an ordinary curse. A thin smile curled across Geto's lips. Let's go. Time to meet this kid face to face. He already had a plan. If Yuta was willing to side with him, then there would be no need for violence. If not, then he'd take Rika by force. Geto summoned a flying curse, mounted with his followers, and set off for Jujutsu High.
At that same moment, within Jujutsu High itself, a different discussion was taking place. Several faculty members gathered as Gojo voiced his newest proposal. I think sorcerers should be trained comprehensively. Techniques are important, sure, but so is taijutsu. When cursed energy runs dry, a sorcerer who has no physical skills is as good as dead. But if they've honed their body, they can still fight. Look at history. Every strong sorcerer had solid fundamentals in hand-to-hand combat. So rather than letting students slowly figure it out in life-or-death battles, why not introduce a dedicated taijutsu curriculum here at the school? Lay the foundation now, and they'll master it much faster in real combat. That way, Jujutsu High will produce stronger sorcerers overall. What do you think, Principal Yaga? Gojo spoke with conviction, sounding every bit like he was earnestly considering the future of Jujutsu High. Riko Amanai sat nearby, struggling not to burst out laughing. Principal Yaga rubbed his temples. He glanced at Gojo, then at Riko, barely holding it in, and finally at Zen'in Shinsuke, who looked ready to throttle someone. It wasn't hard to tell what was going on here. Gojo clearly just wanted to force some work onto Shinsuke, who was too laid back for his taste. Nanami, what's your opinion? Yaga turned toward Kento Nanami, who had recently returned to Jujutsu High as a sorcerer. Nanami looked far more polished than during his student days. Hair combed immaculately, suit crisp, posture straight. Among those present, he alone looked like a respectable professional. He sipped his tea calmly, then caught Shinsuke glaring at him with a look that seemed to say, "Agree to this, and you're dead." I think this is something the principal should decide. I'm just an ordinary sorcerer here. Yaga's lips twitched. What a perfectly useless answer. In that case, Yaga said, turning at last to the man in question, what about you, Shinsuke? If we do open a taijutsu course, you'd obviously be the one teaching it. When it came to taijutsu, Zen'in Shinsuke was the undisputed specialist, a master of pure close combat. Principal Yaga will decide. I'm a teacher here, so naturally I'll follow the principal's arrangements, Shinsuke said calmly, his tone flat. Huh. Gojo blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that. This guy didn't refuse? It didn't really matter either way. Gojo had already decided that the taijutsu course would happen. Still, Shinsuke's total lack of resistance gave him a strange, uneasy feeling. Wasn't this guy supposed to hate troublesome responsibilities? Yaga coughed lightly and seized the moment. In that case, it's settled. Shinsuke, you'll take charge of the taijutsu course. Don't worry, I'll report it to the higher-ups and arrange for your salary to be increased. 3-fold. He didn't give Shinsuke a chance to object. The truth was, while Gojo's motives weren't exactly pure, his argument did make sense. Sorcerers shouldn't just rely on techniques. Taijutsu was essential too. And with a living taijutsu master on staff, it would be a waste not to use him. I have no objections, Shinsuke replied simply. He wasn't against teaching. It was only Gojo he disliked. With Maki now at the Tokyo campus, Mai off to Kyoto, and Fushiguro Megumi soon to enroll, sticking around Jujutsu High didn't sound so bad. Besides, he'd have a better excuse to stay involved in the main events to come and squeeze a little more wool out of the higher-ups while he was at it. Wow, Uncle, you're actually taking this seriously. You didn't even complain, Amanai Riko said, genuinely surprised. Wait a second, that's not fair, Gojo shot up, glaring at Yaga. Principal, you're giving him a raise? At this rate, he's going to make more than me, the strongest sorcerer alive. This matter is decided, Yaga said flatly, ignoring him. Gojo's protests bounced off harmlessly. The principal might not be able to overpower Gojo in combat, but as his former homeroom teacher, Yaga didn't need to give him any face. Hey, principal, did you hear me? I'm officially protesting. Gojo nearly slammed the table in frustration. He had wanted Shinsuke to take on more work, not more money. Immature brat. Learn from Nanami. He's far more composed than you. Shinsuke smirked as he looked at Gojo's helpless rage. You, what's that supposed to mean? Say that again. Let's fight, right here, right now. Do it, Uncle! Fight him! Riko cheered from the sidelines, eager for drama. Shinsuke waved it off. Still such a child. Who even settles things with one-on-one duels anymore? Nanami straightened his tie and calmly continued sipping tea. Yaga pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated. Honestly, these people, they're supposed to be teachers. If the students saw this circus, what would they think? All at once, everyone stiffened. A surge of twisted, cursed energy seeped into the barrier of Jujutsu High. He's back. Gojo's eyes narrowed as he recognized the familiar aura. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the meeting room. Geto? Riko and Yaga exchanged looks, then hurried to follow. Geto Suguro, here to make a statement, huh? Shinsuke mused as he stood, stretching lazily. Figures, harvest season's almost here. He turned to Nanami. Want to go greet your beloved senior? Nanami glanced at his watch, then shook his head. It's past my shift. I'm off duty. Fine. Shinsuke chuckled and strolled out at an unhurried pace, muttering to himself, another poor soul driven mad by the grind. At the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Suguru Geto, flanked by his followers, crossed paths with the returning first-year squad of 4. You must be Okotsu Yuta. As expected, you look quite promising. Geto grasped Yuta's hands with a little too much enthusiasm, leaving the boy stiff with nerves.
Let me introduce myself. I'm your senior, Geto Suguru. I came here specifically to see you. Me? Why are you looking for me? Yuta asked, bewildered. Panda and Maki immediately shifted into fighting stances. Careful, Yuta. He's a curse user now, an enemy of Jujutsu High, Panda warned. Geto waved a hand disarmingly. No need to be so tense. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ask for help. He looked at Yuta with a solemn, almost passionate expression. Yuta-kun, I have a dream, a grand plan. I want to eradicate all non-sorcerers and create a world free of curses. But to make that happen, I need powerful cursed spirits. On my own, I have about a 20% chance of success. With Rika's power, though, that success rate jumps to 99%. Placing a hand on Yuta's shoulder, Geto's voice swelled with emotion. For the sake of this noble cause, lend me your strength. I refuse. Yuta didn't even hesitate. That kind of grand cause, that kind of rhetoric, it was clearly rotten. Think about it carefully. This isn't just for me, it's for the future of the world. Geto's persistence was cut short by a new voice. Give it up, Geto. He's not coming with you. Gojo Satoru appeared at Yuta's side, calm but firm. At the same time, Principal Yaga, Amanai Riko, and several other faculty members who had sensed the cursed energy arrived at the date. Panda, Maki, and Toge let out a quiet sigh of relief. Facing a special grade sorcerer was not something they could handle alone. Geto, it's not too late to turn back, Yaga urged. He couldn't help but feel responsible. After all, Geto had once been his student. Don't keep making the same mistake, Suguru, Riko added desperately, unwilling to see her old friend fall further. But Geto only scanned the crowd, his smile thin. Everyone's here, huh? Where's that annoying guy? I prepared a little gift for him. Yo, Geto-kun, doing MLM pitches right at Jujutsu High? Business is booming, I see. Zen'in Shinsuke strolled up at his own pace, looking almost cheerful. Finally, the big harvest season's here. Even Geto's face as a villain felt oddly endearing in this moment. Good, the annoying one's here too. Now this is just about perfect. Geto's tone darkened, his smile turning cold. Rika will be mine. Jujutsu High won't be able to stop me. Listen carefully. On December 24th, I will unleash the night parade of 100 demons. 2 locations, Shinjuku and Kyoto, the holy land of Jujutsu. Good, the annoying one's here too. Now this is just about perfect. Geto's tone darkened, his smile turning cold. Rika will be mine. Jujutsu High won't be able to stop me. Listen carefully. On December 24th, I will unleash the night parade of 100 demons. 2 locations, Shinjuku and Kyoto, the holy land of jujutsu. I'll release over 1,000 curses in both cities. This is my declaration of war against the entire jujutsu world. Be ready. He turned specifically to Shinsuke. Didn't you always love killing curses? This time, you can indulge yourself. Just try not to get torn apart while you're at it. With that, Geto released dozens of weak curses to harass the students, then soared off on a flying spirit with his followers in tow, leaving in a deliberately dramatic fashion. Gojo only watched him leave, making no move to strike. Kid's too impatient, Shinsuke muttered. A few thousand curses and he thinks he can challenge the whole jujutsu world? If it were me, I'd at least stockpile 10 special grades, hundreds of first grades, and tens of thousands of lesser curses before making a real scene. Still, impatience worked in his favor. Shinsuke had been eyeing Geto's curse collection for a long time. Now he'd finally get his chance to shear that sheep properly and harvest big. Master, you came too? Maki sliced down the surrounding weak curses and hurried over. Of course, I'm a teacher at Jujutsu High. It's only natural. And speaking of that, from now on, I'll be staying at the school more often. I'll be personally overseeing all of your taijutsu training. You'd better work hard, Maki. Mai's furious that you didn't tell her anything. She's already run off to Kyoto Jujutsu High. She swore she'd surpass you. Mai? Maki blinked, momentarily stunned. She's serious about that? No one knew Mai better than her. That's the situation, Shinsuke said simply. Shinsuke clapped Maki on the shoulder, then turned to Yuta and the others. Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you all on the training field. Classes start then and won't stop until you're officially promoted to second years. With his salary tripled, he couldn't exactly keep slacking off, not when everyone's eyes were on him. Yes, sir, the students answered in unison. Gojo shot him a sideways glance. What's with you suddenly acting all responsible? Because that brat Geto's about to unleash the night parade of 100 demons. I'm thrilled. The words slipped out before Shinsuke could stop himself. A pay raise and a banquet of curses? Who wouldn't be happy? You! Gojo clenched his fists. He had only just begun to settle his feelings after his best friend's betrayal, and here was this bastard, smiling about it. I really can't hold back anymore. Zen'in-sensei still loves curses as much as ever, Kusakabe muttered with a sigh. To Shinsuke, the night parade really was something to look forward to. This man hasn't changed a bit, Mei added, with her twin braids swaying as she shook her head. She used to think he only hunted strong curses because he needed the money. But after watching him long enough, she came to the same conclusion as Kusakabe. No, this man just enjoyed slaughtering powerful curses. It was his twisted little hobby. Enough, Principal Yaga cut in, glancing between Shinsuke and Gojo, who were about ready to brawl. You're both teachers. Don't tell me you're going to fight each other in front of the students? I'd never, Shinsuke replied smoothly. Gojo, you're getting old. Don't be so hot-headed all the time. Yeah, fine. You're not hot-headed, happy? Gojo muttered, clicking his tongue. He regretted even starting the conversation. Every time he talked to this guy, it ended in frustration. I swear, I'll just keep my distance next time. Seeing the two men back down without a fight, the other teachers dispersed, preparing for the looming crisis of December 24th, the night parade of 100 demons. What a shame, Panda sighed. I thought we were finally going to witness the two strongest troublemakers throw down. Both Zen'in Shinsuke and Gojo Satoru were notorious at Jujutsu High, untouchable, uncontrollable, and unstoppable. Even the higher-ups couldn't do anything about them. Once the meeting broke apart, everyone returned to their own tasks. As for Shinsuke, he settled into one of the faculty dormitories at Jujutsu High. For now, this would be home. The next morning, the first-year squad was already assembled at Jujutsu High's training grounds.
Maki, Toge, and Yuta were running laps around the track to warm up, while Panda sat cross-legged on the grass, cheering them on. As Principal Yaga's creation, physical training meant nothing to him. He could only wait for their instructor to arrive. Looks like everyone's early. Before long, Zen'in Shinsuke appeared. He and Gojo had divided responsibilities. Mornings for his taijutsu classes, afternoons for Gojo's jujutsu instruction. If Shinsuke had to take on more work, then Gojo sure as hell wasn't getting away scot-free either. "Zen'in-sensei, you're here," Panda lumbered over. Shinsuke studied the bear's nearly human height, stroking his chin. "You must be Yaga's masterpiece." "Yeah, Principal Yaga created me. He's basically my dad," Panda said, scratching his head. "Impressive work," Shinsuke mused. Creating a cursed corpse that could generate its own cursed energy, act with independent will, and even experience emotions. That was basically the power to create an army of sorcerers. He wondered, if you swapped out Suguru Geto and put Yaga in his place, would the dream of eradicating all non-sorcerers actually be possible? Hard to say, but if those two ever teamed up, even Gojo might not be able to stop them. Clap, clap, clap. All right, enough jogging. Gather up, we're getting to the point. At his call, the first years stopped running and hurried over. "Sensei, what are we doing today?" Maki's eyes shone. Shinsuke often corrected her techniques, but he had never held a formal class for her before. He swept his gaze across the group. Toge, the lone heir of the Inumaki clan, Panda, the principal's child, Yuta, Gojo's relative, and Maki, his own disciple. Not a bad lineup. There's about a month left before Geto's night parade of 100 demons. Your job is simple. Get stronger. From today on, every morning's lesson will be sparring against me. Only taijutsu. Though I'll be generous, you can use cursed energy and weapons if you like. Pairing taijutsu with cursed energy would help them attune to their bodies. Maybe, just maybe, someone might even grasp Black Flash. The students nodded. They'd known all along Zen'in Shinsuke was here to teach them physical combat. Only Maki pouted. She couldn't use cursed energy at all. "Here's the deal," Shinsuke continued. "If any of you can land one hit on me, class ends early." He raised one hand and crooked a finger, the other hand tucked behind his back. The message was clear. "I'll only be using one arm." "Sensei, don't underestimate us!" Maki lunged first, her long naginata thrusting straight for his chest. She'd never actually fought her master before, but she remembered watching him dismantle other sorcerers when she was younger. Sure, he was strong, but fighting one-handed? That felt insulting. Her blade thrust forward. Shinsuke only tilted his head slightly, raised two fingers, and flicked the steel. Clang! The strike rang out like a bell. Shockwaves jolted through Maki's hands. The force rattled her entire body, and her blade nearly flew from her grip. She staggered, fumbling to switch the weapon into her other hand, the first already numb. Pushing up her glasses, she steadied herself. Her face was grim, but her eyes burned with something close to madness. "This is my master strength. Will I ever reach this level?" "Stay sharp and work together," she shouted, charging in again. "I'm in too." Panda barreled forward, his massive frame blurring with surprising agility. He had no special technique. His strongest asset had always been raw physicality. If anyone should test himself against Jujutsu High's so-called taijutsu master, it was him. Yuta and Toge exchanged a look, then rushed in to flank. But in Shinsuke's eyes, their movements were no different than school children play fighting. Hell, even Gojo, if it was only hand-to-hand combat, wasn't much better than a grade schooler to him. Clang! Bam!
An hour passed. The students were exhausted, drenched in sweat, but not a single blow had landed. "Don't just flail around," Shinsuke chided. "Use the fight to find your weaknesses."
Be faster, sharper, deadlier. Don't hesitate. Aim for vital points. What, afraid of hurting me? Maki, you eat breakfast. Where's your strength? Yuta, you're supposed to be a special grade sorcerer, and yet your taijutsu is this pathetic? Planning to let Rika fight all your battles? He glanced at Panda and Toge. And you two. Forget it. I'm probably expecting too much. Honestly, their flaws were endless. Numbers low, technique sloppy. He was going to be busy in the coming weeks. "Rah! How dare you insult Yuta!" A roar exploded behind Yuta, followed by a tidal wave of cursed energy. Rika materialized, thrashing with fury. Shinsuke's words had cut deep. How dare he suggest Yuta shouldn't rely on her? She would make sure Yuta depended on her strength. "Rika, no, calm down. Sensei only means well." Yuta pleaded. Yuta hurried to calm Rika, terrified she might actually start fighting their teacher. "Yo, so she's a real yandere, huh?" Zen'in Shinsuke arched a brow at the raging curse, his fingers itching with anticipation. The sheer density of cursed energy pouring from her. If he killed her, how much blood essence could he harvest? "Forget it. I am your teacher after all. I'll let it slide this time. But don't try that again." His gaze lingered on Rika, sharp and appraising. She might be a cursed form of a little girl, but to him she was nothing more than a walking treasure chest of experience points. Rika glared back. For a moment, the vertical eye embedded in her forehead remained open, trembling with murderous intent. Then, slowly, it closed, and her form melted back into Yuta's body. If not for Yuta's sake, she would have happily torn this smug bastard apart. How dare he look at her like that? "Class ends here for today," Shinsuke finally announced. "Rest up, reflect on your mistakes, and tomorrow we'll continue." "Yes, Sensei." The students collapsed onto the grass in exhaustion. After being toyed with for over an hour, both their bodies and their spirits were battered. Clap, clap, clap. Gojo appeared beside Shinsuke, applauding with his usual grin. "1 hour from now, I'll be running your jujutsu training. Make good use of the break." The students groaned in despair. Since when had Jujutsu High become so serious? Wasn't this school supposed to be all about freedom and easygoing teaching? Where was the happy education Gojo had promised them? Of course, the truth was simple. Gojo had only gotten serious because Shinsuke had. Both teachers had the same philosophy in the end. So long as their students grew stronger, nothing else mattered. But for Maki and the others, that growth came at their expense. Under the grueling crash course schedule, the first years improved at a startling pace. Their physical skills sharpened, their grasp of cursed energy deepened, and even their understanding of techniques grew considerably. Of them all, Yuta's growth was the most explosive. His talent shone brightest, his strength skyrocketing. That's the difference with genius. They catch up to everyone else in a fraction of the time. In just under a year since entering Jujutsu High, Yuta, even without Rika, had already closed the gap with his peers. But now, a month later, Geto Suguru's night parade of 100 demons had begun. As darkness fell, the skies over Tokyo's Shinjuku and Kyoto churned. From rooftops, alleys, and subway tunnels, waves of cursed spirits flooded the cities. On a deserted Shinjuku street, Yaga Masamichi, Gojo Satoru, and Zen'in Shinsuke stood shoulder to shoulder, watching as hordes of curses prowled the neon-lit avenues. Around them, Geto's cultists gathered, eyes gleaming with malice. "Classic bait and distract," Yaga muttered. "Geto's real target is Yuta." It was obvious. Geto hadn't bothered hiding his intent. The army of curses wasn't to win here. It was to tie down the school's forces while he isolated Yuta, killed him, and stole Rika. The Rika extraction plan. Gojo's expression remained calm. Just as I thought. I've already sent Inumaki and Panda back. He knew exactly what Geto was after. That was why only the 4 first years remained at Jujutsu High. Perfect. He'd use Geto's scheme as fuel to drag out Yuta's hidden potential. And he was certain of one thing. Geto wouldn't kill the students. Shinsuke, however, wasn't listening. "Geto won't let me walk out of here so easily," Gojo said, glancing up at the rooftop where Geto's people were staring him down. "Hey, how about you cover me here and I'll check on the kids?" He looked at Shinsuke hopefully. Shinsuke arched a brow, lazily swung the wide-bladed split soul sword in his hand, and snorted. "You really think that's happening?" He'd borrowed this blade from Toji, capable of ignoring both physical hardness and cursed energy defense, just so he could harvest every grade 1 curse in Shinjuku, then head to Kyoto to do the same. With a weapon this efficient, his progress would skyrocket. "Good luck, kid. I've got hunting to do." A blur of afterimages, and Shinsuke was gone, carving through the streets like a reaper, ignoring the fodder and heading straight for the highest value prey. No one steals a grade 1 or higher curse from him. Gojo stared at the empty space beside him. Figures, can't count on him. "Don't blame him," Yaga said dryly, cutting down a curse with one swing. "People have their quirks. An obsession with slaying curses isn't the worst vice." Gojo sighed, flashing onto the rooftop. His gaze locked on the hulking, dark-skinned sorcerer waiting there. "Miguel, you again." The so-called elbow strike master from Shibuya tightened his grip on the cursed tool black rope, sweat prickling down his temple. His only job was to stall Gojo, and he knew he had to do it without engaging head-on. Roar! A 10-story tall, red-furred curse lunged out of the shadows toward Gojo. Gojo raised his palm, cursed energy condensing into a crimson sphere that radiated annihilation. "Out of my way!" Reversal. Red. The scarlet orb shot forward, only for a figure to leap overhead, blade flashing downward. Slash! The colossal curse split clean in two. Violet ichor geysered out, painting skyscrapers in dripping purple. The beast shrieked once before collapsing in halves, already dead. Gojo's red shot harmlessly past, streaking into the distance. Shinsuke turned mid-air, smirking. "Don't steal my prey, kid." And then he was gone again, nothing but a phantom reaving through Shinjuku, a machine built for slaughter. Gojo pinched the bridge of his nose. This guy. He didn't even have the words anymore. Down below, other sorcerers were struck dumb. An entire grade 1 killed in one strike? Their jaws hung open. That was the level the veterans lived at. Across the city, the other Jujutsu High sorcerers were fighting hard. Nanami adjusting his tie between executions, Mei hefting her axe with calm precision, Kusakabe cutting down enemies left and right. Kinji Hakari and Kirara reveled in the chaos, while Amanai Riko set up heavy artillery from inside a building. Everyone fought valiantly, except their curses kept disappearing. Every time a shadow would flash by, and Shinsuke would clean up the target in a single stroke. "Sensei, kill-stealing is bad manners," Mei muttered, doubling her pace. Her bounties were being snatched before her eyes, and this was supposed to be per curse, per payout. Kusakabe gawked, knuckles white on his sword. What the hell? He's doing this without cursed energy? Even chickens don't die this fast. Whether grade 1 or quasi-special grade, Shinsuke hadn't needed more than one swing on anything yet. Within minutes, he stood atop a high-rise, spotless, only his blade dripping violet gore. He clicked his tongue. "Tch, that's it? Geto, you stingy bastard. Just a few dozen curses. Who was that supposed to satisfy?" Feeling the boiling vitality surging in his body, Zen'in Shinsuke cracked his neck and glanced around,
eyes locking on Kyoto's direction. If he went full speed now, he could still make it in time to kill more. He was close, so close, to breaking into the next stage of the 8 gates. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. With a slight bend of his knees, he coiled like a spring, aimed toward Kyoto, and exploded forward. Boom! His body shot off like a bullet, the shockwave rattling windows as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop, vanishing into the night sky. The subway? Too slow. 2 hours minimum. Running there himself would be faster. What the? Don't tell me Shinsuke-sensei's actually heading to Kyoto? Kusakambe's eyes nearly bulged out as he watched the man's silhouette blur across the skyline before disappearing entirely. Seriously? Was Shinsuke-sensei murdered by curses in a past life or something? The man carried a grudge like no other. Thank God I'm not a curse, he muttered. In this era, for curses, Shinsuke wasn't just a sorcerer. He was a tyrant, their living nightmare. What a lunatic, Nanami sighed, wiping Violet Itcher off his hand and adjusting his glasses. The man went feral the moment he sniffed out a strong curse. Meanwhile, back at Jujutsu High, Yuta was already locked in battle with Geto Suguru. With Rika at his side, he pressed against Geto, but the man fought back fiercely, wielding the special-grade curse tool Playful Cloud. His body flickered with polished martial arts, the weapon sweeping arcs of crushing force as he held Yuta and Rika at bay. And if you wondered how Playful Cloud ended up in his hands, one glance at the unconscious Maki lying nearby answered the question. She wasn't the only one down. Inamaki and Panda were sprawled out beside her. A month of intensive training had elevated all of them considerably, but against a former special-grade sorcerer like Geto Suguru, they were still leagues behind. "I'll never forgive you!" Yuta gripped his blade with both hands, cursed energy flaring across its edge. His eyes were sharp and unwavering. This man had dared to hurt his classmates, absolutely unforgivable. Forget all that nonsense about saving the world. Yuta just wanted a quiet life, to get along with his classmates and teachers. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Geto Suguru's laughter was low and wild. But that's not up to you. With a blur of motion, he swung Playful Cloud, crashing it down toward Yuta. Boom! Rika thrust her massive arm out, blocking the strike. Rah! I'll kill you! Together with Rika's cover, Yuta began to match Geto's tempo. Memories of the brutal month of training surfaced. Compared to that, Geto wasn't insurmountable. Not bad, Junior. You really are gifted. Geto acknowledged Yuta's potential, but his eyes held no fear. After all, he was a summoner by nature, and yet he'd been holding his own in close combat against Yuta and his monstrous partner. Listen, Yuta, the world as it is, broken, wrong. Let's create a perfect one together. Geto's grin twisted, his words echoing with zealotry as he skillfully parried Rika's claws and Yuta's blade at once. Clang! With a surge of strength, he shoved them both back, forcing space between them. You'll never defeat me. In this entire school, only Satoru could ever hope to stand against me. His madness deepened. He would not rest until Rika was his. But Yuta Okotsu, warrior of pure love, began to shine. After countless exchanges, he grew sharper, attuning to his cursed energy, controlling it with greater finesse. His strength was climbing rapidly. He had awakened. In a flash, Yuta blurred forward, blade raised. So your speed's improved? Geto roared, slamming Playful Cloud down. But Yuta's figure flickered behind him. Power surged into Yuta's blade, and with both hands he swung a horizontal slash charged with immense cursed energy. Crack! Boom! The ordinary weapon shattered under the overload, bursting into shards. Geto turned, sneering through a twisted expression. Channeling that much cursed energy at once?
Any weapon would break. Didn't Satoru teach you this? Yuta froze for an instant, then leapt back. Of course Gojo hadn't. Gojo never used weapons himself. Why would he care? You have to feed cursed energy in gradually, little by bang! Before Geto could finish lecturing, Yuta's fist slammed into him. Zzzt! Black and crimson lightning crackled violently. Black flash. This boss fight had become a training session, and Yuta had not only learned cursed energy control in minutes, but had also landed his first black flash, thanks to Geto's unwilling tutelage. Geto flew backward, smashing into the rubble, groaning before dragging himself up. Blood streaked from his mouth. Wiping it away, his expression hardened. TC, looks like playtime's over. If he stalled any longer, Miguel might not be able to keep Gojo occupied. Both sides braced themselves. The next exchange would end it. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto battlefield, teachers and students fought desperately against waves of curses. An old man hefted a guitar like a weapon, every strum unleashing a shockwave of cursed energy that shredded spirits in his path. He looked less like a sorcerer and more like a rock god, lost in the ecstasy of his performance. Yutahime stood sheltered behind the front line, her technique amplifying her allies' strength. Such weak curses dare to invade the sacred grounds of Jujutsu? Mai Zen'in sneered from a rooftop, sniping weak curses one after another with calm precision. Each bullet dropped another spirit. TC, curses really aren't that scary. Why was I ever so afraid as a kid? Roar! Her arrogance nearly cost her. A massive curse erupted from beneath the ground, a one-eyed monk spirit, its body towering over the building, its neck adorned with a necklace of skulls. A grade 1 curse. Mai, look out! Flying overhead on her broom, Nishimiya Momo shouted in alarm, unleashing a wave of cursed wind to try and divert the monster's attention. Miwa, Mekamaru, and even the hot-blooded Aoi Todo noticed Mai's danger. Todo was just about to activate his boogie-woogie technique to swap places with her, but in the very next instant, a figure blurred past the curse at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Slash! Before anyone could react, a calm voice rang out. Little Mai, you need to stay alert. Zen'in Shinsuke had arrived. Without pausing to chat or reunite, he gave his sister that single reminder before vanishing again, already diving headlong into the Kyoto battlefield, slaughtering curses at a terrifying pace. He couldn't afford to waste time. Someone else might steal his prey. Brother, Mai spun around, only to see the severed head of the grade 1 curse tumbling through the air. The purple ichor hadn't even finished spurting from its body before both the curse and her brother were gone. Mai, are you hurt? Nishimiya Momo swooped down from her broom while the others rushed over to check her condition. I'm fine. That was definitely my brother. Why is he in Kyoto? Could it be he was worried about me? Mai's face lit with excitement, but a second later, her expression hardened. No, she had vowed not to forgive her sister or her brother until she defeated Maki. She had to hold on to that resolve. Brother? You mean the one from the Zen'in clan? Momo frowned. Mai had been at Kyoto Jujutsu High for a year, but she'd never once mentioned having such a terrifyingly strong older brother. That man is a teacher at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Todo declared, eyes sharp. If I'm not mistaken, that was none other than the one they called the Curse Killer, Zen'in Shinsuke. You know my brother? Mai tilted her head, genuinely curious. All she really knew was that her brother was powerful and taught at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Beyond that, she'd never bothered to learn much. Todo grinned confidently. Who doesn't know him? There are only a handful in the entire jujitsu world who don't. The Curse Killer! I've heard of him, Miwa gasped, realization dawning. The one famous for cutting down grade 1 curses and above, and there are even rumors he's exercised special grades.
So brother is really that famous? Mai muttered under her breath, brow furrowing. For all his strength, he'd never once looked down on her or Maki. For some reason, she didn't want the whole world to know about him. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Why's that guy here? Kyoto's principal, Yoshinobu Gagaganji, glared at Shinsuke, clearly annoyed. But Yutahime popped up and waved cheerfully. Long time no see, Shinsuke-sensei. Shinsuke smiled faintly, gave her a nod, then turned his gaze to the grumpy old man. Without an ounce of restraint, he said, "Listen, old man, I came all the way here from Tokyo to help you lot survive this mess. You'd better remember to thank me properly." And with that, he vanished again, already on the hunt. That bastard! Gagaganji ground his teeth. Just as infuriating as Satoru Gojo. Did Kyoto really need help from Tokyo? He made it sound like they couldn't handle the curses on their own. What a joke. He only came to feed his bloodlust, and yet he dressed it up like charity. In just over 10 minutes, Zen'in Shinsuke had wiped out every grade 1 and above curse across Kyoto. He flicked the violet itcher off his blade and scanned the area. Looks like that's all of them, only weaklings left. He admired the weight of the split-soul katana in his hand, borrowed from Toji. Gotta hand it to that guy. This blade is perfect. 1 slash, 1 kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't his. Knowing how stingy Toji was, there was no way he'd ever part with such a treasure. Forget it. I already took playing cloud off him once. Can't keep milking the little brother dry forever. Just then, "Brother, why are you in Kyoto? Shouldn't you be back in Tokyo, conspiring with my sister?" Mai finally caught up with him. Her words were sharp, but the pout on her lips betrayed how badly she'd wanted to talk to him. Shinsuke chuckled. "Conspiring? You really don't know how to choose your words." You always take her side anyway." Mai folded her arms and turned away. It was always like this, her sister and her brother standing together, leaving her out. "Maki is my disciple. Of course I'll side with her." "What's this, Mai? Don't tell me you're jealous now. When did you turn into a little vinegar jar?" Not only jealous of her sister, but jealous of her brother, too. That was Mai right now. "You!" Her cheeks flushed red. "So you admit it. You only care about her. You never cared about me." But instead of answering, Shinsuke casually pulled out his phone. Click, click, click. He snapped photo after photo of Mai's puffed-up cheeks. "Not bad. I'll show these to Maki later. She'll get a kick out of them." "Bruh," Mai shrieked, stomping the ground as she tried to snatch his phone. But with her short height, she couldn't even reach his hand. "Enough already. You're not a kid anymore." He pocketed the phone and ruffled her hair roughly. "So, how have you been in Kyoto? Anyone bullying you? Tell me, and I'll beat them black and blue." "The only ones who bully me are you and Maki," Mai mumbled with her head lowered, hands twisting together, her cheeks burning. At that moment, Nishimiya Momo descended from her broom with a grin. "Wow, Mai, so this is your brother? I can't believe you kept him a secret. To have such a handsome brother and never tell us?" Soon, Todo Aoi and the others cleared the nearby curses and came over to greet him as well. "Oi, old man!" Todo, shirtless as always, beamed with confidence. "What kind of women do you like?" Shinsuke ignored the blunt question for the moment, instead bowing slightly to the Kyoto students. "Mai may have caused you some trouble these past months. If she ever makes mistakes, I hope you'll forgive her." "Brother, don't say it like that. I haven't caused anyone trouble." "Ho ho ho, so Mai can get shy. I've never seen that before." "Momo, I'll kill you." Mai, scarlet-faced, lunged at her friend, chasing her across the rooftops. "Ah-ha-ha, youth, so full of fire." Todo sighed sentimentally. Then, eyes gleaming, he pressed again. "But hey, old man, you didn't answer me." "What kind of woman is your type?" Shinsuke glanced at the hot-blooded disciple of Tsukumo Yuki. A smile tugged at his lips. "You really want to know? Then ask your master." After all, if you asked what type he liked, there were plenty he could list. But if you asked who he loved, there was only one answer. "I've got business back in Tokyo, so I'll take my leave." He cast one last look at Mai, still bickering with Momo, before vanishing into the night. He just left? I didn't even get his autograph. Miwa slumped with regret. She had two idols in the jujutsu world, Gojo Satoru and Zen'in Shinsuke. Meeting one in person and not daring to ask for a signature felt like a colossal loss. "Ask my master, huh?" Toto mused, grinning to himself. As expected of a man on the same level as her.
Few knew of the true bond between Tsukumo Yuki and Zen'in Shinsuke, only the higher-ups, and Maki and Mai themselves. Todo Aoi would have been stunned if he knew the man he just asked that ridiculous question to, "What kind of woman do you like?" was actually his own master's lover. Stunned not just because of the relationship, but because even his penny-pinching, perpetually broke master had somehow managed to find herself a man. Meanwhile, by the time Zen'in Shinsuke rushed back to Tokyo Jujutsu High, everything was already over. He was late to the party. The flowers had already wilted. On the empty stone path inside campus, Suguru Geto slumped against a wall, clutching the stump of his severed right arm. His breathing was ragged, his body broken. Gojo Satoru stood before him, expression unreadable. "Geto, you guessed right," Gojo said calmly. "I sent Inumaki and Panda back here to push Okotsu to his limits. I knew you wouldn't till them." He looked down at his old friend, unsure what emotions he should be feeling in this moment. "You saw through me." Geto gave a faint, almost peaceful smile. "I hate monkeys, but I never hated the students of Jujutsu High. From the beginning, his hatred was never for them. It was always for the non-sorcerers." "How pitiful you've become, Geto." A voice broke the silence. Shinsuke appeared, the split-soul katana slung casually over his shoulder, as if he'd just stopped by after work. After all the curses he'd stripped from Geto, it felt only right to at least show up for his last moments. "You too? What, didn't get your fill yet?" Geto looked up, meeting Shinsuke's eyes. Of all people, he hadn't expected this annoying bastard to be here at the end. "Not quite," Shinsuke admitted without shame. "How about it? Got a few more special grades to let loose? Be ashamed to waste them." It was blunt, greedy, but completely in character. "You." Geto let out a bitter chuckle. "I bet even curses have nightmares about you, dreaming of the day you'll come to slaughter them." "Too bad. I don't even have the strength left to release another. Otherwise, I'd hand them all over, just to spite you." "Ah, well, guess I'll have to wait until next time." Shinsuke patted Gojo's shoulder as he walked past him. "Do it properly. Send him off right." With that, he sauntered deeper into the school, muttering about checking whether his student had been hurt. Gojo's jaw tightened. "What an insufferable bastard," he muttered. Did Shinsuke really think he needed to be told what to do? He hated when people tried to tell him how to handle things, especially him. Despite the pain, Geto laughed weakly. "Looks like I'm not the only one who can't stand him." In that moment, there was a strange sense of comfort. After all, wasn't it a kind of friendship, hating the same person together? "Are you all right?" Zen'in Shinsuke didn't walk far before he spotted Maki and the others. The shattered ground, collapsed buildings, and scorched air all spoke of the brutal battle that had just ended. "Sensei!" Maki, hair disheveled and glasses gone, leaned heavily on her blade just to stay upright. From her battered state alone, it was clear she'd been through hell. Thankfully, nothing beyond surface wounds. "We're fine," she said, forcing a smile. Shinsuke gave a faint nod. He placed a heavy but gentle hand on her shoulder. "Good. That's enough. After this fight, you've passed." Maki froze. Her eyes trembled as if she hadn't dared hope for those words. He was saying she'd passed the trial? Her voice quivered with emotion. "Sensei? You mean I've really passed?"
She knew all too well. There were techniques, secrets, entire realms of power her teacher had yet to share with her. She had trained herself bloody for years, always chasing this moment. Watching her classmates grow stronger by the day while she stood trapped at her limits had gnawed at her heart. Even if her raw strength surpassed most sorcerers, without those cursed lens glasses, she couldn't even see curses. The thing that had kept her going all this time wasn't just her grudge against the Zen'in clan. It was her teacher's acknowledgement. "Don't get too worked up yet," Shinsuke said flatly. "Whether you can truly do it is still uncertain. Rest well after this. Adjust yourself, then come find me again." Her body was finally strong enough for the gate of opening, yet whether she could awaken the power of blood and life force was another matter. After all, unlike him, she still carried a faint trace of cursed energy. "I understand, Sensei. I won't let you down." Maki's eyes burned with determination. She would become as strong as him, stronger even. Meanwhile, Okotsu Yuta, relieved his friends were alive, steeled himself to fulfill his promise with Rika. After all, the power of pure love, borrowed power, had to be returned. Shinsuke eyed the girl curse with her huge, staring eyes and couldn't help but feel a strange amusement. A curse this terrifying. Such a waste, really. Then came the touching scene. Instead of dying with her, Okotsu inadvertently broke her curse. Rika's form shifted, returning to her original human self. Okotsu stood frozen in shock. "Rika!" Clap, clap, clap. "Congratulations! You've lifted the curse." Gojo Satoru appeared, clapping with that infuriating smirk. Who's this guy?" Maki and the others stared in confusion. They had never seen Gojo without his blindfold. "I'm the devastatingly handsome Gojo Satoru, of course," Gojo announced proudly, before turning serious and explaining Okotsu's lineage. Okotsu's bloodline is extremely rare. He's a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane, one of the big 3 vengeful spirits, which also makes him my distant relative. The students exchanged stunned looks, trying to process this. But Shinsuke had already lost interest. He turned away silently, his mind focused inward. In the pages of his inner scripture, 7 of the 8 gates now gleamed open. Gate of opening, 100%. Gate of rest, 100%. Gate of life, 100%. Gate of pain, 100%. Gate of limit, 100%. Gate of wonder, 100%. Gate of death, 0.8%. After this harvest, the 7th gate was complete. But he also noticed curse exorcisms now gave less life force than before. No, not less. It was that his training required exponentially more. For the final gate, he would need massacres of this scale several more times over. Or he'd have to hunt down multiple special grade curses. "Looks like I'll still have to rely on Little Ghetto," he muttered. The mid-boss had fallen, but the final boss had yet to make his move. Although there would be more to harvest in the future. Even though stacking the 7 gates with the heavenly restriction was already almost more than enough, it still felt incomplete. If you didn't train it to the max level, it wouldn't feel right. Ghetto never would have guessed that, after his death, someone would keep treating him like a woolly sheep to be shorn. The night parade of 100 demons finally wound down, and the jujitsu world enjoyed a short, uneasy calm. 3 days later, however, the authorities made a decision that shattered that fragile peace. The higher-ups have decided to expel 2 second-year students from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Hakari Kinji and Hoshi Kirara. In the conference room at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Yaga announced the order that had just come down from the higher-ups. The higher-ups have decided to expel 2 second-year students from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Hakari Kinji and Hoshi Kirara. Hakari Kinji's and Hoshi Kirara's techniques had, in the end, stirred the conservative faction into action. Their style, leaning close to modern scientific principles, was disliked by the old guard. Anything they disliked had to be eradicated. What right do they have? What rules have they broken? They helped during the night parade of 100 demons. Why expel them? I object. Amanai's voice rose first. She had been supervising the two and was the first to stand up in protest. Just because some old fogies didn't understand a technique, they'd kick students out? Was there any justice left? Any reason? No other teachers spoke up. Everyone knew that once the higher-ups had decided, objections were meaningless. Satoru Gojo lounged in his chair, palms open, utterly entertained. He couldn't have cared less.
He glanced at Zen'in Shinsuke and smirked. Hey, aren't these your students? Don't you have anything to say? Gojo teased. Shinsuke glanced at Gojo, legs crossed, enjoying the show, and gave a faint smile. Thanks for the reminder, Gojo-sensei. I almost forgot I still had those two students. So what are we going to do? Gojo looked at him, waiting for a reaction. Shinsuke drummed his fingers on the table, thoughtful. Seems there's only one solution. Maybe I should just kill all those old men. His eyes flashed at the idea, and for a moment he looked positively delighted. At once, the other teachers' skin prickled, and cold sweat broke out across their backs. No, Shinsuke-sensei, that's not necessary. There's room to negotiate. I'll talk to the higher-ups again, Yaga stammered, wiping his forehead.
He understood Shinsuke wasn't joking. If this man could deal death even to his own clan, what were a few elderly counselors to him? True, the higher-ups could be rigid, but without them things would descend into chaos. Gojo, though, was laughing his head off. Perfect! Kill the elders and we'll take their seats, he chortled. He'd always had it out for them. Yaga quickly cut him off. He was terrified these words might travel to the very elders Gojo was insulting. Shinsuke-sensei, Yaga said more seriously, I will report back to the higher-ups. I will not allow Hakari Kinji and Hoshi Kirara to be expelled. He slammed a hand on the table. He would do his best to have the decision reversed. After all, he was the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Surely that counted for something, right? No, absolutely not.
Yaga Masamichi, know your place. You're only the principal of Jujutsu High. Don't think that because we let you be principal, you have the right to meddle in our decisions. We put you there. We can unmake you a principal just as easily. A chorus of scolding rang through the dim room. Outside the curtain, Principal Yaga wore an expression of helplessness. He hadn't expected this. He was the school's principal. Shouldn't that count for something? That he couldn't even protect his own students felt humiliating. Gentlemen, please, won't you reconsider this decision? Those two students' homeroom teacher is Zen'in Shinsuke. I've heard he's close to them. If you expel them, he'll hold the school accountable. Yaga forced his frustration down and tried to reason calmly with the higher-ups. If one voice alone couldn't move them, perhaps two would. Surely the Zen'in family's name carried some weight with these old men? At the mention of Zen'in Shinsuke's name, the room fell silent. After a moment, a cracked, elderly voice replied, Regardless of who their teacher is, the rules can't be broken. If expulsion is warranted, expel them. If he has objections, let him come and speak to us. Clearly, even Shinsuke's reputation didn't sway them. Yaga had no choice but to back down. He'd done all he could. It still changed nothing. Afterwards, Yaga called Zen'in and apologetically explained the outcome. That's how it stands, Zen'in-sensei. I'm so sorry. Those old fossils upstairs, I don't know what got into them. They won't budge. No problem. Leave it to me. You wanted me to negotiate with them, right? I'll talk. I'm sure there are a few people among the higher-ups who can be reasoned with.
Shinsuke hung up, then faced his students, Hakari Kinji and Hoshi Kirara. Put your bags away and get on with your lives. As for the higher-ups, treat their orders like the wind. He was tired of conservative elders who couldn't tolerate anything new.
The old man at Kyoto's school was walking around with a guitar and exercising curses. Why not expel him too? The hypocrisy made Shinsuke scoff. Sensei, don't risk getting involved with the higher-ups on our account. You'll be caught up in this. Hikari and Hoshi were equal parts amused and touched when they heard Shinsuke would stand up to the council. They'd never expected the man who'd been so laissez-faire to actually come through for them. In truth, Shinsuke's motives weren't purely noble. He did want to protect his students, but he also hoped to keep his own bonus intact.
And perhaps, selfishly, he didn't relish being the butt of Gojo's mockery. Only a day later, the higher-ups reversed their decision and canceled the expulsion. Smash! In the dark council room, a senile elder slammed a bottle onto the table in fury. How dare he! The others fell silent. The earlier threat had driven home a sobering truth. This man had always been a tyrant, someone who would not hesitate to slaughter his own kin, and being a teacher hadn't changed him one bit. A whole wall in the room had been split and caved in like a spider's web. Streaks of blood ran through the cracks, a grim reminder that what had just happened was no dream. He must be executed! Sentence him to death! Have Satoru Gojo carry out the execution! One elder erupted, eyes bulging with fury, his face flushed as if about to vomit blood.
Calm down. The death penalty? Another elder countered. Do you really think Gojo has a 100% chance of killing him? If that man decides to run, who can stop him? If he wants revenge, it won't be simple. A person without cursed energy can move through barriers with ease. Even our sacred places would mean nothing to him. If he set his mind to it, could we stop him? They all knew it was unreasonable to expect Gojo to sit beside them day and night as a bodyguard, nor could they rely on him to do their bidding without question. So what then? Are we just going to let him ride roughshod over us? Another barked. If we let this pass once, there will be a second time, a third time, countless times. Their anger at Zen'in Shinsuke's conduct ran deep. If they could have overpowered him, they would have. But, confronted with failure, rancor only deepened. We can't let him walk away scot-free, one sensible voice said. There must be consequences. Heads bent in thought. The Zen'in family might be implicated, but this incident didn't necessarily oblige them to intervene on Shinsuke's behalf. The council could handle him as they saw fit. Publicly executing him is out of the question, an older member murmured, but we could quietly summon Gojo and have him eliminate Zen'in Shinsuke in private. If the attempt succeeds, all's well. If it fails, it'll be Gojo's unilateral action. No one here will be traceable. Do you think Gojo will obey us? Someone asked. Don't worry. The elder's voice was calm, confident. I've checked. Gojo and that man do not get along. He's wanted a duel for some time. He won't refuse. Whether he can kill him is another matter, and that's not for us to control. If nothing else, at least it'll warn the man. The council isn't soft. The elder presiding at the head of the table nodded. Make it quick. Don't drag this out. Some on the council still thought the whole affair overblown. Expelling 2 students might have been the simpler route, and smoothing things over could have preserved face. But the conservative faction prevailed. These old men were stubborn and inflexible. For them, the lesson had to be painful and unmistakable. Only blood, they believed, would prove the point. Master, I'm ready! High in the mountains not far from the school, Maki stood facing Zen'in Shinsuke, eyes shining with excitement. Her master was finally going to teach her stronger techniques. What could be more thrilling than getting stronger? Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's see if it takes first. Start with an extreme conditioning session, Shinsuke said, handing over the weighted gear he'd prepared. Maki donned the weights without asking questions and immediately dove into training mode. She'd seen her master do this countless times. She knew the drill. She'd tried extreme conditioning before, but after a single session she needed several days to recover. She didn't have Shinsuke's miraculous regeneration. Overdoing it would slow her progress and risk injury while she was still growing. Shinsuke watched closely as Maki sweat and pushed herself. Her body strength was already at a high level, but could she forge the elusive kiketsu that would let her develop a different kind of power? After a few hours of relentless exertion, Maki hit her limit and began to pant heavily. "Keep your mind clear. Feel the changes in your body," Shinsuke urged. Steam rose from her skin, her complexion flushed crimson. Shinsuke's eyes sharpened. "There's something here." "Master, I can feel it," Maki gasped, overcome with emotion. "There's a warmth in my stomach." Her joy was short-lived. She spat blood. "Hey, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Shinsuke hurried forward to support her. Maki's face turned a deeper red. Veins stood out on her forehead. "Master, there are two forces fighting in my body." "It's cursed energy," she realized. That faint, previously hidden cursed energy inside her had been awakened. Shinsuke understood. The newly forged strand of kiketsu had awakened and was pushing against the tiny remainder of cursed energy she carried. Kiketsu and cursed energy are antagonistic. Usually only one can dominate inside a body. In a normal person, the cursed energy would instantly crush and expel the nascent kiketsu. But Maki's cursed energy was unusually weak, which allowed the fledgling kiketsu to hold its ground for the moment. Either way, the internal struggle was taking a toll. "Maki, you have two choices," Shinsuke said quietly. "First, I can remove the kiketsu you just created. If I do that, your cursed energy will remain active. You could become a sorcerer, but your ceiling won't be high. Or second, I can erase the cursed energy inside you entirely. If I erase it, you'll be like me. You'll never be a sorcerer, but you could fully cultivate kiketsu-based strength." Maki's answer came without hesitation. "I choose the second." Maki's face twisted with determination, no hesitation. That cursed energy had chosen the worst possible moment to flare up, and she'd had enough of it. "All right, hold on tight. My power is coming." Shinsuke Zen'in set a hand on Maki's shoulder. In an instant, a thick, feral surge of energy poured into her like a beast forcing its way in. Poof! That single massive wave shoved the lingering thread of cursed energy out of her body. It fled in a single direction. Maki coughed up blood and collapsed, utterly spent, into Shinsuke's arms. "It worked. From now on, your path is mine," Shinsuke said. The last trace of cursed energy had been expelled. From that moment, Maki was a true non-sorcerer. But she did not instantly acquire some miraculous superhuman body like Shinsuke's. Because of the twin setup, Maki and Mai shared a link. As long as Mai still harbored cursed energy, Maki could never be literally the same as Shinsuke. Still, Maki had now unlocked the ability to cultivate blood power. "Master, was that power unique to us?" Maki asked, weak but elated. For the first time, she'd felt Shinsuke's force directly, so vast, domineering, brutal. This was the road she wanted. "Yes, I call it chi and blood power, something a body trainee can cultivate. What you felt just now is only the base." Shinsuke carried Maki to the base of a large tree and propped her against the trunk. "Feel the changes carefully." He guided the tiny strand of chi and blood into the acupoint in her brain, letting it seep slowly into the meridian. "Your training from here on is to fill that acupoint with chi and blood until it's fully opened," he instructed. "I understand, Master." Maki rested a moment, then pushed herself up. She couldn't wait to begin. The chi and blood felt as mighty as cursed energy, if not more savage. Cursed energy is corrosive. This chi and blood was all raw force. Because Maki's internal cursed energy had been so weak, she'd had the chance to feel it at all. For most sorcerers, abundant cursed energy would have smothered any chi and blood the moment it tried to form. Watching Maki, Shinsuke realized something important. If his chi and blood was powerful enough, it could violently expel another person's cursed energy. But that clash would be lethal for most people. Maki's case was exceptional. And ordinary sorcerers could always regenerate cursed energy, which made such a purge impractical for general use. Having dealt with Maki, Shinsuke called over his shoulder. "You've been watching long enough. Show yourself." "Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, but I didn't expect you had this in you." Satoru Gojo swaggered out from behind a tree, grinning as he looked at Maki. "Ha, no cursed energy at all." "How did you do it?" Gojo asked, genuinely curious. "Mr. Gojo," Maki bristled. She hadn't expected her secret training with Shinsuke to be witnessed, and she wasn't thrilled. "Not on purpose, I swear. I just came looking for this guy," Gojo said, nodding toward Shinsuke. He didn't press how the purge had been done. "Those high-level elders were going to have me secretly kill you, you know?" Gojo's tone turned excited. He'd finally found a proper excuse to beat Shinsuke. "They ordered me to execute you." "What?" Shinsuke stayed calm, but Maki instantly snapped. The idea that those stodgy elders would dare sentence her master to death set her hair on end. "Maki, don't lose your cool." Shinsuke turned his gaze on Gojo, lips curling into a faint smile. "So, how do you plan to handle this?" This guy would never let such a chance slip. Gojo tugged off the bandage covering his eyes, grin spreading wider. "The higher-ups didn't dare announce your execution in public. That just proves they're scared you'll retaliate." He knew exactly what those geezers were thinking, using him to deal with Shinsuke. "They've lived too long," Gojo went on, voice light but edged. "Can't even tell right from wrong anymore. Honestly, I agree with how you handled things, but I did take their job, so I at least have to act like I'm following orders." He shrugged with mock helplessness. If not for that smug grin stretching to his ears, Shinsuke might almost have believed him. "Maki, move back, far back. Watch closely. I'll show you how to wield our power." He knew Gojo wouldn't back off. The man was dead set on this fight. Fine then, perfect chance to see where he stood now. "Yes, master." Eyes shining, Maki sprinted a few hundred meters away despite her injuries, eager to witness what pure body training could unleash against the so-called strongest sorcerer. With her out of the way, the two men squared off. "At last," Gojo said, cracking his knuckles. "I've been waiting years for this. Don't you dare run this time." His eyes gleamed with boyish glee, not hunger for battle, just the thrill of finally beating up this hated rival. "Relax. Today, you're the one eating dirt." Shinsuke grinned back. Then he vanished. Boom! A massive fist slammed into Gojo's infinity defense, forcing him back several meters. Arms crossed before his chest, Gojo sneered. Already on guard? Pure hand-to-hand? He couldn't match Shinsuke's speed or raw force, not even close. But he wasn't dumb enough to rely on brute strength. He expanded Infinity's passive defense, enhanced his movements with refined control, and used 6 eyes to track every twitch of Shinsuke's body. "Come on, take your beating!" Gojo blurred into a streak of motion, colliding with Shinsuke in a shockwave that flattened the trees around them. From her hiding spot, Maki gawked. Their movements blurred beyond sight, so this was the level of true monsters. One day, she vowed, she'd stand there too. "Boom!" Gojo laughed wildly. "Your power's brutal, stronger than cursed energy in its way, but still not enough to breach my defense. Stop struggling and just get pummeled." He poured more cursed energy into Infinity, pushing his speed close to teleportation. Every instinct screamed at him to keep going until Shinsuke was nothing but a battered mess. "Not bad. You live up to strongest sorcerer. As I am now, I can't match you head-on." Shinsuke admitted it openly. Infinity plus 6 eyes was absurd. A body path alone wasn't enough to overwhelm it. "But Gojo, ready yourself. I'm done holding back."
His grin twisted and his body roared. 5 gates, open! Boom! Steam erupted around him, muscles flushed crimson, veins bulging like writhing cords. The sheer aura blasted Gojo back. What the hell is this? Gojo's eyes widened. He'd never seen Shinsuke like this. His energy spiked several times over in an instant. That's the power Master promised to show me? Maki trembled in awe, hands tightening into fists. The pressure alone screamed overwhelming might. Ha ha! Now it makes sense. No wonder you could slay special grades so easily. Gojo roared in exhilaration, unfazed. But this still isn't enough. He spread his arms, preparing higher-level techniques. You think this is all? Shinsuke barked, veins bulging as he forced his body further. Gate of view, open! Boom! His aura spiked again, steam hissing off his skin. Pain racked every muscle fiber, but the surge was intoxicating, worth every second of torment. Stay sharp, brat, his voice thundered in Gojo's ear. The 6 eyes could see him, but his body lagged behind. A fist like a cannon smashed through layers of infinity, slamming Gojo square in the face. Bam! Gojo became a blur, skidding through the earth and gouging a trench before catching himself mid-air. Wiping blood from his lip, his pupils narrowed. He actually broke through? You've been hiding deep, haven't you? He muttered, grinning despite himself. Gojo floated high above, his expression cooling as the rush of excitement gave way to calculation. At first, all he'd wanted was to rough the guy up a little, but Zen'in Shinsuke's strength was proving far beyond what he'd estimated. Fine then, don't blame me for playing dirty. Today, you're getting your beating no matter what. If Shinsuke was going to hide his full power, then Gojo would drop the pretense of fair play entirely. He raised his hands like pistols, aiming down at Shinsuke. Cursed energy coalesced at his fingertips into a blazing crimson sphere. Reverse curse technique, red. The orb of repulsive force fired downward like an artillery shell, detonating with an earth-shaking blast. Boom! Gojo didn't stop, chaining one red after another, peppering the ground below in a barrage. It was a wide area bombardment, pure map-clearing firepower. After all, Shinsuke couldn't fly, or so he thought. Each shot slammed into the earth with terrifying force, tearing apart chunks of the battlefield, yet none landed on Shinsuke, who wove through the bombardment with impossible speed. Gojo frowned. Red is fast, but not fast enough to tag him, unless I use hollow purple. Just to beat me up, you're really tossing away all dignity, huh? Shinsuke bent his knees and launched upward with a thunderous crack, his figure blurring into the sky until he was level with Gojo. What can I say? Gojo smirked. I'm a sorcerer. Of course I'll use my strengths. I'm not stupid enough to fight you at close range. Now, with Shinsuke in the air, there was nowhere left to run. Gojo leveled his finger gun at him once more, crimson light swirling into existence. Give it up already. Losing to me isn't shameful. Just take your beating. Don't get too full of yourself, brat. Zen'in Shinsuke stomped hard against the air itself, each step thundering like an explosion. His body blurred into afterimages, darting through the sky at speeds the naked eye couldn't follow. A heartbeat later, he was above Gojo Satoru, his massive shoe, easily over 40 centimeters long, slamming down. Bang! His heel clipped Gojo right across the head, sending him crashing downward. No way! Gojo's aura flared violently as he forced himself to stop mid-fall, shock flashing across his usually smug face. This is taijutsu! He's literally walking on air! For a brief moment he stared in disbelief. This was straight out of Legends, stepping on the sky itself. But Gojo had no time to gawk. Red, cursed energy spun at his fingertips as he prepared another blast.
Shinsuke, however, only felt irritation. Gojo looked practically unharmed. Damn turtle shell defense. If only I had the inverted spear of heaven, breaking through that technique would be child's play. The crimson-red sphere lanced forward, but Shinsuke tilted his head slightly and let it sail past. Someone's coming. Both of them paused, sensing multiple cursed signatures rushing in their direction. Guess it's about time we wrap this up. Let's end it with one last move. Shinsuke grinned, knuckles popping, cords of muscle coiling up his forearms like steel cables. Don't dodge this one, kid. He clenched his fists. Heat shimmered around his arms. Morning, Peacock! For a split second there was silence, and then his fists blurred into a storm of strikes, so fast the friction against the air itself ignited into a barrage of flaming blows. Boom! 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 A rain of blazing fireballs filled the sky, like the heavens themselves had turned crimson and were crashing down. Even Gojo's eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me! You're not even human anymore! Who the hell produced elemental attacks purely by punching? But he didn't panic. His hands moved in a blur, drawing in cursed energy until it condensed into a massive azure sphere. Technique lapse. Blue. Maximum output. The orb roared with terrifying suction, dragging Shinsuke's flaming punches into its core before they could devastate the mountains below. The azure sphere swelled, streaked with fire, until it became a colossal fireball. With a flick of his body, Gojo hurled it past Shinsuke. It streaked into the sky, exploding in a dazzling firework that shook the air itself. The blast left space. Place was spotless, despite his long absence. Clearly, someone had been ordered to clean it regularly. Probably the old man's doing, since the family's treasured heir was his nephew now. Feels good to be home, Yuki said, as she collapsed onto the sofa, her whole body sinking into relaxation. She never thought she'd actually have a place to call home. Let's get our marriage license tomorrow, she said suddenly, serious for once. What brought that up? Shinsuke blinked in surprise. Paperwork like that hardly mattered to people like them, didn't it? What, you don't want to? Yuki raised her fist, threatening. Whether you do or not, we're going. Whatever you say, Shinsuke sighed. I'm going to shower. I'm coming too. She bounced up, shoving him toward the bathroom with a mischievous grin. For the next 10 days, the two practically disappeared into each other, until a call from Jujutsu High cut their bliss short. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Zen'in Sensei, it's me, Ijichi. Oh, Ijichi, what is it? Shinsuke straightened immediately. A cursed womb was discovered 3 hours ago. 5 victims are trapped inside with it. Based on predictions, if it matures, it will evolve into a special grade. Ijichi quickly laid out the situation. The first years have already gone in to confirm survivors. I'm worried it'll transform early, so... You want the first years to face a special grade? This mission was supposed to be Gojo-sensei's, but you know he can't stay at the school long term. Right now, only the first years are available. Ordinary sorcerers facing a special grade only had 2 options, flee or die. Got it. Send me the location. Shinsuke wasted no time. He changed clothes and grabbed his gear. A special grade curse was worth killing. He wouldn't let Sakuma steal the spotlight. Mission? Yuki asked, watching him head for the door. Just a small one. Then I'm coming too. We've been slacking long enough. I need to do some real work. Shinsuke only nodded. For all her carefree talk, he knew Yuki carried a strong sense of duty. He grabbed a cursed spear, and together they set out. As they mounted their bikes, Yuki called out with a teasing smile. Next time we come back, let's make a baby, yeah? Shinsuke froze for half a beat, then nodded. If you say so. Deal. She grinned, fastening her helmet before riding off. Her original plan had been to rid the world of curses before thinking about marriage or children. But curses had been around for thousands of years, and even if she'd found some leads, there was no guarantee she could end them completely.
So why not build a family first, and then save the world? Shinsuke twirled his spear twice, watching her ride away, then turned and sped toward the cursed womb's location. At the same time, the first-year trio had already entered the building. Their mission? Confirm and rescue any survivors. Special grade? Can we really handle this? Nobara Kugisaki whispered, shivering as the crimson glow of the warped building pressed down on her. Barely a few weeks into school, and they were already thrown into a nightmare-level mission. No choice. This job is always short on manpower. With Gojo-sensei gone, it's on us, Megumi said, keeping calm. Don't panic. The divine dogs will warn us of danger. Wait, didn't the entrance just disappear? Itadori blinked. Sure enough, the way they'd entered was sealed off by twisting pipes of metal. What the hell? Megumi's face hardened. The entire building was now a barrier domain, a living, breathing construct of cursed energy. Since becoming a sorcerer, this was the first time he'd seen one on this scale. I swear this is where we came in. So what now? Are we stuck? Nobara asked nervously. Relax. The divine dogs can follow the scent. They'll get us out. Good boy. You hear that? You're amazing. Nobara and Itadori immediately melt to rub the white dog's head, promising treats. Focus, you idiots, Megumi groaned, exasperated. This is a special grades lair. Can't they take this seriously for once? The three pressed on, eventually reaching a wide, empty chamber. Inside, one of the victims, already dead. This is... Yuji's pupils shrank as he spotted the name tag on the corpse's uniform. It's that lady's son, the one waiting outside. Then we should bring him back. Yuji bent down, preparing to lift the body onto his back. At the very least, the grieving mother deserved closure. But Megumi stopped him. We still need to confirm the status of the others. Leave the body here. If we don't carry him out now, the exit might vanish, Yuji argued firmly. Then we won't be able to bring him back at all. I never said we'd come back. I meant to leave the corpse here. Megumi's frown deepened. He was never meant to be saved. I had no intention of bringing his body out. Yuji froze, then his brows knitted in anger. What do you mean, never meant to be saved? The two clashed head to head, their voices sharp, the argument escalating on the brink of a fight. Quit it, you idiots! Nobara rolled up her sleeves, her face twisted into fury. Can't you see where we are? This isn't the damn time. But the moment she stepped forward, shoop! The ground beneath her writhed, a mass of black, cursed energy surging upward. It coiled around her legs and yanked her down into the floor. Huh? No, impossible! Megumi's eyes went wide. His divine dog hadn't given the slightest warning. He turned, and his heart sank. The white dog had already been fused into the wall, its head grotesquely jutting out, lifeless and stiff. Dead. Run, now! We'll find Nobara later, Megumi shouted, his face pale. Because in that instant, the cursed womb had fully transformed. Teacher Zen'in, you made it! When Ijichi saw Zen'in Shinsuke's figure, he visibly relaxed. With Shinsuke here, a freshly birthed special grade shouldn't be too much to fear, right? Looks like it's finished transforming, Shinsuke said, watching the enormous cursed energy spill out from the building. A slight smile tugged at his mouth. A newborn special grade was still a special grade, far beyond what a grade 1 could compare with. I'll go in and take a look. With that, Shinsuke shouldered his long spear and stepped into the duplex. At the same time, Yuji Itadori was already fighting the special grade curse. One arm was completely severed. Only the thumb remained on the other. He had no chance. Yuji stared at the human-laid curse in front of him, terror welling up inside. Why had he stayed? Why had he become involved with Jujutsu? Why had he allowed himself to become Sukuna's vessel? Doubt gnawed at him. When had he convinced himself he could shoulder such a responsibility? Why had he stirred himself into this mess? If the curse decided to toy with him, a single strike might tear him in two. No, I can't think like this. I have to hold on until Megumi and Nobara get out. Yuji forced himself calm and pushed the fear down. Even if he died, it had to be meaningful. That was the decision he had made. He pictured his grandfather's final scene, and his resolve hardened. Cursed energy. He would use cursed energy. Remembering what Gojo had taught them about how cursed energy is formed, Yuji poured his fear into anger, tightened his fist, and charged. Negative energy flared as red cursed power from his knuckles. Smack! His punch landed on the curse's palm and produced nothing, no reaction at all. Even now that he'd tasted cursed energy, he was no match for the curse. The humanoid curse blinked its round eyes, grinned, and slapped Yuji aside. Newly born curses treated humans like toys. They delighted in their torment. Meanwhile, Shinsuke entered the building and found a domain-like space where people were being besieged by curses. Boom! He kicked through the wall and stepped into a room filled with curses. Floating, grotesque masks watched the intruder. You the reinforcements from the school? Nobara Kugisaki perked up when she saw Shinsuke, relief plain on her face. She only had one nail left. Without help, she would have died here. There were still too many things she wanted to do. She couldn't be eaten by these disgusting curses. You're Nobara Kugisaki, the new student this year. Shinsuke glanced at her, gripped his spear, planted his left foot forward, muscles bulging, and delivered a violent horizontal sweep into the air. Boom! The spear's tip unleashed a brutal shockwave. Every single minor curse floating above detonated and disintegrated into purple mist. You're safe now. You can leave, Shinsuke said as he turned to head toward the main area. That whole room hadn't contained a single grade 1. Trash. He'd have skipped it if he'd known no one was in there. Wait up, mister. Nobara hurried to follow. Honestly, Shinsuke's one sweep had stunned her. She'd been chipping away at curses with single nails for ages, and he'd cleared them with one move. So this was what a proper sorcerer at the school was like. Frightening indeed. Megumi! Fushiguro Megumi arrived with his black dog and froze when he saw Shinsuke standing beside Nobara. Uncle? You came? Uncle? That's your uncle? You actually have a relative that powerful? Nobara's eyes widened. Why hadn't they called this relative sooner, instead of sending 3 rank new students into a death trap? Megumi, you're just in time. You and Nobara go out first, Shinsuke told Megumi. Glancing at him, he wore a few scratches, but was all right, and then sprinted upstairs. Got it! Nobara, let's go! Megumi grabbed Nobara and bolted for the exit. A special grade is far too dangerous to linger around. Megumi's priority was to inform Ijichi and get the safe perimeter extended. Hey, slow down! There's an uncle here. What are you afraid of? That man just killed a room full of curses with one swing. Nobara called after them, awed. Nobara was actually excited. She wanted to see how the others would handle a special grade curse. But Megumi's face was grave. Special grade curses aren't something to be taken lightly. Even if my uncle has a record of exercising one, we can't just run in and make things worse. Megumi didn't know the full extent of his uncle's power. He'd only heard stories that Shinsuke Zen'in had once purified a special grade during a major operation, or that he'd slain countless curses during the night parade of 100 Demons incident. He'd never actually seen Shinsuke act in person. His mental image of his uncle was still rooted in family lore, like their father and like Senior Maki, someone born without cursed energy who nonetheless fights with overwhelming physicality. Still, if even Maki is Shinsuke's disciple, then surely Shinsuke can handle a special grade. Outside, rain drummed steadily, and the barrier's effect made the world feel perpetually night. Megumi immediately ordered his black divine dog to send the signal. He and Yuji had agreed. If they escaped, Yuji would switch to Sukuna and face the curse.
Megumi worried that if Shinsuke arrived late and Yuji didn't see the signal, Yuji might never summon Sukuna and could die trying. As an insurance, Megumi made sure the dog notified Yuji. If Yuji could freely switch Sukuna in and out, he should be able to snap back to control once Shinsuke showed up. At the other end, Yuji received the signal and switched to Sukuna without hesitation. No time to waste. Life mattered more than pride. Even though he hated Sukuna, he had to rely on that power now. What a hateful brat! Does he think I'm his lackey? Sukuna appeared, irritated more than impressed. He ignored the surrounding curses and seethed quietly. Yuji's behavior had clearly insulted him. Wait a moment. I should think about how best to make this brat regret it, Sukuna muttered as he tapped the shoulder of the special grade curse and schemed. An image of Megumi flashed across his mind. That kid is close to this brat. If I just kill him where he stands, the brat might prematurely take control and switch himself out. Sukuna considered the consequences. There was only one sensible move, he decided. A slow smile curved his lips. If he dragged this special grade curse over to the brat's close friend, that would be perfect. Let the friend be the one to experience the carnage. No, Sukuna didn't want to hand the kill to someone else. He wanted to twist things, to humiliate. He wouldn't do the predictable thing. He wouldn't let anyone else have the satisfaction of slaying the curse. Do it like this. That'll make the brat regret it. Hey, let's go together and kill that brat. Follow me. Sukuna hatched a plan and strode out, beckoning the curse to follow. The curse, however, wasn't bright. It didn't even respond to speech. At the first sign of danger in Sukuna's aura, it leapt away. The special grade glared at Sukuna's retreating back, then brought its palms together. A concentrated ball of cursed energy built up between its hands. Ha! It hurled the pure cursed energy sphere at Sukuna in a sneak attack. Idiot! Sukuna glanced back, snapped his severed arm into place, and unconsciously used reverse curse technique to mend Yuji's limb. The cursed energy ball smashed into Sukuna's palm and dispersed like it had hit a barrier. Damn, I healed that arm too. Sukuna, realizing what had just happened, grew annoyed. Ah! The special grade cried in panic. This newly born special grade had never seen anything like it. It didn't even fully understand techniques yet. It couldn't comprehend that Sukuna could block its strongest strike with a single hand. Don't you like a walk? Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and looked casually at the humanoid curse. Curses usually stay near where they're born, right? Except the very strong ones. Then go die. In a blur, Sukuna struck. The special grade was slammed into the ground, a bridge of debris collapsed, and in an instant the creature's limbs were severed and pinned to the wall. Curses, you don't know, do you? We're all special grade, too. Sukuna toyed with the thing. Even among special grades there are tiers. Despite Sukuna currently only having the power of 2 fingers, he could still crush this newborn special grade. Grah! The special grade strained, forcing its severed limbs to writhe, and, astonishingly, they regrew. Ha ha! Healed, it sprang at Sukuna with a grin. Well then, aren't you happy? Want me to praise you? Sukuna taunted. Too bad. Unlike humans, healing isn't some miracle for curses. Your understanding of what a curse is, non-existent. Since that's the case, while I can move, I'll teach you. Sukuna calmly formed hand seals at his chest. This is what a true curse is. Domain expansion! Boom! Before Sukuna could properly show the newborn special grade how to use its curse, a ripping sound cut through the air. A spear tip sliced space itself with sonic cracks and in a single instant impaled the special grade's head. Its body was pinned to the wall. Ah! The creature screamed and clawed at the spear shaft, but the force that rode the spear had already destroyed its brain. Resistance vanished in a heartbeat.
Almost got you first. Glad I arrived in time. Shinsuke had appeared just before Sukuna's strike landed. He stood over the corpse, removed a Sukuna finger embedded in the creature's chest, and the instant he did, the curse burst into purple-blue flame and burned away to nothing. Shinsuke frowned as he pulled up the weapon. What's going on? His scripture had not absorbed any cursed energy. The creature had given him no vital aura or blood power. He stared at the Sukuna finger in his hand and mulled it over. Almost got you first. Glad I arrived in time. Could it be because of that finger? This special grade had been birthed by a Sukuna finger. If killing such creatures produced aura blood benefits, Shinsuke could have spawned and slaughtered them repeatedly. But it seemed the ones spawned this way were useless to him. So, these manufactured ones are worthless? What a piece of trash. He muttered that he'd been wasting his time. Swish! A transparent slash sliced from behind. Shinsuke moved back a hair. The blade missed and cut a deep crack in the wall. Don't get so worked up. You only lost one prey, right? A voice drawled. Shinsuke turned with a small smile. Tch, not just some ordinary human, huh? Sukuna had noticed something about Shinsuke. The man was not a normal sorcerer. Is that some curse binding? Sukuna mused. Weird. He studied Shinsuke and quickly guessed a secret about his body. Looks like a body and curse binding user. Curious. Sukuna was intrigued and wanted a real fight, but he also figured the kid inside should be back in control by now. Sukuna stood with his hands shoved into his pockets, looking utterly indifferent. That brat had tricked him this time. Fine, he'd just return the favor later. Brat, you can come out now. He shut his eyes, waiting for Itadori to resurface, but after a long silence, nothing happened. Brat? Stop shouting. He's probably passed out. For now, this body's yours to control. Shinsuke spoke slowly, his tone calm. This incident had hit Itadori hard, especially mentally. He likely hadn't recovered yet. Oh, Sukuna's grin widened into something twisted. You sure about that? So it was finally his time to act freely? Then I'll start with you. Sukuna's eyes glinted as he turned to Shinsuke. He smiled, turning feral. After that, I'll kill this brat's friends. His hands moved to his chest. Domain Express. You think I'm an idiot? Shinsuke's figure flickered like a blur, suddenly appearing right in front of Sukuna. His long leg lashed out like a whip. Boom! The grin on Sukuna's face hadn't even faded before the devastating kick connected. His arm and several ribs snapped in an instant. He was blasted away like a cannonball, smashing through wall after wall until he was hurled outside. Outside, in the pouring rain, Fushiguro and Kugisaki stood in the alley, eyes locked on the cursed building. The innate domain, it's gone. The special grade was exercised. That's great. So we just wait for the old man and Itadori to come out, right? Kugisaki finally let out a breath of relief. Special grade curses were terrifying. Too terrifying. Crash! Just as they relaxed, a thunderous crash shook the ground. A figure was sent hurtling out of the building and slammed into the street. The pavement split open into a jagged trench, and the figure lay crumpled in the debris, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Itadori? Kugisaki screamed, about to rush forward. Get back! That's not Itadori! Fushiguro yanked her back just in time, retreating several steps. His face was grim. That's not Yuji anymore. That's a curse. The special grade curse. Ryomen Sukuna! Nue! With his hands clasped into seals, shadows surged behind Fushiguro Megumi. From the darkness, a crimson thunderbird rose, spreading its wings wide. Nobara, stay back. Something's wrong with Itadori. Crack. Sukuna slowly stood, flexing his body as reverse cursed technique knitted his shattered bones back together. His face twisted with irritation. Another troublesome pest.
His gaze swept to Fushiguro and Kugisaki, and suddenly an amusing thought struck him. He tore away his tattered shirt, then, before their horrified eyes, drove his clawed hand into his own chest. With a grotesque grin, he yanked out Itadori's heart and crushed it in his palm. This brat can't take back control now, even if he tries. Without a heart, he'll die instantly. A cruel smile spread across his face. For Sukuna, it was a meaningless sacrifice. For Yuji, it was certain death. Before that man comes out, why don't I kill you two first? With a feral grin, Sukuna lunged straight at Megumi. Megumi's eyes hardened.
He pressed his hands together again. Great serpent! From the ground, a colossal snake lunged upward, clamping its jaws around Sukuna and hurling him skyward. Overhead, new dove, unleashing bolts of violet lightning that rained down on Sukuna's body. From afar, Nobara gripped her hammer tight. Only one nail left. She'd have to wait for the perfect opening. Already fighting? Zen'in Shinsuke appeared at her side, watching the clash. Old man, what do we do? Itadori, he's lost his heart. Nobara's voice cracked. So decisive, huh? Shinsuke muttered, unfazed. Sukuna really is desperate for freedom, but he didn't intervene. This was a perfect chance to put pressure on Megumi, force him to dig out his hidden potential. Without pressure, progress would remain stagnant. Wait, you're just going to stand there? Nobara protested, glaring. Megumi's getting destroyed out there. Relax, my nephew's tougher than he looks. Shinsuke planted his spear in the ground and leaned against it, as though he were a spectator at a show. Ha ha, not bad, brat. Your technique has potential, but it won't save you. Sukuna laughed as Megumi recalled his battered Nu, recognizing that the boy's Shikigami weren't simple summons. There was something more, something deeper. Pour everything into it. Don't think about stalling for time. These scratches mean nothing to me. Megumi wiped blood from his mouth, eyes narrowing. His gaze flicked toward his uncle, standing in the distance watching like it wasn't his problem. His lips twitched. Was he really expecting him to handle Sukuna? Megumi's fists clenched. Yuji had risked everything to stay behind against a special grade. Yuji had even argued with him over saving a total stranger, so why couldn't he do the same? He wasn't fighting just to meet his father's and uncle's expectations, or to inherit the Zen'in family. If he was truly a jujutsu sorcerer, then he had to protect people, without condition. His cursed energy flared violently. Both hands formed the stance for summoning. If that's the case, then I'll go all in. He had already used every Shikigami at his disposal. The only option left was his final trump card. With his uncle here, maybe, just maybe, he could risk it. Chanting incantation, Berebu, Yura Yura, Yatsuka. The cursed energy around him swelled, dense and suffocating. Yes, that's it! Sukuna's eyes gleamed with manic joy. Show me your true power, Megumi Fushiguro. Make me obsessed with you. At last, a worthy seed had appeared. Clang! A spear slammed down from above, stabbing into the ground between them. That's enough, Megumi. Stop the chant. No need to summon it. Shinsuke's voice cut through the tension. He could feel it. The boy's potential had already been unlocked. There was no need to unleash Mahoraga, the ultimate Shikigami, only to let it maul his nephew. Megumi exhaled, relief softening his tense shoulders. Mahoraga. Megumi had never summoned it, but as the ultimate Shikigami, it would far surpass an ordinary special grade. And right now, he did not have the strength to control Mahoraga. Hey, aren't you going too far? Sukuna bristled at being cut off. He'd just begun to find this brat interesting. Sukuna, your job was to put pressure on Megumi and draw out his potential. That job's done. Zen'in Shinsuke scratched his ear, utterly unconcerned. You?
Sukuna's eyes narrowed. There was something about this man's attitude that irked him. By the way, my nephew has enormous potential. He'll be one of Jujutsu's pillars someday. Don't you even think about taking an interest in him, and you'll die. Zen'in fixed Sukuna with a warning gaze, even if the curse probably wouldn't listen. Ha 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 ha, Sukuna laughed, incredulous at being threatened by a man with no cursed energy at all. With only 2 fingers worth of power, he was clearly outmatched for now. But once he reclaimed his full strength, whether it was this fellow or that white-haired sorcerer, Sukuna would not so easily be cowed. "All right, think you can run?" Zen'in called. "Yuji, time to wake up." Sukuna's dark markings faded. His expression cleared. "Megumi!" Itadori's voice came, eyes opening. He looked at Fushiguro, still wanting an answer to their earlier argument. If he were to die, he wanted to know why Megumi saved him. "I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer," Megumi said calmly. "I never regretted saving you." "Yeah, that's Megumi. Always thinks things through more than I do." Itadori forced a shaky smile and scratched the back of his head. "But my choice wasn't wrong either." Blood gushed from the wound at his heart. His consciousness began to fray. Itadori's gaze clouded. "Sorry, time's about up. Megumi, Nobara, Gojo-sensei, and Uncle Zen'in, live long, all of you." Those were his last words. Then Itadori slumped into Megumi's arms. By the time Nobara reached them, she hadn't made it in time to see his final moments. "Let's go. Take the body back. Get Shoko to check if there's anything she can do," Zen'in said as he patted Megumi on the shoulder. If he'd known the whole story, he might have offered Megumi a few words of comfort. But for now, the priority was to deliver the tragic news and make sure Gojo knew what had happened. After all, how could a teacher be taking vacations when he couldn't even protect his students? Inside the Tokyo Jujutsu High Infirmary, the room was eerily quiet. A white sheet covered Itadori Yuji's motionless body. Ijichi stood at the bedside, nervously reporting to Gojo Satoru. "I did warn them," he said, voice trembling. "I told them never to engage a special grade. I even contacted Zen'in-sensei out of precaution, just in case something went wrong. But I didn't expect this to happen." Gojo's voice was calm, too calm. Didn't expect it? Or was it intentional? Ijichi froze. Gojo's 6 eyes glimmered faintly behind his blindfold. "They made his death sentence indefinite," Gojo said flatly. "So now they're trying to give him a more respectable death, sending a first-year team to handle a special grade? That wasn't a mistake. That was murder dressed up as a mission," he sneered. "And conveniently, they did it while I was out of the country." "Well," Ijichi stammered, "at first we weren't sure it would evolve into a special grade. I made the call to contact Zen'in-sensei after I realized the danger." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't done that, there might have been more than one body lying here. "Finding out who's responsible is too much work. Maybe I'll just kill all the higher-ups," Gojo muttered. For once, the strongest sorcerer didn't sound like he was joking. His anger was palpable. He'd seen potential in Itadori, a kid willing to risk everything for others. And now, dead because of the scheming of old men. The sudden appearance of that cursed womb, everything about it reeked of manipulation. "You? Acting on emotion?" A teasing voice broke the tension. Shoko Ieri walked in wearing her white lab coat, Zen'in Shinsuke following behind her. Shinsuke toyed with Sukuna's severed finger between his gloved hands and grinned. "I like your idea, Gojo. Go on, wipe out those wrinkled fossils. You've got my full support." Gojo's irritation spiked. "Oh, you're here too? And you let Itadori die on your watch? Don't tell me that was part of your plan." Hey, don't slander me," Shinsuke said lazily, scratching his neck. "I am a model teacher who loves his students. But if the brat's host decides to off himself, what can I do? If Ijichi had called a bit earlier, this wouldn't have happened." "So it's my fault now?" Ijichi muttered, pale and sweating.
Enough, you two, Shoko sighed, crossing her arms. Stop picking on Ijichi. He's just the messenger here. Try being nice for once. Ijichi gave her a grateful bow. Caught between titans like Gojo and Zen'in, he never stood a chance. Shoko turned to the table and pulled back the sheet. So this is the vessel of Sukuna, huh? She murmured. No pulse, no residual flow of cursed energy. He's well and truly dead. Guess I can start the autopsy? Itadori's bare chest gleamed under the cold light. A deep, ragged wound marked where his heart used to be. Do as you like, Gojo said bitterly. Don't waste what's left of him. There was nothing more to say. Itadori's death was another stain on a system already rotten to the core. If the jujutsu world was built on arrogance and bloodlines, then Gojo would tear it down, educate, rebuild, and raise a new generation strong enough to end this cycle of decay. He wouldn't let another Itadori happen again. Shinsuke noticed Gojo's silence and assumed it was grief. Don't be so glum, he said lightly. The kid might still come back. Gojo turned to him sharply. What do you mean? Shinsuke tossed the cursed finger up and caught it again. Come on, Gojo. He's Sukuna's vessel. You really think that guy would let his host stay dead? If Sukuna wants to live, he'll bring Itadori back himself. Gojo raised an eyebrow. And since when is Sukuna the charitable type? Before Shinsuke could answer, a low hum filled the room. The air grew heavy. And then, aha! Itadori's body arched violently. His eyes flew open, crimson light flashing within them as the sheet fell away. Both Shoko and Ichichi stumbled back in shock. Gojo, however, smiled faintly beneath his blindfold. Welcome back, kid. The corpse lying on the dissection table suddenly sat upright with a loud gasp. Why am I completely naked? Itadori Yuji blinked, looking down at himself in confusion. Then, noticing the woman beside him in a lab coat, he awkwardly scratched his head. This is kind of embarrassing. Miss, who are you again? Shoko Ieiri froze, scalpel still in hand. Her expression twisted into reluctant frustration. Damn it! Just a second more and I could have finally dissected Sukuna's vessel. Zen'in Shinsuke gave a low whistle. See? Told you so. Gojo exhaled sharply, a relieved smile tugging at his lips. He stepped forward and waved casually. Yo, Yuji, welcome back to the land of the livin'. Itadori grinned sheepishly. Yeah, guess I'm back. Don't really remember why Sukuna saved me, but man, it feels good to be alive. Shinsuke smirked and turned to leave. Well, that's that. Since the kid's breathing again, my job here's done. Oh, and he tossed something small and sinister toward Gojo. Sukuna's finger. Figure out what to do with it yourselves, he said lazily. Not like I can snack on pickled demon parts anyway. Gojo caught the finger between two gloved fingers, his smile fading. Don't tell anyone outside that Yuji's alive. Not yet. Shinsuke waved over his shoulder, clearly uninterested in details. Shoko raised a tired brow. You think someone might target him again? Exactly, Gojo said, his tone now cold and pragmatic. Before the next move comes, I need him to have at least the bare minimum of combat ability. He looked down at Yuji, who was now fumbling for something to cover himself with. He's got potential. If I train him right, he might even surpass Hikari or Okotsu someday. Shoko gave a half smile. Well, that saves me from rewriting the death report. Outside the infirmary, under the pale morning sky, Fushiguro Megumi and Kugisaki Nobara sat on the steps outside the building. Neither spoke. Their faces were blank, drained, the grief from Itadori's death still raw and heavy. Then, a sharp, irritated voice broke the silence. What's with those faces, huh? You two look like someone's dog just died. Are you mourning or something? They looked up to see a short-haired woman standing over them, a weapon case slung across her back. Zen'in Maki, freshly returned from a mission. Maki-senpai? Megumi asked quietly. "Don't senpai me, brat," Maki snapped, crossing her arms. "Use my name properly, little nephew." Behind her, Panda and Inumaki peeked nervously from behind a stone pillar. "Maki, maybe, don't," Panda whispered urgently. "What? I'm talking to them," Maki said, frowning. Panda wiped imaginary sweat from his furry face. "You seriously don't know? One of the first years died yesterday." "Bonito flakes," Inumaki added solemnly. "What?" Maki's face went pale. She spun on the two of them, voice rising. "And you didn't tell me sooner? Do you have any idea how heartless I must have sounded just now?"
Well, Panda said meekly, "you kinda did sound like a demon there for a sec." "Bakayaro!" Maki barked, slamming her palm against her forehead. "This is all your fault for not warning me." The trio's chaotic argument carried down the hall, loud enough to echo through the quiet school. But inside the infirmary, behind closed doors, Itadori Yuji sat quietly, breathing, alive once more. And somewhere deep within him, Sukuna's cruel laughter echoed faintly, like the beating of a second heart. Who are they?" Nobara asked in a whisper, watching the trio in front of them arguing like children. Fushiguro sighed, rubbing his temples as if this was giving him a headache. "There are our second-year seniors." He began his reluctant introductions one by one. "Zen'in Senpai, master of close combat and one of the top users of cursed tools."
Inumamaki Senpai, he's a cursed speech user, only speaks in rice ball fillings. And Panda Senpai, well, he's literally a panda. As for the only one actually worth respecting, Okotsu Senpai, he's currently overseas. Nobara tilted her head, pointing at Maki, who was still in the middle of scolding Panda and Inumaki. "Wait, why did she call you nephew earlier?" Fushiguro's face immediately darkened. "Oh, that." He exhaled sharply. "I used to belong to the Zen'in clan. Because of my father, I changed my surname to Fushiguro. She's technically my aunt, but in that family, I only acknowledge my uncle." He added after a pause. "By the way, Zen'in Senpai was his student." Although the Zen'in family had treated him decently, Fushiguro never truly considered himself one of them. Until he became head of the clan on his own terms, he refused to accept that title, let alone call Maki or Mai aunt.
"Sorry for bothering you while you're still grieving," Panda said apologetically, bowing deeply. "We didn't mean to intrude." Maki and Inumaki stood stiffly on either side of him like two guilty statues. "Actually, we came to invite you to the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event," Panda explained. "Though what now?" Nobara blinked, clearly lost. "It's a competition between our Tokyo Jujutsu High and the Kyoto branch," Fushiguro explained patiently. "But Panda-senpai," he continued, frowning, "isn't that usually for second and third years? What's it got to do with us first years?" "Because," Maki said flatly, "our 2 third years haven't shown up since their last big screw-up, so now we're stuck bringing you brats instead." The 2 third years had technically been expelled, but their teacher had intervened to keep them on the roster. Still, knowing they were despised by the higher-ups, they'd chosen to work outside the school, taking missions on their own terms. "So what exactly do we do in this exchange?" Nobara still looked confused. "In short," Panda said seriously, "it's a 2-day battle between the Tokyo and Kyoto campuses. Day 1 is a team battle. Day 2, individual duels. That's about it." "Wait, we fight each other?" Nobara exclaimed, disbelief written all over her face. "Exercising curses isn't enough work already? We have to beat each other up for fun now?" "Of course," Maki said with a smirk. "Aside from the no-killing rule, it's basically an all-out jujutsu war." She crossed her arms and added, "And since we don't want you dying like idiots, we'll train you in secret. You'll participate, won't you? After all, your teammate's dead." Her words cut sharp and cold. "Count me in." "Me too." Fushiguro and Nobara answered together, firm and resolute. They would grow stronger, strong enough to never lose another comrade again. Fine, Nobara said after a moment. But if this training or event turns out boring, I'm quitting on the spot. Maki's grin widened. Feisty. I like that. Meanwhile, across town, Toji Fushiguro's restaurant welcomed some very unusual guests. The revived Suguru Geto strolled in casually, followed by 3 special-grade cursed spirits, Mahito, Jogo, and Hanami. "Welcome," chirped the hostess at the door with a bright smile. "Are you dining alone today, sir?" "Just me," Geto replied politely. She didn't even glance at the trio of monstrous spirits trailing behind him. Behind the counter, Toji froze mid-cleaning. His brows lifted slightly. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Since when did my restaurant start attracting curses? 3 special grades at once." Then his gaze narrowed as he recognized the man's face. So that brat's still alive. I thought he kicked it during the night parade of 100 demons. Guess not. Still, Toji quickly shrugged the thought away. Not his business. As long as they didn't wreck his shop, he couldn't care less. "Should I call him?" he muttered to himself, meaning his elder brother, the so-called curse killer. After a few seconds of thought, he dismissed the idea. If his brother came running, the place might turn into ground zero for a 4-way demolition between 3 special grades and 1 special grade sorcerer. And this was downtown Tokyo. He wasn't about to let his restaurant become a headline. Cursed spirits, level city block, local chef missing. No thank you. At one of the corner tables, Geto sipped tea calmly, eyes half-lidded. "So, what you're saying is, your leader wants to overturn the current balance between humans and curses." "More or less," Jogo replied evenly, the flames on his head flickering. "Humans are creatures of lies. Every movement, every word hides something false. Their malice, hatred, and fear, those are the only truths." The magma-like curse leaned forward, voice rumbling low. "We, who were born from those pure emotions, are the real humans, the pure ones. Those fakes should all be erased." Geto's lips curved faintly. "But right now, you're the ones being hunted to extinction." "That's why we came to you," Jogo said. "Tell us how to defeat the Jujutsu sorcerers, how to make us, the true humans, reign over the imposters." Toji, wiping down a glass behind the counter, watched the group quietly from afar. 4 special grades sitting in my restaurant, he muttered under his breath. "This city's doomed if they sneeze too hard." He sighed deeply. Definitely not getting involved in this one. And with that, he went back to polishing glasses, pretending the apocalypse wasn't brewing 2 tables away. A burst of flame welled from Jogo's volcanic crown. Whenever the topic turned to humans, his face seethed with anger. "These imposters, they all deserve to vanish." At those words, Suguru Geto's mouth curled into a small smile. Finally, they were getting to the point. He raised 2 fingers slowly. "As long as you complete 2 conditions before the fighting begins, you can win." "What conditions?" Jogo asked. 1. Make the so-called strongest sorcerer in the Jujutsu world, Satoru Gojo, unable to fight. 2. Recruit Ryomen Sukuna into our ranks. That is, get Yuji Itadori on board. Jogo scratched his head. "Isn't that kid already dead?" "Who can say?" Geto shrugged. While Geto and Jogo conversed, a 20-something waiter inside the restaurant was sweating bullets, his tray of drinks trembling in his hands. He could feel it. 3 emanations of pure dread sitting at Geto's table. Death seemed to hang over them. If he brought those drinks over, he was convinced he would die. He absolutely had to skip his shift. Work hard, save money, support 4 younger sisters through school. That was his life plan. Survival instinct told him to stay as far from that table as possible. "I'll take that." Toji noticed the kid's panic and stepped in, taking the drinks from his hand. Thanks, boss, the waiter breathed, relief flooding him. He still muttered in a low voice, Boss, I think we should get out of here. Business is important, but life matters more. Toji gave him a half-smile. You felt them too, huh? Don't worry, I'll handle it. He hadn't expected one of his diligent employees to sense the presence of cursed spirits. Ordinary people only ever see that kind of thing when they're on the edge of death, right? Could it be? The smile faded from Toji's face. If these creatures could be perceived by a regular worker, then maybe, God help him, those guys were about to make a move against his staff. We still can't kill him even if all of us attack? Jogo stared at Geto in disbelief. He couldn't accept that Satoru Gojo could be that powerful. He can escape easily.
Or worse, he could exterminate you all. Geto's voice was calm. Instead of killing him outright, I suggest you seal him. Seal him? Jogo's eyes widened. He'd heard of certain forbidden items before. Excitement flickered across his face like magma about to erupt. Use the special grade cursed object, the prison realm. Prison realm? Jogo's expression turned feral. A bit of flame licked above his head. The restaurant's customers and staff suddenly felt the air grow hotter. Hey, don't make a scene, Geto warned. We can't afford to draw attention now. Jogo's temper flared, but before he could act, the restaurant owner, Toji, calmly stepped forward and placed a drink on the table where Jogo had been about to strike. Everyone, here's your order. Please make sure to settle your bill, Toji said with a smile, as if nothing supernatural was happening. The warning didn't sit well with Jogo. Flames flared around his hand, ready to incinerate the man. But in an instant, his arm was severed, and the burning stump was stomped out under a boot wrapped with aura and blood power. This is a small business. It can't stand up to your chaos. And you don't want this to blow up here, do you? Toji leaned down, still smiling. If you cause a scene, I can promise at least one of you will stay here permanently. Jogo's arm regrew in moments. He'd underestimated the presence of a hidden expert, but the flame in his head only brightened. He was far from done. Just who do you think you are? A human with no cursed energy? Jogo snapped. Toji shrugged, unfazed. Me and Geto, you really don't want Satoru Gojo knowing that someone like you is still alive, do you? Geto cut in. Calm down. We can leave quietly, but you mustn't tell anyone about us. Toji raised an eyebrow. Fine. I'm just a civilian. You don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. He wanted only a quiet life. He didn't want his restaurant dragged into the cursed world. Geto smiled. Deal. The bond's made. Don't break it. With that, Geto rose and left with the 3 special-grade curses in tow. Wait, you haven't paid, Toji called after them. Geto paused only long enough to toss some money down, then left. Outside, Jogo asked, That powerless human, who was he? Why didn't you just kill him? Geto glanced back thoughtfully. That man and his brother, no cursed energy, but their power isn't something to dismiss. I hear even Gojo once got put down by one of them. If we make a mess in a public place, it'll bring too much attention. Killing them here would be reckless, he added quietly. Also, keep an eye on Zen'in Shinsuke. He's obsessed with exercising curses, especially the strong ones. Jogo's eyes hardened. If he's so fond of exercising curses, then he must be eliminated. Jogo's expression darkened. He silently etched that man's name into his memory. Someday, he would make him understand the price of being too eager to exercise curses. But for now, Jogo muttered, his molten eyes flaring with anticipation, I think I'll pay Satoru Gojo a visit. He glanced at Geto. Tell me, how strong am I compared to Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? Geto was quiet for a moment before smirking. Honestly, maybe 8 or 9 fingers worth. 8 or 9, huh? Jogo's grin widened, confidence burning hotter than the flames on his head. But for now, Jogo muttered, his molten eyes flaring with anticipation, I think I'll pay Satoru Gojo a visit. He glanced at Geto. Tell me, how strong am I compared to Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? Geto was quiet for a moment before smirking. Honestly, maybe 8 or 9 fingers worth. 8 or 9, huh? Jogo's grin widened, confidence burning hotter than the flames on his head.
That's more than enough. Gojo's mine. And when I'm done, I'll take the prison realm as my trophy. The so-called strongest sorcerer, he wanted to see what that title really meant. Meanwhile, back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, preparations for the upcoming Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event had begun, and the students' hellish training was officially underway. Megumi, you're late! Maki Zen'in rested a long staff on her shoulder, shooting a cold glance at the slow-arriving Fushiguro Megumi. On the other side of the field, Nobara Kugisaki was being literally swung through the air, Panda holding her by the legs, spinning her like a giant hammer before tossing her across the training ground. Megumi ignored the chaos, his expression calm. Zen'in-senpai, he said suddenly, as a jujitsu sorcerer, what kind of person do you want to save? Huh? Maki turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Save? I don't care about saving anyone. Her tone was blunt, honest. Power, that was her only goal. What did saving people have to do with her? Truth be told, she wasn't a real sorcerer at all, just someone bearing the title. I see. Megumi looked slightly disappointed. He'd hoped to hear something insightful from his senior. Then a loud shriek echoed across the field. Megumi! Ah! Panda's training had reached new heights, literally, as Nobara went flying again. What exactly are they doing? Megumi asked, pointing at the absurd scene. Training you, obviously, Maki smirked. Your close combat skills are pathetic. You want to compete in the exchange event? Then you're getting through me first. She twirled the staff, eyes gleaming with mischief. Really, Megumi, what's wrong with you? Your dad, your uncle, hell, even my master, were all top-tier fighters. Every one of them had god-tier close-quarters combat. So why are you so weak? Didn't they teach you anything? Megumi shot her a flat look. You think I'm like you, all muscle, no cursed energy? I actually have a technique to train. My focus is on refining my cursed energy control and shikigami usage. You little... Maki froze for a second, jaw tightening. Was that a jab? Was he mocking her because she had no cursed energy and had to rely purely on physical combat? Fine, she said with a dangerous grin, cracking her knuckles. You two, come with me. From now on, I'm handling your training personally. Her tone was sweet, but her eyes promised pain. Megumi sighed. Nobara, still dizzy from her aerial spins, groaned on the ground. And Maki Zen'in smiled like a devil about to make her students regret ever opening their mouths. It seems your training's been going pretty well. Zen'in Shinsuke stepped onto the training field, watching the students sparring and running drills with surprising discipline. Sensei, you're here! Maki's eyes lit up immediately. Shinsuke nodded with a faint smile. Short hair suits you better. Maki's new look, short hair, no glasses, gave her a sharper, cleaner aura than before. Ever since she'd started cultivating vital energy, she no longer needed her special glasses to see curses. The benefits of that power weren't limited to physical strength. It sharpened perception, awareness, and focus as well. Really? I just thought short hair made fighting easier, Maki said, brushing her bangs back. Anyway, Shinsuke said, glancing around the field, what'd you call me here for? He had originally planned to take a break until the joint exchange event, but Maki had insisted he come in person. Sensei, there's still about a month and a half until the exchange meet. How about giving us some special training? She asked, eyes full of anticipation. Between constant missions, she hadn't had time for her master's direct guidance, and she could feel her progress slowing because of it. Maki, you don't need to trouble Sensei, Panda interjected quickly. Our training's already on track. It'd be better if he focused on guiding the first years.
Salmon roe, Inumaki muttered in agreement. They both looked terrified of the idea of another round of Zenin-style hell training. Sensei's time is precious, Panda added. We wouldn't want to waste it. Shut it! Maki roared, veins popping. You two satisfied with your strength right now? Don't you want to get stronger? Her glare was so fiery that both Panda and Inumaki stiffened on the spot. Oh, special training, huh? Shinsuke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Gojo was busy reinforcing Yuji's fundamentals, catching him up from zero. Meanwhile, Trembling! Gojo! Zen'in-sensei, stop fighting! Yaga Masamichi's voice rang out as he sprinted onto the scene, other Tokyo Jujutsu High teachers and students hot on his heels. After all, this mountain range was their school's territory, used for inter-school exchanges. The sheer destruction had triggered alarms. Many had assumed a group of curse users had attacked, only to discover it was Gojo and Zen'in tearing the place apart. Yaga's face darkened. If I'd been any later, these two maniacs would have flattened the mountain. But the combatants ignored him. Shinsuke locked eyes with Gojo, a wicked grin tugging at his lips. You've got one last chance, kid. Wanna risk it? Gojo hesitated. His hands rose into a mudra over his chest, cursed energy surging. But when he saw Shinsuke's half-smiling, half-daring expression, his fingers stilled. Slowly, he let his hands fall. Forget it. No point anymore. He'd wanted to beat Shinsuke black and blue. But this guy was hiding power even Gojo couldn't read. Sure, Hollow Purple was devastating, but with Shinsuke's monstrous state, it might not even land. And if it did, without reverse curse technique, Shinsuke would be crippled or dead. Gojo didn't want to kill him. He just wanted to vent his grudge. Now, it wasn't worth the risk. And if Shinsuke pulled out yet another freakish technique mid-battle, Gojo might start doubting whether the man was even human at all. As Gojo let his energy fade, Shinsuke exhaled, letting his own state regress. The aching in his body began to fade almost instantly. He smirked. Knew it! The synergy of heavenly restriction and the 8 gates regenerative feedback. Maybe, just maybe, I'll even open the 8th gate someday without dying. Looks like no one alive could actually force him to open all 8 gates. What the hell is going on with you two? Yaga Masamichi arrived with a crowd of teachers and students in tow. One glance at the cratered earth and flattened forest, and his head started throbbing. Gojo, old man, why were you fighting? Who won? A disappointed Tenjin Star plasma vessel, Riko Amanai, puffed her cheeks. Ugh, I missed such an epic showdown. Why didn't anyone tell me they were going to fight? That, Shinsuke said innocently, spreading his hands, you'll have to ask Gojo. Everyone immediately turned toward Gojo. Oi, 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 what's with those looks? I just wanted to spar with him, all right? Teachers sparring now and then, that's totally normal, isn't it? Of course. He wasn't about to admit he'd only picked the fight because the higher-ups gave him a convenient excuse to finally beat on Shinsuke and still hadn't succeeded. Saying that out loud would just wreck his pride. Sparring? Yaga pointed at the obliterated landscape, his voice cracking. Does this look like sparring to you? Do you have any idea how much it's going to fix all this? His eye twitched. You're both paying for the damages. The school isn't covering this. Shinsuke coughed into his fist and waved dismissively. Ahem, this was all Gojo's doing. Nothing to do with me. If anyone's paying, it's him. Then, without hesitation, he bolted. Maki, we're heading back. Oh, coming! From deep in the forest, Maki quickly sprinted over. Inwardly, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank God I ran far when they started. Otherwise, I'd be a casualty by now. You! Gojo nearly cursed out loud when he realized Shinsuke had shoved all the blame onto him. But then he thought about it. Damn it, technically it was his fault.
If I'd just let his firestorm hit, the damages would be split. Fine, whatever. Principal Yaga, I'll get you the money later. He figured he'd just go squeeze it out of the old fossils in the higher-ups. If they refused to cough up, well, maybe he'd take a page from Shinsuke's playbook. Hey, Gojo, so who actually won? Riko still only cared about that, bouncing on her toes with anticipation. All the teachers pricked up their ears. Gojo's mouth twitched. He hesitated. This was tricky. Neither had gone all out, and admitting the truth would be humiliating. Fine, whatever. Principal Yaga, I'll get you the money later. He figured he'd just go squeeze it out of the old fossils in the higher-ups. If they refused to cough up, well, maybe he'd take a page from Shinsuke's playbook. Hey, Gojo, so who actually won? Riko still only cared about that, bouncing on her toes with anticipation. All the teachers pricked up their ears. Gojo's mouth twitched. He hesitated. This was tricky. Neither had gone all out, and admitting the truth would be humiliating.
Call it a tie. And with that, he vanished in a flash, running away just as decisively as Shinsuke. Like hell, he'd admit out loud that the strongest sorcerer had just gone toe-to-toe with a guy who didn't even have cursed energy. Several teachers, including Kusakabe, sucked in sharp breaths. As expected of Zen'in Sensei, I always knew he wasn't simple. Right? No wonder the two biggest troublemakers in the jujitsu world keep butting heads. Their strength really is on the same level. What a waste of time. Mei hefted her axe and walked off. She'd been hoping for a big payday, only to discover it was just an internal squabble. All right, enough gawking. Back to your duties. Yaga sighed and waved everyone off, already pulling out his phone to arrange damage assessment.
He had a decent idea of what really sparked this battle, most likely something to do with the higher-ups. Otherwise, why would those two maniacs fight this seriously? It couldn't just be because they didn't like each other, right? Master, do you really think I can become as strong as you? Maki followed behind Shinsuke Zen'in, her voice trembling with excitement. After witnessing her master clash with the strongest sorcerer of the modern era, Gojo Satoru, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Could she really grow into someone who could stomp the air itself, soar through the sky, and hurl firestorms with her fists? Before, she had always thought her teacher was strong, but what she had seen today went beyond strong. It shattered her understanding of what was possible. Why are you overthinking?
Shinsuke gave her a sideways look and smirked. It took me decades to get this far. You're still young. The path we walk has to be taken one step at a time, one bloody footprint at a time. As long as you're willing to put in the work, you'll step on Gojo's head one day too. Shinsuke had high hopes for Maki. She had the grit. In fact, he suspected her progress with the 8 gates would outpace his and Toji's. Her body wasn't as monstrously tough as theirs, which meant she would reach her limits faster, and the blood energy required to open each gate would be much less. Of course, that also meant that even though she might advance faster, the raw power she could unleash with the gates would never equal his. It was like comparing Might Guy to Rock Lee. The foundation determined how high the ceiling was.
That was why Shinsuke, with just 6 gates open, had been able to withstand Gojo Satoru head-on. I understand, Master. I won't let you down. Maki nodded firmly, her gaze blazing with determination. For the first time, she felt she was walking a path with real hope. She would give everything to reach the end. Meanwhile, over in Kyoto Jujutsu High, Mai froze mid-training. Something foreign surged into her body, and suddenly her entire being felt light, unshackled, more alive than ever before. What is this? She stared blankly at her hands, shocked by the sudden change. Her cursed energy flowed smoother, denser, and for a moment she felt invincible. On instinct, she raised her palm, gathering cursed energy into a condensed sphere. A cursed energy bullet formed.
She waited for the exhaustion that always came. But nothing. Eyes widening, she formed another, then another. By the time the sixth bullet flickered into existence in her palm, Mai finally felt fatigue creeping in. I really did get stronger. Her chest tightened with exhilaration. She had no idea why this had happened, but the joy of it left her giddy. Until now, she had never been certain she could beat her sister. But now, she had hope. No, more than that, she could see the future. A future where she wasn't limited to bullets, but could construct entire arsenals. Just wait, sis. I will defeat you. Mai could already picture Maki's shocked face when the day came. Then a wild thought struck her. If I keep getting stronger, could I even surpass my brother someday? But the memory of Shinsuke casually butchering cursed spirits flashed in her mind.
She immediately dropped the idea. Beating her sister was one thing. Beating that monster of a brother was suicide. What Maki and Shinsuke didn't know was that the tiny fragment of cursed energy Shinsuke had expelled from Maki's body during training hadn't disappeared. It had drifted and lodged itself inside Mai. That single fragment had filled the gap in her once flawed constitution, making her at last a complete sorcerer. From now on, how far her construct technique could go would depend only on her resolve. The twins' cursed fate had at last found a perfect resolution. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world received word of the fight between Gojo Satoru and Shinsuke Zen'in. What if he already suspects it was us who ordered Gojo to move against him? One elder trembled. After all, the plan had been his suggestion. If Shinsuke found out, he'd be the first target. That lunatic really would kill me, he muttered, pale. Another elder tried to soothe him, though mostly to calm his own nerves. Don't worry, Gojo and that man don't get along. He won't tell him. Should we go hide under Master Tengen for a while? One of the more cowardly geezers already looked ready to pack his bags. Shameful, the most authoritative elder slammed the table. You think Tengen-sama cares about your petty schemes? Enough. This matter ends here. They all knew dragging Tengen into it would only backfire. After all, they had been in the wrong from the start. Still, that knowledge didn't ease their fear. For days afterward, many of them slept fitfully, waking from nightmares drenched in cold sweat. As for the chaos he'd stirred in the upper echelons, Shinsuke Zen'in didn't have the time or patience to care. Megumi, from today onward, you're officially a first year at Jujutsu High. Here's your student ID. Keep it safe. Shinsuke handed over the card, formally completing his nephew's enrollment. Megumi Fushiguro was the very first of the new batch of first years to register. Understood, Uncle. Megumi tucked away the ID, then raised his head to ask, Uncle, does this mean I can start taking missions to exercise curses? He had already studied all the basics of techniques, cursed energy, and curses themselves back at the Zen'in household. There was no need to repeat it at Jujutsu High. His reasons for enrolling were straightforward. Take missions to earn money to support his household, and hone his strength through real combat. After all, both his uncle and his father were expecting him to one day inherit the Zen'in clan headship and the fortune that came with it. You can, Shinsuke nodded, but start with small jobs. Don't go charging into the hardest missions right away. Build your experience step by step. You've got plenty of theory, but your practical combat experience is almost zero. Take it slow. He spoke earnestly, like a strict but careful guardian. After all, this boy wasn't just his nephew, he was also a future cash cow. The Zen'in clan's wealth had to stay in the family. It could only be passed down through Megumi or through his disciple, Maki. If you run into trouble, come find me. If I'm not around, look for Gojo Satoru. He's also teaching the first years. And if neither of us are here, ask your aunt, Zen'in Maki. She's in the second year.
Compared to Toji, Shinsuke came off more like an old-fashioned father, fussing over every detail, making sure Megumi had a safety net. Of course, Shinsuke already knew what lay ahead. Someday soon, Megumi would cross paths with Yuji Itadori, and then catch Sukuna's eye. When that time came, either he or Gojo had to be a Jujutsu High. Ideally, both. If Sukuna needed someone to toy with, let it be anyone else, not his nephew, not his niece. I understand, Uncle. My father already warned me about most of this before I came. Megumi's tone carried a hint of impatience, though he didn't dare show it openly. His uncle's presence was intimidating. Even his father became meek in front of this man. Oh? Getting restless already? Shinsuke raised a brow, then gave him a light kick. Fine, get lost, and don't come bothering me for nothing. Yes, Uncle, goodbye. Megumi's face brightened at the dismissal. Without hesitation, he bolted. He finally had permission to hunt curses, and he wasn't about to waste a second. Shinsuke watched him go, shaking his head. When did I turn into an old man who nags? It didn't take long for Megumi Fushiguro to get the hang of things. He quickly adapted to the work, exercising curses with growing efficiency. Like a tireless nuclear-powered mule, he kept earning money to support the household. Toji couldn't help but feel he had made the right choice returning to raise his kids. The lump sum he'd once sold to the Zen'in clan couldn't compare to this steady, long-term stream. He had, without doubt, a good son. Tokyo Jujutsu High. After completing a mission, Megumi ran into his homeroom teacher, Gojo Satoru, who happened to be in the middle of a discussion with his uncle, Shinsuke Zen'in. "I'll be away on a business trip," Gojo said, that smug grin never leaving his face. "I'm leaving things at Jujutsu High to you for the time being. Don't let anything go wrong." Shinsuke shot him a sidelong glance. A business trip? Sounds more like a vacation on the school's dime. But why tell me? I couldn't care less where you run off to. Aw, don't say that. We're colleagues, aren't we? Gotta look out for each other. Gojo chuckled, clearly amused by something only he found funny. But when his jokes didn't get a rise out of Shinsuke, his smile faded into something more serious. Fine. Truth is, I just have this feeling something's coming. Aw, don't say that. We're colleagues, aren't we? Gotta look out for each other. Gojo chuckled, clearly amused by something only he found funny. But when his jokes didn't get a rise out of Shinsuke, his smile faded into something more serious. Fine. Truth is, I just have this feeling something's coming. Can't explain it, but my gut's telling me the calm won't last. Gojo had always trusted his instincts, and right now, the eerie stillness of the jujutsu world bothered him. Ever since the night parade of 100 demons, things had been too quiet. With someone like him around, balance should never last long. Shinsuke smirked. So, even the strongest trusts his gut. Careful now. Wouldn't want to see you chopped up into, 2.5 Gojos? Gojo blanked. 2 point what now? I'm being serious here. Before the banter could continue, Megumi approached. He had been about to slip away unnoticed, but thought better of it. Uncle, Gojo-sensei, what are you talking about? Oh, Megumi, Gojo waved casually. Just talking over some business with your uncle. Heading off to another exorcism? It's the mission you assigned me yesterday, Megumi replied evenly. Oh, right. The retrieval of that special grade cursed object, yeah? Important one. If you run into trouble, remember to ask your uncle for help. Gojo then turned to Shinsuke, his grin returning. Speaking of, I'm leaving soon. That mission's in your hands now. Special grade cursed object, your favorite. You won't refuse, will you? Shinsuke rolled his eyes. If it were a special grade curse, he'd be interested. But a cursed object? Boring. You couldn't fight it, couldn't kill it. If it weren't for the fact that this particular object was one of Sukuna's fingers, he wouldn't have spared it a glance. I'll be going then. Take your time. Megumi gave a polite nod before excusing himself. He knew when adults were talking, it was best for a kid not to linger. Time to retrieve the object. Watching his students back retreat, Gojo stroked his chin and muttered, "Hard to believe that kid's Toji's son. Polite, well-mannered, talented, doesn't add up." "Probably takes after his mother," Shinsuke replied dryly. He agreed. Megumi was nothing like Toji. Then again, it was possible Megumi only behaved like this in front of them. Who knew how he was with outsiders? Anyway, enough chatter. I've got a trip to catch. I'll bring back souvenirs. And remember my warning, stay alert. With a lazy slap on Shinsuke's shoulder, Gojo turned and strode off. Originally, he'd planned to leave in a few days, but knowing there was another teacher around with nothing better to do, he decided he might as well depart immediately. At the very least, he intended to enjoy a full week abroad. Shinsuke Zen'in brushed the spot where Gojo had clapped him, face full of distaste. Still so damn rude. Souvenirs from Africa?
As if I'd want that junk. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro arrived at a small schoolyard where a sealed crate had been left upright on the grass. He frowned. They left a special grade cursed object lying around in a place like this? Too careless. He opened the crate, then froze. Huh? It was empty. He shoved his head inside, searching frantically. Nothing? Pulling back out, Megumi scanned the area. He searched the ground, the nearby bushes, the surrounding path. Still no trace of the sealed object. No way. His expression hardened. Could someone have already taken it? If a special grade cursed object fell into the hands of an ordinary person, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, he dialed his uncle. "Didn't find it, huh?" "Keep looking," Shinsuke said flatly on the other end. "Ask around if anyone's seen it. That thing is dangerous. If a civilian has it, that's trouble." Click. The line went dead. Megumi stared at his phone. He hung up? So he was supposed to track it down alone? Why did his uncle feel just as unreliable as Gojo-sensei? Still, he didn't dare defy Shinsuke. All he could do was grit his teeth and keep searching for the cursed object. By the next day, after combing the city non-stop, Megumi finally narrowed down the trail. His target was a well-known athlete at West Middle, nicknamed the Tiger of West Junior High. He found him at the hospital. "You must be Yuji Itadori," Megumi said, introducing himself as he cornered the boy. "I'm Fushiguro, from Jujutsu High. There's something we need to talk about." "Oi, oi, I'm busy grieving here," Yuji grumbled, clearly annoyed. Megumi dragged him into a shadowy corner. His tone turned sharp. "There's no time. The cursed object in your possession is extremely dangerous. Hand it over now." Cursed object? Yuji blinked in confusion. But when Megumi showed him a photo on his phone, realization dawned. "Oh, that thing. Yeah, I found it. But it's not with me. My senpai have it. They seem to really like the creepy finger. Is it really that dangerous?" To him, it was just a weird, shriveled finger wrapped in cloth, hardly terrifying. Megumi's brow furrowed. He explained tersely. "That object was originally used to repel curses, but its seal has degraded. Now, instead of repelling them, it attracts them. Mishandled, it could unleash a disaster." Yuji scratched his head, then casually tossed him the empty box. "Well, the finger's with my senpai. If you want it, you'll have to ask them. Doesn't bother me. Oh, and I think they're planning to unwrap the bandages tonight." "What?" Megumi's face drained of color. He stared at the empty box in horror. Yuji tilted his head, still oblivious. "That bad? I mean, if it's not too serious, I'd rather get back to handling my grandpa's funeral." Megumi immediately pulled out his phone, trying to reach his uncle while glaring at Yuji. Bad doesn't begin to cover it. If they unwrap that finger, they'll die. "Already started, huh?" Shinsuke Zen'in hung up the phone, then calmly returned to slurping his ramen. Not a trace of urgency. With Megumi's strength, plus that hot-blooded jock of a kid, they should be able to muddle through this mess. He finished his noodles at a leisurely pace. Only after the sky had gone completely dark did he finally stretch and stroll toward the school where the incident had broken out. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori were locked in a desperate fight against a curse. "Yuji, get them out of here!" Megumi shouted from the open-air corridor. "Curses can only be exorcised with cursed energy. A normal person can't fight one." Yuji, however, was darting and weaving with freakish agility, his fists and feet hammering at the Grade 2 curse. He was fast, strong, and reckless, but still just a human. Face grim, Yuji barked back. "If I run now, I'll regret it forever. My grandpa told me I have to save people." His words were cut short as the curse caught him in its jaws, wrenching from his grip the sealed special grade object. The grotesque finger arced into the air. Both Yuji and the curse's hungry maw turned toward it. Pinned in the monster's grasp, Yuji did the only thing he could. He lunged forward and bit down on the finger himself.
What? Megumi's eyes went wide. The curse screeched. Yuji clamped his jaw tight, the decayed digit dangling between his teeth. The sight was absurd, boy and curse locked in a grotesque tug-of-war. "Eat it?" Megumi's voice cracked. "That thing grants curses more power." But Yuji had already drawn his own conclusion. If eating it gives them power, then maybe it'll work for me too. And before Megumi could stop him, crunch! Yuji swallowed Sukuna's finger. "No!" Megumi's heart dropped. That was a special grade cursed object, a remnant of the king of curses himself, Ryoming Sukuna. To a human, it should be nothing less than pure poison. Yuji should be dead already. Instead, boom! Power exploded through Yuji's body. Black markings seared across his skin, nails sharpening into talons. With a single slash of his hand, the curse before him was shredded into bloody chunks, purple ichor raining down the corridor.
Yuji receded. Sukuna emerged. Ha 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 ha! The laughter was manic, inhuman. Extra eyes opened beneath his own, glimmering with cruel intelligence. He tore away Yuji's shirt, revealing a body tattooed in living, writhing markings. "Ah, fresh air after all these centuries. Disgusting, filthy curses. Where are the humans? Where are the women?" Megumi's stomach sank. The worst-case scenario. It's happened. Sukuna has incarnated inside him. At that moment, another voice drawled from the rooftop scaffolding. "So this is the great king of curses. Doesn't seem all that bright to me." Shinsuke Zen'in crouched lazily above, watching the scene unfold, lips twitching in faint amusement. Guess being sealed away that long scrambled his brain. "Uncle!" Megumi called out in relief. He had been ready to gamble his life, but with Shinsuke here, the burden finally eased. "Uncle!" Then, slap! Yuji suddenly smacked himself across the face. His own voice came tumbling out, bewildered. "Hey, who the hell are you, and why are you trying to steal my body?" Impossible! Sukuna's eyes widened in disbelief. The brat still had his own consciousness? But before he could resist, control of the body was yanked back into Yuji's hands. "Megumi, there's something inside me now," Yuji muttered. Then he blinked at Shinsuke. And who's this guy?" "This is my uncle," Megumi said tersely, "a teacher at Jujutsu High." Then he turned to Shinsuke, voice tight. "Uncle, what do we do with him?" By the usual rules, Yuji Itadori should already be dead or exorcised on the spot. To let Sukuna roam free inside a human body was madness. Shinsuke eyed Yuji, his voice even. "Kid, can you guarantee you won't let that thing inside you take control?" Yuji scratched his head, thinking it over. "Pretty sure I can." "Good enough," Shinsuke nodded. "You've got 2 days. Handle your business, then report to Jujutsu High." His gaze flicked to Megumi. "You stick with him. Don't let him out of your sight, not for a single second, until he's standing at the school gates." "Huh? Me?" Megumi sputtered. Megumi's cheek twitched slightly. He was supposed to keep watch over this guy, a walking time bomb who could turn into a special grade curse at any moment? His uncle was seriously overestimating him.
That's right, you, Shinsuke said evenly. From today on, he'll be your classmate. Of course, he could also become your enemy one day, but for now, he's your classmate. I'm counting on you. Your uncle's had a long day. Time for me to get some rest.
You take this kid back. And with that, Shinsuke Zen'in vanished without a sound. As for letting Yuji release Sukuna to play, he considered it utterly unnecessary. Knowing Yuji could still control his own body was all the proof he needed. And honestly, a Sukuna with only one finger wasn't nearly enough to pique his interest. Besides, killing it wouldn't even grant him any experience points. After Shinsuke left, Megumi and Yuji stood staring at each other, both silent. Let's go. Once you've finished your business, you're coming with me to Jujutsu High. Megumi sighed inwardly. He had no choice but to yield to his uncle's orders. During his time at the school, he'd heard plenty of rumors about the man. Defying the higher-ups, being labeled one of the two great troublemakers, the infamous Curse Slayer.
Not exactly the kind of reputation that screamed reliable. Megumi? Yuji scratched his head. What even is this Jujutsu High place? Do I really have to go there? The day had been absurd enough already. Questions were stacking up faster than he could process them. Jujutsu High is a school that trains sorcerers, Megumi explained curtly. You swallowed a special grade cursed object. I don't know how you're still conscious, but you've gained the power to exercise curses because of it. At Jujutsu High, you can actually learn to control that power. But whether you survive, he trailed off, expression darkening. That's another question. From what I've heard, the old men in the higher-ups see someone like you as a kill on sight. The King of Curses wasn't a joke. There was no way the higher-ups would allow something so dangerous to roam unchecked.
So what? You're saying I have to die? Yuji pointed at himself, eyes wide. His grandfather's dying words echoed in his mind. Don't die like some nobody, fading away without meaning. Die in a way that matters, with people remembering you. Megumi glanced at Yuji, his tone steady. I'll have my uncle protect you. After spending the day with him, Megumi had already decided. It wasn't right for Yuji to just be executed. It was far too unfair. At this point, he could only leverage connections to try and sway the higher-ups. There were only two people who could actually make that happen. His homeroom teacher Gojo Satoru and his uncle Zen'in Shinsuke. With Gojo out of the country, that left only one option. Thanks, Megumi. Yuji still couldn't understand why everyone wanted him dead, but if someone was willing to protect him, wasn't that basically a lifesaver? 2 days later, Megumi brought Yuji to Jujutsu High right on schedule to handle enrollment. Yuji Itadori, right? Come with me. Shinsuke eyed him with mild irritation. This was supposed to be Gojo's job, but the guy had conveniently skipped town. Oh, okay. Yuji looked around curiously, then asked, Mister, Megumi said I might get the death penalty. Is that true? You're currently the vessel of Ryomen Sukuna, the King of Curses. By all rights, the higher-ups shouldn't allow you to exist. But considering how rare Sukuna's vessel is, they've decided to let you ingest all 20 of his fingers before killing you, thereby erasing the King of Curses completely. Of course, that decision only existed because Shinsuke had personally threatened them. Otherwise, those old men would have executed Yuji without hesitation. So, I'm dead either way, huh? Yuji let out a breath, then grinned faintly. At least this way I die for something. That's not so bad. Wait, 20 fingers? I'm not about to eat his toes, am I? No way I'm doing that. Yuji froze at the thought. 10 fingers made sense, but toes too? The idea made him queasy. Sukuna, the King of Curses, had 4 arms, 20 fingers. Who in their right mind would turn toes into cursed objects? Fair enough. That's a relief. Yuji chuckled nervously. Hey, mister, are there really that many curses out there? Even now, his understanding of curses was still fuzzy.
Shinsuke gave him a quick rundown of curse basics. Just then, a mouth opened on Yuji's cheek, its tone dripping with arrogance. "Hey, sorcerer, care to make a deal?" Slap. "Sorry, mister," Yuji winced. "Sometimes this guy pops out on his own." Though Sukuna couldn't seize control of his body outright, he'd occasionally emerge like this. "Oh? And what kind of deal?" Shinsuke's lips curled slightly. He was curious what the so-called King of Curses would propose. "Restrain this brat and let me take over completely," the mouth on Yuji's hand said, voice laced with sincerity. "In return, I'll give you the chance to follow me." Shinsuke burst out laughing. "Didn't expect the King of Curses to be so entertaining. You almost sound human." "Unfortunately, I'm no sorcerer, just an ordinary man. Take your offer to that white-haired guy instead." "I see. Fine. I'll remember you." Sukuna marked Shinsuke in his mind. Someday, he would make this ordinary man pay for the insult of calling him human. He was the King of Curses, 4 arms, 2 faces. He may have once been human, but he despised being called one. "Mister, is this guy really that strong?" Yuji didn't actually know how powerful Sukuna was, but the title King of Curses said a lot. "He's strong," Shinsuke replied casually. "Back in the golden age of Jujutsu, all the sorcerers combined still couldn't defeat him. Even after death, no sorcerer in later generations has ever managed to destroy his fingers." Yuji's expression stiffened. "What if I eat all 20 fingers and then lose control? Is there anyone who can stop him?" Yuji was already thinking ahead, worried about what might happen in the future. Shinsuke said calmly, "Relax, you need to understand. Right now, in the Jujutsu world, there's someone called the strongest sorcerer. If it comes to it, he'll step in." "Really? The strongest sorcerer? What's his name? Can I meet him?" Yuji's eyes lit up with curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough. He'll also be your teacher. His name is 2.5 Gojo Satoru. Don't forget it." 2.5 Gojo Satoru? What kind of weird name is that? Before Yuji could question further, they had already arrived at Principal Yaga's office. The room was dimly lit, only a few candles flickering in the corners. "Principal Yaga, the kid's yours now. I'll leave the rest to you." Shinsuke gave Yuji a wry smile. "Do your best to pass the evaluation." Then, without another word, he stepped outside and closed the door behind him. "Eh? Mister?" Yuji turned around, but his escort was already gone. Left alone, he looked around nervously until his eyes landed on the man at the desk, busily sewing a small doll. "Hello, I'm Yuji Itadori." Yaga paused his stitching, lifted his head, and gave Yuji a steady look. "So, you're the one. Why do you want to come to Jujutsu High?" About half an hour later, Yuji staggered out of the office, sporting a few bruises. "Looks like you passed." Megumi leaned casually against the doorframe. "Megumi, you're here? Where's Mister?" "It's Professor Zen'in," Megumi corrected with a sigh, then turned to lead the way. "Come on, I'll take you to the dorms." His expression was full of annoyance. Clearly, once again, he'd been stuck with all the grunt work. Okay." Not long after, Yuji arrived at his room. His eyes widened in delight. "Wow, this place is awesome! It's a single room!" Megumi explained. "Most of the second and third years are out, so the place feels empty." "Even if they were here, there aren't that many of them. Anyway, I'm next door. Call me if something comes up." "Got it!" Excited, Yuji began unpacking, slapping up a poster of his favorite woman on the wall, then carefully arranging his things. Tomorrow, he'd start learning how to use cursed energy and begin the search for Sukuna's fingers. The next morning, Yuji awoke to find 2 towering men standing in his room. "Holy crap, mister? And, who's this guy?" The sudden sight nearly made him jump out of bed. "This," Shinsuke said with a smirk, "is the one I told you about yesterday, the strongest sorcerer alive." Introduced with clear emphasis, the tall man at his side was none other than Gojo Satoru. Shinsuke had spent the previous night forcing him to cut his trip short and come back. There was no way he was going to let Gojo treat a work trip like some vacation.
Oh, so you're Professor 2.5 Gojo. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuji Itadori. Yuji straightened up instantly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This was the man who could fight Sukuna head-on. Whether Yuji succeeded or failed from here on out depended on him. What 2.5 Gojo? I'm Gojo Satoru, your jujutsu teacher. Gojo rubbed his chin, giving Yuji a long, assessing look. His expression turned puzzled. Well, I'll be. He really did merge with Sukuna. He had thought Shinsuke just dragged him back out of spite, annoyed he'd taken time off. But no, this time the bastard was telling the truth. Can you bring him out? Gojo's voice was calm but serious. He needed to personally confirm whether Yuji could truly control his body. I think so? Yuji hesitated, then nodded. Good, then come with us.
The three of them stepped into the hallway, just as Megumi came out of the next room. He froze at the sight of his uncle and Gojo walking Yuji along like some kind of escort squad. Uncle? Gojo-sensei? Perfect timing, Shinsuke said, clamping a hand down on his nephew's shoulder before he could retreat. You're coming too. Let's go take a good look at the king of curses. Megumi stared blankly. Great, should have stayed in bed. Wait, when did you even get back, Gojo-sensei? He asked cautiously. Just now. Pretty fast, huh? Gojo beamed. I even brought souvenirs. Don't forget to pick them up later. Megumi had no words. Not long after, Yuji followed the group out to the training field. Gojo stretched lazily, loosening his shoulders. All right, let him out. And remember, when I say stop, you stop.
Got it. Yuji closed his eyes, sinking into that strange emptiness. When they snapped open again, boom! A surge of cursed energy roared out. Black tattoos crawled across his skin. His mouth curled into an arrogant grin. You brat! This will be the last decision you'll ever regret. Sukuna was back. This time he was ready. No way he'd let that punk snatch his body back again. So you're Sukuna? Gojo tilted his head, still warming up. A sorcerer? Don't think freeing me earns you gratitude. Sukuna's gaze swept the area and stopped when he spotted Shinsuke. His eyes narrowed. Again? This man, utterly ordinary, not a shred of cursed energy, yet he stood there, watching calmly. Fine, I'll crush the white-haired sorcerer first, then I'll kill you. The threat was naked. Human, curse, it made no difference. If Sukuna wanted to kill, he killed. If he wanted to play, he played. No rules. Oh, impressive, Shinsuke muttered, scratching his ear. Then go ahead and deal with the kid first. He annoys me too. Sukuna's expression hardened, eyes sharpening. What an infuriating bastard. Oh, you think he's annoying too? Gojo's grin widened. How about we beat him up together first? Are you two making fun of me? Sukuna's tone dropped, low and cold. He decided not to waste more words. His hand slashed the air. Shh! The field split open. Deep gouges tore through the ground, smoke and dust erupting as his slicing technique engulfed Gojo. Next, it's your turn. Sukuna turned, eyes locking on Shinsuke with confidence. The smoke cleared. Gojo emerged, fanning the air with a look of distaste. Hey, don't wreck the property. If Principal Yaga makes me pay again, I'll be pissed. What? Sukuna's eyes narrowed in disbelief. His slash hadn't even scratched him. He lunged, fist cocked, aiming to crush him. Seeing through Sukuna's movements, Gojo clapped his hands and instantly shifted behind him. His face showed nothing but boredom. Like Zen'in Shinsuke, he couldn't muster a shred of interest in a Sukuna with only one finger's worth of power.
After toying with him for a few casual exchanges, Gojo waved dismissively. "Yuji, that's enough." Sukuna still wanted to fight, but a sudden tremor in his chest froze him. In the next moment, Itadori Yuji easily wrested back control of his own body. "What is this kid?" Sukuna muttered in disbelief. "Someone actually suppressing his soul?" Just before being forced back down, his eyes locked on Gojo. "I'll remember you." No matter the era, there were always one or two sorcerers who stood above the rest. Perhaps, he thought, this one could make things interesting. "It's over?" Yuji blinked as his senses returned. The strange dual consciousness left a lingering unease. "Having someone else in my body feels really weird." "It's done," Gojo replied. "I've confirmed you can stay in control. Now it's time to get to work." He turned toward Megumi. "You two, let's go meet your new classmate." Got it," Megumi sighed. "Another errand. Figures." "I'll be heading out," he said, nodding toward his uncle. Shinsuke gave a brief nod back. He had his own matters to handle. He wasn't about to waste time playing chaperone. As soon as Gojo left with Yuji and Megumi, Shinsuke's phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. He picked up lazily.
"Yeah? Miss me?" came a bright, familiar voice. "No." "Heh?" The caller's tone shot up with mock outrage. "Just you wait. Where are you right now?" "Jujutsu High." "Perfect. I need to see that old hag anyway. Stay put. I'll be there in half an hour. Didn't miss me, huh? Let's see how you like it when I show up." The line went dead. Shinsuke sighed. Of course, he already knew Yuki Tsukumo was due back today. He hadn't bothered to greet her at the gates. Independent women didn't need chauffeuring after all. 30 minutes later, the roar of a motorbike echoed through the campus. Yuki swung off her little motorcycle, killed the engine, pulled off her helmet, and flicked her hair back in one smooth motion. She might be broke, but damn if she didn't look cool. "Now," she said with a teasing grin, spreading her arms toward him, "do you miss me?" Shinsuke rolled his eyes. It's only been a few months. What's there to miss? He had long since grown used to her antics. Every New Year she showed up to cling for weeks, sometimes even cutting overseas trips short, just to drop in again. He seriously wondered, is this really how someone planning to save the world spends her time? "A few months is plenty," Yuki pouted, stepping forward to wrap her arms around him, pressing her face against his chest. "Even a day apart feels like 3 years. You don't miss me? Fine, I'll miss you enough for both of us." So, what could possibly bring the great special grade sorcerer back in person this time? Shinsuke's hand absent-mindedly pinched her cheek. Soft, pliant, almost fun to need. "You being here is reason enough," Yuki said, tilting her head up, eyes sparkling playfully. "Do I need any other excuse?" "TC, enough nonsense." Shinsuke smacked her lightly on the hip, forcing a straight face. Back in the day, he'd always been the one doing the teasing. Now the tables had turned. Even Yuki dared to provoke him. "Fine, I'll let you off for now," she teased, voice dropping with a dangerous lilt. "But tonight, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Her expression sobered just slightly. "Truthfully, I came back because I uncovered some disturbing intel. I need to confirm it with the old granny. You coming?" "The old granny? You mean Tengen?" That's right. Then I'll tag along. Her tea leaves are good. I might as well grab a couple packs while we're there." Shinsuke agreed without hesitation. Inside the Star Corridor Palace, Zen'in Shinsuke and Yuki Tsukumo barged in without the slightest hesitation. "Oi, old hag, you're not even coming out to greet us?" Yuki never had much respect for Tengen. Manners were the last thing on her mind. At the sound of her voice, one of the countless sliding doors creaked open. The two exchanged a glance. "Let's go." They stepped through into Tengen's chamber. Just like years ago, nothing had changed, still the lair of the ultimate shut-in.
"A nuisance," Tengen murmured, looking up at them with no expression at all. "And another nuisance who despises me. Quite the pair." Shinsuke and Yuki noted the change in her. Her face no longer bore a single trace of humanity. If one didn't know better, they would think she was already a curse. Yuki blinked. "So you've already crossed that line, huh, old hag? You've really become a curse spirit." Indeed, when Riko Amanai never merged with Tengen, she had failed to find another solution. Without a vessel, her body inevitably evolved, drifting further from humanity. Now the only thing preserving her mind was the barrier itself. "You're right," Tengen admitted, "which makes the situation dangerous. If Kenjaku learns what I've become, he'll make his move." She poured out 2 cups of tea, sliding them across the table as her calm words carried a heavy weight. "If I fall into Kenjaku's hands, the world will end." "Kenjaku's just a lunatic," Yuki said coldly. "1,000 years of scheming. Of course he'll act in this era." Indeed, Kenjaku had spent centuries experimenting, searching for the perfect evolution of humanity and curses. Every attempt had failed. But after countless failures, he had finally found a solution. Merge them. With Tengen's ability, he could force every human and every curse to evolve together, birthing a new ultimate species. "That's fine by me," Shinsuke said flatly. "I've been looking for him anyway. Whether the world burned or not wasn't his concern. But with his niece still lying unconscious, that was something he couldn't ignore." Tengen frowned. "Boy, I know you're strong, but don't underestimate Kenjaku. That man never acts unless he's absolutely certain." Though she despised Shinsuke's rude ways, she still warned him because she could sense he might become a weapon against her ancient enemy. Shinsuke didn't answer. If he hadn't known Kenjaku, he'd already be on guard. Any creature that had lived and plotted for 1,000 years was no trivial opponent. Yuki smirked and leaned back. "Old hag, you've lived just as long, and you're afraid of him? Shouldn't it be an even match?" Tengen fell silent. How could they compare? She had spent centuries in seclusion, sleeping and maintaining barriers. Kenjaku, on the other hand, had spent those same centuries weaving schemes, manipulating powers, and constantly honing his edge. They weren't on the same playing field. "Enough about him," Tengen said at last. "Yuki, tell me why you've come back." Yuki crossed her legs, lounging like a mob boss on the couch. "Overseas, I found some disturbing signs. They might be connected to Kenjaku." The discussion stretched for over an hour. When it finally ended, Shinsuke and Yuki left together, helping themselves to an entire box of Tengen's tea on the way out. After they were gone, Tengen sat in silence, her gaze heavy with foreboding. So, the day is finally coming, isn't it? Outside, Shinsuke asked, "Where to now?" Yuki tapped her chin. Still early. Let's eat first." She tossed him the keys to her bike with a grin. A stolen moment of 2-person freedom was worth more than any prophecy of doom. Shinsuke took the keys, paused for 2 seconds, and said with a grin, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a banquet, the kind that doesn't cost a dime." He revved up Yuki Tsukomo's bike, and with her clinging on behind him, sped through the city streets. It was time to show her off. Considering she was technically his sister-in-law, Toji wouldn't dare serve them the cheapest set menu. "Hey, don't go so fast in the middle of the city. What if the cops pull us over?" Yuki tightened her arms around his waist, stealing a glance at the speedometer with concern. "They'd have to catch me first." Shinsuke smirked and accelerated. Racing without the fear of death, it was exhilarating. And if the police really did stop him, big deal. No license, no paperwork. He'd just dump the blame on Jujutsu High. Special grade sorcerers had their own privileges, after all. Not long after, they pulled up to Toji's restaurant. The moment Shinsuke spotted his younger brother inside, he relaxed.
Today's fancy meal? As good as stolen already. He strolled up to the counter, knocking on it casually. "Boss, menu please." From the kitchen, Toji's voice rang out without even looking up. "Oi, Shoji, bring out yesterday's leftovers." "You've gotta be kidding me." Shinsuke's voice jumped a few octaves in indignation. When Toji finally looked up, ready to tear into his freeloading brother, he froze. Because standing right next to Shinsuke was a striking blonde woman, her arm hooked naturally around his.
Yuki flashed Toji a smile. "Hello, Toji. I'm his girlfriend, Yuki Tsukumo." Toji's face went blank. For a moment, his brain stalled. Then a creeping sense of dread welled up inside him. Damn it, if he'd known this was going to happen, he never would have come to the shop today. Looked like this meal was going to bleed him dry. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law." He forced himself to sound polite, then immediately shouted to the back, "Shoji, tell the kitchen full spread, top quality, don't hold back." What choice did he have? His shameless brother had actually brought a girlfriend. As the younger brother, he had to at least put on a show. Though the name Yuki Tsukumo did ring a bell. Wasn't she some big-shot sorcerer? Shinsuke beamed, utterly at ease. "Knew you'd come through, Toji."
"Appreciate it, little bro." Toji's face darkened, his mood soured. "Don't listen to him," Yuki added with a small laugh. "Really, simple dishes would have been fine." No, it's fine. It's my pleasure." Toji forced a smile, every word tasting like ash. "All right then, we'll just sit and wait for the food." Shinsuke led Yuki to a table and then glanced back at his brother. "Hey, Toji, why don't you join us?" "You go ahead. I've already eaten," Toji said through clenched teeth, still smiling. This was too much. He needed to make Megumi keep Shinsuke busy somehow. Otherwise, this parasitic older brother was going to keep showing up to freeload. Sure, the restaurant was doing well, and he wasn't strapped for cash, but it was the principle of the thing. Yuki, meanwhile, eyed the spread of luxury dishes being laid out and swallowed hard. "This feels wrong. Shouldn't we pay?" "If you want to pay, go ahead. I don't have money," Shinsuke said without hesitation. "Then forget it. I won't pay either." Honestly, she didn't even have enough cash for her return trip. Shinsuke had fronted her travel fare. There was no way she could afford a meal like this. Better to just freeload with him. "Let's go." With a toothpick in his mouth, Zen'in Shinsuke strolled out with Yuki Tsukumo, carefree as ever, no hint of paying for their massive feast. Toji's lips twitched violently. He still had to stand at the door and see them off, which only made him feel more bitter. As their figures disappeared, his mood calmed. Yuki Tsukumo. No wonder the name sounded familiar. A special grade sorcerer, huh? He finally recalled the eccentric special grade from Jujutsu High, the one who never took missions and had a rocky relationship with the higher-ups. Actually, she's kind of perfect for him. Thinking about his brother's impossible personality, Toji figured the two would surprisingly get along. At least he no longer had to worry about his brother's lifelong prospects. In a way, that was good news. Meanwhile, Shinsuke revved his bike, glancing at the sky. It was still early, plenty of time to show Yuki around. Where to next? I'm stuffed. Let's just go home and sleep. Yuki spread her arms wide, savoring the night wind. Not even a little walk? Home. Beauty sleep comes first. Shinsuke's face twitched. If he didn't know her so well, he might have actually believed that. Still, he said nothing more. Home it was. Back at the Zen'in family compound, the first years had been left in the second year's care. "I think Megumi and Kugisaki are in good hands with you guys. As for you," he said, glancing at the trio, "your fundamentals are already solid. What you need now is steady progress. I don't really have much more to teach." "Aw," Maki's shoulders slumped, disappointment written all over her face. Shinsuke chuckled. "Maki, it's not that I don't want to teach you. You've already entered the 8 Gates path. After that, there's no shortcut, just hard, patient training." "Oh, right," he added. "How's your progress these past few months?" Maki's mood instantly flipped, her eyes brightening. "Sensei, after all this time, I've only managed to open the second gate. How long before I can be like you?" "The second gate, huh? Wait, what?" Shinsuke blinked, looking stunned. "You've already opened the second gate?" She nodded eagerly. "Yeah, but lately my progress feels a lot slower. What's going on, Sensei?" Maki had been pushing herself far beyond normal limits, wearing weighted gear even on missions, training every spare moment, relentlessly punishing her body to grow stronger. Shinsuke sighed, pressing a hand on her shoulder. A wave of aura surged through his palm as he examined her body's condition. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand, nodding in approval. "Incredible! You really did it!" Because her natural recovery ability was limited, her aura and blood force had condensed faster, and since her physical body required less energy to open each gate, her progression far exceeded even his and his brother's pace. Her foundation might differ, but her speed was terrifying. "Sensei, did I do something wrong?" she asked cautiously. Shinsuke smiled. "No, you're perfectly fine, Maki. You're a genuine prodigy." "Really, Sensei?" That word, prodigy, was something Maki Zen'in had never once heard in her entire life. "Ch-ch," Panda teased, leaning against the fence. "Look at her. Maki only acts this sweet when she's around Zen'in-sensei." Maki instantly turned, glaring daggers. "What was that, Panda? Want to run 10 laps with weights again?" "Salmon, run," muttered Inumaki under his breath. Panda sighed from the sidelines. Honestly, she's impossible. Around everyone else, Maki was a raging storm, but with her teacher, sweet as sugar. Total double standard. What are they even talking about? Nobara folded her arms, staring at Maki and Zen'in Shinsuke's strange master-disciple exchange. "I feel like I didn't understand a single word of that," Megumi replied calmly. "That's normal. My uncle and Maki-senpai train in a completely different way than we do." "What do you mean different? Aren't we all jujutsu sorcerers?" Nobara frowned, visibly confused. Megumi sighed. "I forgot to tell you. My uncle, Zen'in-sensei, and Maki-senpai too, they're both registered sorcerers at Jujutsu High, but neither of them actually has cursed energy. They don't even have techniques. They can't use jujutsu at all." "Huh?" Nobara blinked blankly, then threw her hands up. "What kind of weirdo school is this? No wonder that old man carries around a giant spear all the time." Ever since entering Jujutsu High, she'd thought she'd seen it all, but apparently the world still had more weirdness to offer. "Uncle," Megumi said, stepping forward, cutting through Maki's chatter, "there's something I've been meaning to ask." Shinsuke tilted his head, curious. "During the battle a few days ago with Sukuna, not Itadori, I noticed something. He said something like I might be able to defeat a special grade. Why would he say that? Is that even possible?" It had been gnawing at him ever since. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He wasn't a special grade, or even close, so why would Sukuna, of all beings, acknowledge him that way? "Oh, that," Shinsuke chuckled. "Seems no one ever told you." He looked at Megumi's serious face and continued, his tone turning teacherly. "I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you getting a big head, but since you've matured a bit, I guess it's fine now. Megumi, do you know why the Zen'in clan values you so much?" I suppose it's because I inherited the family's hereditary technique, the 10 shadows," Megumi answered honestly. "Correct," Shinsuke said, nodding. "And what do you think of it?" Megumi shrugged. "It's fine, I guess. I don't think it's anything special, probably because I haven't mastered it yet." Shinsuke smiled faintly. "You really underestimate yourself, kid. Let me put it simply. If you completely subjugate and command all 10 of your Shikigami and wield that technique to its fullest, you'll be strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the strongest sorcerer alive, Gojo Satoru." Megumi's eyes widened slightly. Shinsuke clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. "So you'd better work hard, my dear nephew. Whether or not you can someday stomp that white-haired bastard into the dirt depends entirely on you." Megumi stared blankly, torn between awe and disbelief. "Hey, what about me?" Nobara suddenly shoved him aside, puffing out her chest proudly. "Look at me, sensei! What kind of future do I have?" "You?" Shinsuke crossed his arms and pretended to study her seriously. Not bad at all. You've got great potential. Limitless, even. Keep it up, and your technique will make the higher-ups very happy. With some effort, you might even become one of the major figures in the jujitsu world someday." "For real?" Nobara's eyes sparkled. "What kind of power does a high-ranking official even have?" Shinsuke coughed, trying not to laugh. "Let's just say, if you make it to the top, you could practically take a dump on Gojo Satoru's head and no one could stop you." "That's awesome!" Everyone went silent for a beat. Megumi finally muttered, "Why does Zen'in-sensei always use Gojo-sensei as the example for everything?" Panda, arms crossed, nodded sagely. "It's the universal unit of measurement for power, pride, and pettiness." Inside the reception room, Gojo Satoru barged in without knocking, plopped himself down across from Yoshinobu Gakuganji, the Kyoto Jujutsu High Principal, and crossed one leg over the other with blatant disrespect. "Don't bother waiting," Gojo said lazily. "Principal Yaga won't be showing up. I may or might have told him the wrong meeting time." Today was the pre-event meeting for the upcoming Tokyo-Kyoto exchange event, a friendly competition between the two schools. Traditionally, both principals would meet beforehand to go over details. Gakuganji's expression tightened, his gnarled hands gripping his cane. "Do all young people these days have no sense of manners?" "Save the act, old man," Gojo replied, leaning back into the couch. "We both know you had a hand in the whole Itadori mess. You're one of the conservatives, right? Don't try to play saint with me. The only reason that guy didn't kill you on the spot is because you're still flexible enough to pretend you're not one of them." Gakuganji's eyes narrowed. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Gojo's smirk faded just a bit. "Yesterday, I was attacked by 2 special grade curses." "Oh," Gakuganji said flatly. "That's unfortunate." "That's not the point." Gojo leaned forward. "Those 2 weren't mindless monsters. They talked. They coordinated. They understood human language. They were organized." "And?" the old man replied dismissively. "We've seen that before. Decades ago, there was another intelligent special grade, wasn't there? You killed it easily enough." Gojo's grin widened, but his tone dropped. "You still don't get it. Those 2 aren't the only ones. There are more out there with the same level of power. Haven't you noticed the pattern since last year's night parade of 100 demons?" He began ticking names off his fingers. Tokyo's Okotsu Yuta, Hakari Kinji, Kyoto's Aoi Todo, the vessel of Sukuna, the sudden emergence of a coordinated group of powerful curses. Tell me, old man, doesn't any of this ring alarm bells? He stood, hands in his pockets, and said with a cold smile, "The world of jujitsu is changing fast. What you fear, what you try to suppress, is evolving beyond your control. Your rule is crumbling. The old ways of ranking and control, special grade this, grade 1 that, they don't mean anything anymore." Gojo's voice carried a quiet conviction. The jujitsu world is on the verge of something new. Whether you like it or not, the era of the old guard is ending. Silence fell. Gakuganji's face betrayed nothing. "Well, that's all I had to say," Gojo finally said, stretching. "Principal Yaga should be here in about 2 hours. Try not to bore him to death." With that, he turned on his heel and walked out, his white coat fluttering behind him, leaving behind a brooding Gakuganji and a flustered Miwa Kasumi, who had been eavesdropping by the door, blushing furiously. Back at a small Tokyo apartment, Zen'in Shinsuke was lounging on the couch watching TV when his phone rang.
Yeah, he said lazily, answering. If it's nonsense, make it quick. Can you not answer the phone like that? Gojo's irritated voice came through the line. Please, be polite to you? Don't make me laugh. Fine, Gojo sighed. I just wanted to ask, are you interested in helping me build a new Jujutsu world? Shinsuke blinked once, then hung up. Beep, beep. Gojo stared at the dead line, speechless. Yeah, should have seen that coming. So much for that idea. He'd thought about recruiting Shinsuke to his side. The man was a monster when it came to fighting curses, but apparently changing the world wasn't on his to-do list. Guess it was up to Gojo and the next generation. Meanwhile, Shinsuke dropped the phone onto the table and sighed. That guy's got something wrong with his head.
Moments later, a soft knock-knock came at his door. Big brother, are you home? He turned toward the voice. When he opened the door, a familiar figure leaned in. Zen'in Mai, her hair tied back, her eyes full of mischief. There you are, she said, stepping right in and flopping onto the sofa. Shinsuke raised an eyebrow. Weren't you supposed to be at Kyoto High? I was, but since the Kyoto team's coming to Tokyo for the exchange event and your place is nearby, I figured I'd drop by. She smiled sheepishly. Truth be told, Mai had been meaning to reconcile with her sister, but her pride got in the way. After a year apart, though, she couldn't resist coming back, even if just to peek. What, got yourself in trouble again? Shinsuke asked. Did Maki rough you up this time? What? No! Mai puffed out her cheeks. We just came to say hi, that's all. And besides, I'm not the same as before. Don't tell me you still think I can't be her. Shinsuke smirked. Oh, confident now, are we? He gave her a closer look, then frowned slightly. You're different. Wait, your cursed energy, it's stabilized? A quick check confirmed it. Mai's aura was far stronger than before, steadier, sharper. Of course, she said proudly. I'm not some dead weight anymore. Shinsuke chuckled, genuinely impressed. Good. The exchange event will be a perfect chance for you two to sort things out. Stop acting like enemies. You're sisters, not rivals to the death. Mai looked away, her lips pursed, but she didn't argue. For a brief moment, Zen'in Shinsuke was genuinely surprised, then quickly returned to his usual calm. So what if Mai had become a proper jujutsu sorcerer? With her construction technique, he doubted she truly understood how to use it efficiently. Unless she also trained her body and mastered close-quarters combat, that technique would never reach its full potential. Still, he had to admit, the Zen'in twins complemented each other perfectly. One was a weapon master, the other literally created weapons. Together, they could be unstoppable. Unless my sister apologizes to me first, I'll crush her in front of everyone and prove who's stronger. Mai raised a fist, cheeks puffed in defiant pride. Yeah, Shinsuke replied, waving her off. You two sort your own drama. I'm not getting involved. He stood and stretched. You eaten yet? I'll cook something. I want your Mapo tofu, Mai shouted immediately, grinning like a child. Shinsuke sighed, but he was smiling too. 1.5 months later, the day of the Tokyo-Kyoto Sister School Exchange event had finally arrived. This year, it would be hosted in Tokyo. All right, announced Principal Yaga Masamichi, standing before the gathered students. This year's event will officially begin at noon. Until then, everyone is free to prepare as they see fit. After declaring the opening rules, Yaga and the other instructors left for the conference room to oversee the event's logistics. Seriously? Kugisaki Nobara groaned, dragging her suitcase behind her. They call it the Kyoto Sister School Exchange, so I thought we were actually going to Kyoto. I even packed for a trip. Panda, ever patient, explained, the hosting location alternates, depending on who won the previous event. Last year, Okotsu wiped the floor with Kyoto, so this time it's Tokyo's turn.
Originally, first years weren't even supposed to participate, but last year was unusual. Okotsu Yuta, still a first year at the time, had joined the battle because they were short on people. He single-handedly annihilated Kyoto's team. Not exactly a fair fight, Panda continued. When a special grade sorcerer joins a school event, that's what we call dimensional bullying. Wait, Yuta's not competing this time? Came a loud, disappointed voice from the Kyoto side. It was Aoi Todo, standing tall among his teammates. He scanned the Tokyo lineup, his face twisting with dissatisfaction. No Yuta Okotsu? What a waste of time. Guess I'll pass. And with that, he turned on his heel and started to leave. I've got better things to do. Takata-chan's concert starts soon. The Kyoto students collectively exchanged weary glances. Well, that's Todo for you, one of them muttered helplessly. Even their teachers didn't bother trying to stop him. After all, Todo didn't even respect the principal's authority. If he didn't want to fight, nobody could make him. Let's go. Time to plan our strategy. Maki shot a brief glance at her twin sister Mai across the field before turning to lead the Tokyo Jujutsu High team back toward their waiting room. Once inside, everyone finally relaxed a little. To win this exchange event, Maki began, her tone crisp and commanding, our first priority is to avoid fighting Aoi Todo. Nobara frowned. Right, I've been meaning to ask, what is that guy's deal? She looked between Maki, Panda, and the others. A month ago, when both schools had met to introduce their representatives, Nobara had seen firsthand what Todo Aoi could do, and it was not something a human should be capable of. That guy, Maki said flatly, has the power to exercise a special grade curse. He's a real monster. If you can, just stay far away from him. She glanced at Yuji, who was standing quietly near the back of the room. Originally, I planned for Panda or Fushiguro to distract him, but, her eyes narrowed, since you're back from the dead, that job's yours, Itadori. Yuji blinked. Huh? You don't have to beat him, just stall for time, Maki continued. You're an unexpected variable anyway. If things go bad, retreat. No shame in that. Yuji clenched his fists, a confident smile spreading across his face. Wow, that was harsh. But all right, if that's my job, then I'll win. That's the spirit, Maki said with a grin. Meanwhile, over at Kyoto Jujutsu High, Principal Gakuganji Yoshinobu was giving his own orders. Your top priority, he said solemnly, is to kill Itadori Yuji. Wait, what? Miwa Kasumi blinked. I thought the rules said no killing. Itadori Yuji is Sukuna's vessel, Gakuganji replied coldly. He should have died by his own hand, but since he's still breathing, it's not too late to fix that mistake. Just blame it on Sukuna afterward. Understood, Principal, replied Kamo Noritoshi, eyes closed and expression unreadable. Once dismissed, the Kyoto students gathered in their prep room. Todo's not going to follow orders anyway, Kamo sighed. He'll probably charge in and do whatever he wants as usual. Then ignore him, Kamo continued. We'll form our own plan. The priority is Itadori. Victory can come later. Killing him comes first. Can't we just have a normal friendly competition? Miwa asked nervously. Who cares? Mai replied with a smirk. I only have one goal, Maki. She flipped her hair with a cocky grin. Leave the rest to you. My sister's mine. Kamo raised an eyebrow. That attitude isn't much different from Todo's, you know. Is your sister really that strong? Miwa asked curiously. Mai scoffed. Please. She used to be a useless failure who couldn't even see curses. She only has a bit of brute strength thanks to our brother's training. Nothing I can't handle. Though her words were full of confidence, there was a flicker of something else in her eyes. Pride? Resentment? Determination? It was hard to tell. This time, Mai thought, I'll show her I'm not the weak little sister anymore. Miwa, oblivious to the tension, simply nodded. I see. Then it sounds like we've got this in the bag. All right, Kamo said, standing. Let's go. The match is about to begin. By noon, both teams had entered the dense forest, the same battleground where Zen'in Shinsuke and Gojo Satoru once fought. A loudspeaker crackled to life. Testing, testing. Gojo's cheerful voice echoed across the woods. All right, everyone, the match is about to begin. Let's have a few words from Kyoto's very own Yutahime Iori. Right, Yutahime's uncertain voice came through the speaker. Everyone, remember that teamwork and friendship are... Okay, time's up. Match start, Gojo interrupted gleefully. You damn brat, Utame shouted from the viewing room, slamming the table. Can't you show some respect to your seniors? Relax, relax, Gojo's voice replied lazily. Anger just makes you age faster. The other teachers simply sat back, quietly sipping their tea as the chaos and the competition began to unfold. Gojo Satoru waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Utame, who was still fuming beside him. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned toward the man standing quietly near the railing, the ever-reluctant Zen'in Shinsuke. Well, well, look who decided to show up, Gojo drawled with a teasing grin. I've been calling you for years, and you never show up. But the one time I don't invite you, boom, you appear. What gives? No choice, Shinsuke replied lazily, his tone calm yet sharp. This time, I smelled prey, and I'd hate for you to snatch it first. Gojo's smile faltered. Prey? What's that supposed to mean? You expecting trouble? Linking it with recent events, the coordinated special grade attacks, the strange energy shifts, Gojo's instincts went on high alert. He turned toward Shinsuke, the air between them tightening. What do you know? Shinsuke smirked slightly. Relax, I'm not your undercover spy. Gojo froze for half a second, brows knitting beneath his blindfold. Wait, how does he know about that? That operation was top secret, something not even most of the higher-ups were aware of. And this guy, the infamous slacker who spent his days hunting curses and skipping meetings, should have had zero interest in such things. Seems you know more than you let on, Gojo said, his voice low and amused. Of course, Shinsuke replied smoothly. When it comes to powerful curses, I make it my business to know. He leaned closer, a sly glint in his eyes. Tell you what, beg me, and maybe I'll share a juicy secret or two. Gojo snorted and turned away. As if, me beg you? Yeah, not happening, not in this lifetime. Before Shinsuke could retort, Yutahime and Amanai Riko, both eavesdropping shamelessly, leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on, Zen'in-sensei, Yutahime said, grinning. What's this juicy secret you're talking about? Yeah, spill it, old man, Riko chimed in, bouncing excitedly. Shinsuke chuckled. All right, but keep it between us. He leaned in and whispered something too quiet for Gojo to hear. Whatever it was, both women froze, then gasped dramatically. No way! That's insane! You're serious? They both turned to stare at Gojo, not angry, but wide-eyed and speechless, as if they had just learned something unholy. Gojo blinked. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Yutahime said quickly, a faint smirk tugging her lips. Hey, come on, tell me, Gojo pleaded, inching closer. Yutahime-senpai, please, I swear I'll treat you with so much respect from now on. She crossed her arms. Ask Zen'in yourself. Gojo immediately turned to Riko. Riko, my favorite Kohai, you wouldn't keep secrets from me, right? Riko huffed and looked away. Ask the old man yourself. Gojo's face twisted in mock outrage. Unbelievable! You're all conspiring against me. This is harassment! The others ignored his tantrum. Shinsuke simply kept his eyes on the arena, arms folded, his expression unreadable. This time, he thought, there's no way I'm letting my quarry escape.
The tension in his gaze hardened into killing intent. If the organized curses he'd been tracking were truly going to make their move, then he'd make sure their focus stayed on him, not the students. If they wanted chaos, he'd gladly become the storm. A small grin crept up his lips as his aura thickened, sharp, predatory, almost feral. "Hey," Gojo said suddenly, sensing the shift. "You good?" Shinsuke blinked, snapped out of his thoughts, and answered flatly, "Just got excited thinking about something." Gojo stared at him for a moment. "Right, I forgot you're also a complete freak." Clang! A long blade came crashing down against Miwa Kasumi's katana, the sheer force of impact numbing her arm and driving her backward through the shallow stream. Her grip trembled as she desperately parried blow after blow. Each strike from Zen'in Maki carried monstrous power, fast, precise, and utterly merciless. Clang! Clang! "Damn it, Mai, you liar!" Miwa hissed between clenched teeth, bracing against another crushing swing. That idiot had said Maki was a useless 4-grade sorcerer with 0 cursed energy and a bit of brute strength. This was brute strength that could split mountains. Even the ever-gentle Miwa couldn't hold back a curse of frustration as she barely kept herself from being sent flying again. "Just a little bit of physical strength, huh?" she shouted inwardly. "If this is what a 4th-grade failure looks like, I'll quit being a sorcerer right now." Maki's naginata whirled with lethal grace, pressing her like a storm. Miwa's shorter katana left her at a disadvantage. A longer reach means a stronger threat, and she could barely keep up with the tempo. And this was with Maki deliberately keeping the blade's edge sheathed. If she hadn't, Miwa shuddered, she'd probably have been bisected a dozen times already. "This is a 4-grade sorcerer? Damn you, Mai, you absolute moron!" Her protest was cut short as Maki seized an opening, pivoted, and kicked her square in the gut. The impact hurled Miwa into the river with a violent splash, water exploding around her. Maki's voice followed, calm and cold. "That's all you've got?" From above, Maki dropped down like a hawk, blade raised high. Miwa barely rolled aside before the ground where she'd been standing split from the impact. "Damn, she's faster than I thought." Sliding her blade back into its scabbard, Miwa drew a deep breath. Her stance tightened. New shadow style, simple domain. A faint shimmer spread around her, a circle roughly 2 meters wide. Within it, her sword arm would move on instinct, automatically countering any strike that entered. It was her trump card, but one with limits. If her opponent leapt out of range before the blade cleared its sheath, the domain would collapse instantly. "An Aido stance?" Maki mused, raising an eyebrow. "So you're betting everything on a single opening." Her grin widened. "Cute." "Stay sharp," Miwa warned, too late. Maki's muscles coiled like springs as she hurled her own naginata straight at her. Then, in the instant Miwa focused on deflecting it, splash! Maki exploded forward, launching herself across the water like a bullet, summoning another weapon mid-charge. "What?" Miwa barely managed to parry the incoming blade, steel screeching against steel. Clang! Before she could recover, Maki was already inside her guard. "You're done." One hand caught Miwa's wrist, the other slammed into her throat. Maki twisted, pivoted, and threw her through the air like a rag doll, sending her crashing several meters away into the stream. "Ugh!" Miwa coughed, splashing as she tumbled, but managed to roll to her feet, drenched and shaking. Then she froze. Her hand instinctively reached for her sword. It wasn't there. Looking for this? Maki twirled Miwa's katana effortlessly in her hand, then leveled the blade toward her. "Nice sword. I'll hold on to it." My sword! Give it back!" Miwa slumped, completely deflated. A swordswoman without her sword? It was over. She had no face left to continue fighting. Observation room. Mei leaned back in her chair, an amused smile tugging at her lips. My, Zen'in-sensei, that's your student, isn't it?" She's remarkable. The once awkward girl from years ago now moved with lethal precision. Even Mei couldn't help but be impressed. Zen'in Shinsuke gave a short nod. Yeah, that's her. Why hasn't she been promoted yet? Mei asked, her tone curious. Gojo, lounging nearby, added before Shinsuke could answer, I've been wondering the same thing. Probably the Zen'in clan's handiwork. They love stepping on their own talent. Shinsuke's eye twitched. Thanks for the reminder. Isn't the ranking system important? Gojo continued with mock innocence. You know, recognition, mission access, pay grade, kind of a big deal. Shinsuke scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. I never really thought about it. Gojo smirked. Typical. You're literally from the Zen'in family, can't even pull a few strings for your own disciple? The older man sighed. Fine. You're right. Can't have her stuck as a 4th grade sorcerer forever. Sounds pathetic. After this, she's getting bumped up to 1st grade. He turned toward Principal Yaga, sitting silently in the back. No objections, right, Yaga? Yaga folded his arms, considering. Promotion to 1st grade requires 2 recommendations from existing 1st grades or higher. And, well, the Zen'in clan's been blocking her file for years. Shinsuke waved a hand dismissively. Then I'll handle them myself. If they have a problem, they can come find me. His tone was calm, but the weight behind it left no room for debate. All right, Yaga said finally, cracking a small grin. Then it's settled. Once Maki gets promoted to 1st grade, her status, pay, perks will improve a lot, and she'll owe her master a nice debt of gratitude. Seeing that, Principal Yaga could only concede. After all, as a mere principal, he wasn't exactly someone the 2 big wildcards of the jujitsu world would take orders from. Gojo he could handle to some extent, but this other one? No way. Tsk, you act like you're the head of the Zen'in family or something, Gojo mocked from the side, then switched topics. By the way, the feed around Yuji keeps glitching since the match started. Mei answered calmly. They're animals. They move on whims. Sharing vision is taxing. Her crows were broadcasting the whole event. If the stream had trouble, it was because of her birds. Is that so? Gojo wasn't entirely reassured. He knew Yuji would be targeted, but he wasn't overly worried. Yuji wasn't so fragile anymore. So, Mei, which side are you on? Gojo asked. Mei propped her chin on her hand, bored. I back money. I don't care about things that don't involve money. She wouldn't pick a side unless someone paid enough to make it worth her while. Back on the field, Mai, perched in a tree a few 100 meters away, rose slowly, spinning a handgun in her hand. Good, it's still in range. 1 down, she whispered. Hey, ambushing a first-year girl like that? Not cool. Maki's voice came from the branch across from her. She stood perfectly straight, gripping the katana that once belonged to Miwa, the wind lifting her short hair, lending her an air of sharp elegance. I'll give you time to call your teammates, Maki said, 2-on-1s beneath me. Finally showed up, Mai smiled and aimed her gun at her sister. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're his disciple. I'd rather do this one-on-one, Maki replied coldly. I want you to bow and apologize for what you put us through. Ready to lose, sister, Mai's eyes hardened. This was the day she'd waited for, the chance to prove she wasn't the weak link. You're such a troublesome little sister, Maki said with a small smile, tightening her grip on the hilt. She could lose to many things, but she would never lose to her own sister. Zen'in-sensei, what's with those 2 sisters? Yutahime frowned as she stared at the screen showing Maki and Mai locked in a fierce standoff. Yeah, seriously, old man, Riko added, tilting her head. Weren't they super close when they were kids? How'd they go from inseparable to mortal enemies? She remembered them well. 2 girls always together, always laughing, practically glued at the hip. And now they looked like they'd kill each other without a second thought. Shinsuke shrugged casually. That's just teenage rebellion.
Utame visibly shivered. Ugh, hearing that come from you gives me chills, old man. She couldn't tell which was scarier, his deadpan delivery, or the fact that he sounded like a dad who'd given up on parenting. So, Sensei, she asked, which of them do you think will win? Her eyes were fixed on the monitor. She knew Mai well enough to understand how far the younger Zenin had come. Given the kind of toxic household she'd grown up in, her persistence alone was something to respect. Obviously, my disciple, Shinsuke replied flatly. He knew Mai's ability inside and out. Construction, a cursed technique that allowed her to manifest physical objects from cursed energy itself.
A godlike power, but one that demanded an impossible amount of energy to maintain. The old Mai could only construct a single bullet per day before her cursed energy bottomed out. Even now, after training and refining her control, she'd be lucky to manage a few more before her reserves ran dry. Unless her physical combat skills had somehow caught up to Maki's level, she didn't stand a chance. Yutahime frowned. Don't underestimate her, Sensei. Mai's been working really hard this past year. Crack. Before Shinsuke could reply, the screen flared with movement. Maki had closed the gap in an instant, slicing through Mai's bullet mid-flight with a single precise stroke. Little sister, Maki said, eyes cold but steady. That's your 7th round, isn't it? You've hit your limit. Surrender. Her tone was confident. After all, she still thought Mai's maximum output was a single cursed bullet.
6 from the guns magazine, 1 from her technique, 7 total. The math checked out. No energy, no chance. But Mai only smiled, raising her weapon again. Arrogant as ever, sis, but the one who's losing here, bang! A glowing blue bullet shot out of the barrel like a streak of light. What? Maki's eyes widened. The shot was already at her face before she could even think. Of course, she should have known. A full year of training, Mai wasn't the same girl she used to be. Maki tilted her head slightly and exhaled. Another bullet, huh? That's your new limit, then? Her hand snapped up. Pack! She caught the bullet between her fingers. Cursed energy exploded across her palm with a flash. Dutch! Maki winced, shaking out her smoking hand. Yeah, still hurts like hell. Note to self, don't catch bullets barehanded.
Not bad, Sensei's student, Riko laughed from the observation room. She's got your style, reckless and overdramatic. Yutahime nodded. Yeah, didn't you also grab a bullet with your bare hand once, old man? Shinsuke waved it off modestly. Please, it's just a bullet, not a nuke. Back on the field. You've lost, Maki said, closing the distance again. She flipped her blade, ready to deliver a non-lethal blow to prove her point. Big sister will always be bang! She froze mid-step. You've gotta be kidding me. Mai's smirk widened. Still acting superior, huh, dear sister? She fired again. Bang, bang, bang! 4 cursed bullets in rapid succession, each one tracing a different path, sealing off every escape route. Let's see her catch 4 at once. You've improved, Maki admitted quietly, her voice tinged with pride. You've really been working hard. Her stance shifted. But, a deep breath, her eyes sharpened like blades. You're not the only one with a teacher. White steam began to rise from her body as her blood boiled and her aura surged. Veins pulsed across her forehead, every fiber of her being igniting at once. Her speed, her strength, her senses all spiked to another level. To her, the world slowed. The bullets crawled toward her like drifting petals. Her muscles tightened and her blade flashed. Clang, 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 clang! Each round was sliced cleanly from the air, sparks bursting in slow motion as the sisters' duel reached its breaking point. It transitions perfectly from the emotional sister duel into the large-scale battle setup. Maki's long blade blurred through the air, leaving streaks of silver light. Clang! 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 All 4 cursed bullets were deflected, each one sliced and sent spinning harmlessly into the trees. Before Mai could even react, a shadow flashed before her eyes. Maki appeared right in front of her, moving like a phantom. With a heavy swing, thud! The flat of her blade slammed down on Mai's back. Gah! The younger sister was flung forward, crashing and rolling across the grass, dirt and leaves scattering everywhere. When she finally came to a stop, a trickle of blood ran from her nose. Shing! Maki flipped her sword and pointed it toward her fallen sister, a small but confident smile tugging at her lips. "Little sister," she said softly, "you lose." Mai's body trembled as she glared up with teary eyes, muttering under her breath, "Liar." Maki blinked. "Huh?" Observation room. What just happened? Yutahime leaned forward, frowning. How did Maki's speed suddenly spike like that? She could hardly believe what she'd seen. Mai hadn't just lost. She'd been completely overwhelmed. Gojo crossed his arms, eyes narrowing as he studied the monitor. That technique, you taught it to her, didn't you? There was a note of surprise in his voice. He knew Zen'in Shinsuke's power wasn't cursed energy. It was something else, raw, primal, and terrifyingly pure. A force closer to the essence of life itself, not born of curses, but of sheer will. "I have to ask," Gojo continued, curiosity getting the better of him, "is it something we could learn too? If jujutsu sorcerers could wield that kind of physical power, it could change everything. A revolution in the balance between curse and human." Shinsuke chuckled. "I'm afraid not. That art was created for those without cursed energy." He turned toward Gojo with a sly grin. "Of course, if you want to try, you just have to stop generating cursed energy entirely." Gojo smirked, shaking his head. "Yeah, no thanks. I'll pass." Even if it were possible, why would he ever throw away Limitless to learn some martial art? That'd be absurd. "Relax," Shinsuke said, waving a hand. "Just watch the match." The group turned their attention back to the screens. Time passed. Of the many paper talismans stuck on the wall to track each match, only 2 had burned away, a sign that most of the participants still hadn't been eliminated, which, to the veterans, said only one thing: no one was really focused on winning. As the exchange event wore on, the students scattered across the forest. Niwa, still dazed after losing her sword, wandered aimlessly through the woods, until Inumaki's disembodied voice reached her. "Sleep." And she dropped instantly, collapsing face first into the grass with a soft thud. Yutahime sighed, rising from her seat. "I'll go fetch her. Can't leave the girl unconscious out there, even if the curses here only go up to grade 2. "Good idea," Yaga nodded. "Stay sharp." Then, boom! A shockwave rippled through the observation hall. Every paper talisman on the wall suddenly flared bright red, their flames roaring unnaturally high. Bzzzt! The monitors all went dark at once. Static. Then blackout. "All red," Gojo said slowly. His grin widened. "So that means we won, right? Guess we wrapped this up faster than I thought." "Or," Mei replied calmly, "it means your students just got exercised by something else." Gojo's smile froze. "Wait, are you saying—" Yaga's expression turned grim. "An incursion? What? Impossible! How would a curse breach Tengen-sama's barrier?" Yutahime gasped. "No matter what's happening," Yaga said, standing up, his voice hard, "this is an emergency." He turned to the gathered sorcerers. "Gojo Satoru, Riko, Yutahime, Zen'in Sensei, and Principal Gakuganji, you 5 head into the field. Ensure the students' safety." His gaze shifted toward Mei. "Mei-san, you stay here and provide us with visual and positional data from your crows." He adjusted his collar, already moving toward the exit. "I'll contact Tengen-sama and find out what's going on." "Let's go," said Zen'in Shinsuke, standing and stretching his shoulders with a predatory grin. "Time to enjoy the hunt." He stepped toward the exit without hesitation. This was the perfect opportunity. Draw in all the hatred, make himself the target, and feast on it. Gojo followed beside him, muttering under his breath. You totally knew this was gonna happen, and you still have the nerve to say you're not the mole. Shinsuke chuckled. Please, that's not espionage, that's foresight. I don't need to move an inch to know when chaos is coming. Gojo smirked behind his blindfold. Then humor me. Who's stronger, me or Sukuna at full power? He said it half as a joke, half as a test. Sure, there was an informant in Jujutsu High, but it sure as hell wasn't this guy. No one would ever believe Zen'in Shinsuke, the man who hated curses more than anyone, would cooperate with one. Still, Gojo couldn't quite figure out how he always seemed to know when trouble was coming. Unless he had a cheat code. Shinsuke's step faltered slightly. He gave Gojo a strange look. 50-50, he said at last, then quickened his pace toward the battlefield. Gojo blinked. Wait, what the hell kind of answer is that? The group followed close behind. When they reached the outer perimeter, a massive black curtain was already descending from the sky, swallowing the forest below. Damn it, I knew it, Yutahime snapped. Someone's breached the barrier. Gojo, get in there before it closes. But Gojo didn't move. His expression, though hidden beneath the blindfold, was unnervingly calm. It's useless, he said flatly. It's already complete. While to the naked eye the barrier still looked like it was forming, his 6 eyes had already traced its structure in full, a completed curtain, perfectly sealed. The 5 sorcerers came to a stop before the obsidian veil. Fine, Gojo said, stepping forward. Then I'll just break it. He extended a hand toward the barrier. Zrak! A surge of black lightning exploded from the surface, throwing him several meters back. Yutahime gasped. What the? It repelled you? Gojo straightened, brushing the dust from his uniform. Yeah, I get it now. He turned toward them, his tone suddenly sharp. This barrier was made specifically for me. Everyone else can go in freely, but me? I'm locked out. Shinsuke let out a low whistle. So someone finally figured out how to keep the great Gojo Satoru on the sidelines, huh? Gojo's lips curled into a tight smile. Seems like we've got a very competent curse user in the mix. Shinsuke couldn't help but laugh, clapping Gojo on the shoulder. Don't pout, kid. You stay here and think of a way in. I'll go handle my prey. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked straight into the curtain, slipping through effortlessly. Gojo froze for a moment, staring at his retreating figure. Even that guy could walk right in? Seriously? So the barrier really did exclude only him. Fine, he muttered. Whatever. Go on, enjoy yourselves. He glanced at the others. Riko, Yutahame, Old Man, you 3 head inside. I'll stay here and analyze this thing. They nodded without hesitation and entered the curtain. Inside, the atmosphere changed immediately. Thick, suffocating, cursed energy pressed against them from every direction. Yutahame's skin prickled. This amount of energy. Don't tell me a special grade got in. Riko's voice trembled slightly. Please, no more special grades. I've had enough trauma for one lifetime. Then, Gojo Satoru isn't here? A bald man stepped into view at the forest's edge, his face twisted into a grotesque grin. Even at a glance, he radiated malevolence. But no matter, he hissed, his eyes locked onto Shinsuke, gleaming with manic delight. I think I've found something even better. He licked his lips, his body trembling with excitement. What a perfect coat rack! Such exquisite form! I'll make sure to preserve every part of you. A masterpiece for my collection. He ignored Yutahime, Riko, and even Gakuganji entirely. Right now, the only thing that existed in his world was the man standing before him, Zen'in Shinsuke. And Shinsuke, in turn, smiled faintly. Perfect, he murmured. Looks like the first course just volunteered itself. Gakaganji squinted at the bald curse user before them, his voice low and gravelly. He's not the main source of that cursed energy, but he's not weak either. He adjusted the guitar strap over his shoulder and turned to the others. You two, go secure the students. Avoid unnecessary combat if possible. I'll handle this one. Yuta Jaime nodded quickly. Be careful, Principal. Without hesitation, she and Riko split off in opposite directions, sprinting into the dense forest. That left Zen'in Shinsuke alone in the clearing, stretching his neck and shoulders as he locked on to a far stronger presence in the distance. A bit far, he muttered, closing his eyes to sense the energy pulsing on the edge of the barrier. I'll have to reach it before Gojo scares the prey away. A faint hiss escaped his skin as thin streams of white steam curled up from his body. His flesh flushed crimson, veins bulging beneath the surface as his aura thickened, sharp, predatory, and bloodthirsty. He smiled. Old man, I'll be going ahead. Wait! The bald curse user screamed as Shinsuke crouched low. You can't just leave. You can't run from me, my perfect coat rack. I'm not letting you go. The curse user lunged, his machete cleaving through the air with manic fury. But Shinsuke didn't even look back. He had no interest in sideshows. His legs coiled like springs, and then, boom! The ground beneath him fractured in a spiderweb of cracks as he launched himself upward like a cannon shell, vanishing into the sky. The bald curse user and Gakuganji both stumbled, nearly losing their footing from the shockwave. No! The curse shrieked, veins bulging across his skull. My perfect coat rack! Come back here! He started to chase, but whoom! A wave of sound and cursed energy erupted from Gakaganji's guitar, striking the ground in front of him and forcing him to a halt. Don't even think about it, the old man growled, his tone as heavy as thunder. The curse snarled, eyes flashing with rage. You old bastard! You let my masterpiece escape! You want to die, don't you? Gakaganji sighed, unimpressed. You really should be thanking me. I just saved your life. He plucked a single string, the vibration humming through the air. If you'd chased him, you'd be in pieces already. The curse trembled with fury, but deep down, it knew the old man was right. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Black Flash! Tiger stripes of cursed energy burst through the trees as Itadori Yuji's fist connected with the earth, the impact sending shock waves through the clearing. He was moving in perfect rhythm now, body, mind, and cursed energy completely synchronized. Beside him, Aoi Todo grinned from ear to ear, his eyes blazing with pride. As expected of my brother, he declared, you didn't let me down. In that moment, the two stood side by side against their enemy, the special grade curse Hanami. A living embodiment of nature's hatred, Hanami's twisted body pulsed with dark green energy, roots and vines writhing like serpents. This curse is strong, Todo said, his tone turning sharp. But if we fight together, he slammed his fists together, a grin splitting his face. We'll crush it. Yuji nodded firmly, black lightning still flickering around his arm. Yeah, let's finish this, brother. Brother. Aoi Todo cracked his knuckles, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth as his aura flared, thick and violent. It's time we teach this thing a lesson. For him, there was nothing in the world more exhilarating than fighting side by side with his best friend. Let's go, he said, rolling his shoulders. Guess it's finally time to use my technique. Yuji Itadori nodded, tightening his fists. Yeah! The two charged in unison. With Todo's boogie-woogie swapping their positions at blinding speed, the pair overwhelmed the special-grade curse Hanami, their rhythm unpredictable, their attacks relentless. Each swap was followed by a devastating strike, a blur of motion, impact, and the crackling roar of Black Flash. If not for Hanami's inhumanely durable body, it would have been reduced to dust already. Hanami steadied itself, its monstrous form trembling from the barrage. "I see," it rasped, its voice calm but tinged with dark amusement.
So simple, yet so difficult to counter. It recalled Mahito's words, "Learn to enjoy the process." At the time, it hadn't understood what he meant. But now, as it stood on the edge between agony and exhilaration, it finally did. Ah, so this is it, the joy of battle. Hanami tore away the white bandages from its left arm. What emerged was a pitch-black limb, pulsing with cursed energy. From its shoulder grew a bulbous, half-bloomed flower, the color of blood and ash. Pressing its hand to the ground, Hanami began to drink. The earth cracked beneath its touch as every tree, vine, and blade of grass in a wide radius withered to gray dust. The life force of the forest flowed into that dark flower bud, feeding it. Behind Hanami, a monstrous tree burst forth from the earth, its petals a sea of crimson mouths, each one whispering and gnashing like tiny living curses. The air thickened with decay and death. "Yuji," Toto warned, his tone unusually serious. "Its cursed energy just spiked. Be careful." He was still smiling, but there was no mistaking the gravity in his eyes. "Amazing, isn't it? It's already adapting. That's what makes fighting a special grade so much fun." He clenched his fists, "But it's not unbeatable, not while we're together."
And that's where the fury begins. If this 8 Gates rampage has you hooked, smash that like button, subscribe for more Jujutsu Kaisen chaos, and drop a comment if you want more such content. Want chapters ahead of the channel? Join me on Patreon, patreon.com/mv1717. Thanks for listening. Stay cursed, stay strong. See you in the next one.